A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit for the final round 5 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. And as you can hear from me, my voice is ready for an end-of-season party and then a depart for the next week or so. And we are expecting a ripper weekend. We've got a plethora of great categories coming your way for your finest entertainment. And I will just find the list of them here. Of course, HQs are on deck very first. This guy here, we welcome him back, Dave Amor. Obviously, HQs are on. They've got an 8-lap journey to start the day off today. They also go as event number 24 for a 9-lapper at 1 p.m. this afternoon. Porsche 944s. All of our categories will have 9-lappers this morning. Then we go to Saloon cars, Formula V, improved production, BMW E30s, Formula Ford, sports sedans, sports cars, and the historic touring cars, rounding out our morning. And we do it all over again right throughout this afternoon. It's been a ripping year. We really have enjoyed, after 3 years of not being able to get out a championship. It gives me goosebumps, Dave. I know you're a bit of a heartless fella, so you won't get the goosebumps like I do, but get a bit emotional when it comes to the last 3 years, not being able to go racing, not being able to hang out with our mates and torment the absolute hell out of each other at the race meetings and stuff like that. It's been a great year, some really, really good racing. We started at Sandown in February. The world had opened up and we were looking bright and breezy. We've had to get on with life in so many different ways, and not only that, the stuff that makes our heart beat and our passion, and that's us getting to the racetrack. So we really enjoy going racing. We went to Winton after that for round 2, down here at Phillip Island with the Pyack event. We had Sandown with the Australian Sports Sedan Association of Victoria run event, and here we are at Phillip Island again for round 5. We complete a series, and everyone gets championships and all of that sort of thing. So round 5 done and dusted.
Well, it certainly is, Darren, and for everyone that wants to have a listen to us and all the rest, this is fair income weather for Phillip Island. The sun is out. There's no wind, no nothing. This is a round, mate, where normally we can have almost a tornado. The rain coming in at so many different angles and every few hours. And, mate, this weekend is absolutely perfect. It is absolutely wonderful. Michael Holloway and the guys are doing a fantastic job. We always have to thank the volunteers because without them we can't go racing. And we're very, very lucky to be up here and having a bit of a look. We've got Blendline TV, which you all know about now. We can see what's happening, what's going on. It's all coming together.
It is. All coming together. Good. And here is how the cars will come around for race number 2 for the weekend for the HQ Holdens. Andrew Magilton will line up on pole position with Ryan Woods right alongside Perry Beckers in the number 90 on the second row. Andrew McLeod in the number 82 in position 4. Graham Francis in the 85. The 68 of Graham Crawford. Mick Magilton out of 7. Andrew Lawton out of 8. Michael Ling, Peter Anderson, Ray Jardine suffered a brake issue, and Rod Rogers had a very rare flat tyre in HQ racing.
Yeah, mate, one of the Kenders let him down, so very, very unusual and all the rest. But we've got to have a look. That top 4, Andrew McLeod missed out on 3rd in the last sort of 40 feet, you might as well say. He was quite happy to be, well, almost 2nd, 3rd, and then Perry Becker's just come straight down the side of the wall and just gone bang, thank you very much, and pushed him back into 4th position. So
for those that haven't made their way trackside, you can get pretty close to the action here, like some wildlife tend to do around the track here as well, just having a peek over the tyre wall. We certainly recommend you get your way to the track and enjoy all the entertainment that is put on by all of our classes right throughout today. We're about to get underway with the first race for today, and I've got to say, Dave, personally, it's great to see you back at the track. You've had a bit of a troubled run of late. You went to Darwin, you took all the gear up there to run the races up there with the HQ Nationals. Yep. Got halfway home and said, no, that's it. I like the warm weather here. I'm going to call it quits and lie down in a bed in the hospital for a while, eh?
Yeah, well, it was sort of like that, mate, but I tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, you don't realise when someone tries to tell you that, they've had a heart attack or they've had a stroke or whatever, you always, you got the sympathy, you try and understand where they're coming from. But I've had one, I now know what it's like, and I tell you, ladies and gentlemen, it's like being outside your body. You physically can't do things. You can't do this. You can't move your left hand. There's a lot of things going on that's not happening. And I was very, very lucky to be at the right place at the right time, up at Roma. There on the way back through there. The ambulance was only 4 minutes away. Me to the hospital was less than 5 minutes away. I got injected straight away, which is so important when you're having a stroke. And we're back to normal. But we're up here for the HQ Holdens. Ladies and gentlemen, get up there. This is the first race. It's just gone past 9 o'clock, so we can start our engines and have a look. Magilton right on the top. Ryan Woods, keep an eye on him. The lucky 27 car. Like I said, Perry Beckers, Andrew McLeod. Graham Francis had a very lonely race yesterday in the 85 car. Keep an eye on him. And also Crawford in the Andrew Williams car.
Yeah, we're watching the 68. It's a pretty rapid car, we know it. But Magilton yesterday jumped away magnificently off the line. Ryan Woods has gone side by side with him on this instance, but they get away. Mick Magilton a little bit slow off getting away, as is the 88 there of Peter Anderson. He's just gone to the back of the field there. Big trip for Peter Anderson. In fact, he's travelled all the way from Darwin for this weekend.
Yeah, he certainly has. It's absolutely fantastic. He's brought his partner with him, Tanya, which is half of the team, you might as well say. They really enjoy it. They love it. I've known them for about 10 years because I've been going up to Darwin there with the HQs and things like that. It's a massive family organisation and it's all good and, it's absolutely brilliant and we all help each other, which is absolutely spot on. So keep an eye on Rod Rogers. That's the red car with the fluoro green wheels, the 33 car. Yes, he's got to be coming through. Michael Ling had a fairly average start. Down into Honda now. Turn 4. Magilton's at the front. We got Woods, Perry Beckers. As they sort of come to the starting line this morning. But Rocket Rod already is up to 8th position. Ray Jardine right in behind him.
You can't miss the Knox panel service car, can you? Those bright yellow wheels stand out in all sorts of weather, whether the sun's shining on them and blowing back, or the dark skies around, and they tend to have their own energy, don't they, climbing off them. But
yes.
Rocket Rod, as you referred to him, Dave, is pushing on pretty hard through there. He's got a couple of them already picked off, and he's gone through already on Mick Magilton. He's gone through on the 35 there of Andrew Lawton. And now he's going to tick off the 68 there of Graham Crawford. So he's made his way pretty rapidly up to this point in the field.
Dan and MG, that's what we're looking at the moment. You can see that on the TV screen, ladies and gentlemen. Down to MG, they do the left-hander, then they start to come along and then onto the front straight where you see the ocean. Bass Strait, absolutely beautiful, mate. Picturesque.
It is actually out there. You can drop the kayak in and probably paddle around to Flinders and back again, but you probably prefer to bolt on a set of kenders and do a little bit of HQ racing and see that magnificent view out the front window of your race car as you go underneath that Australia-Melbourne bridge. And there it is, Tasmania over there somewhere, just dips off the other side of the globe.
Yep, for sure. Ray Jardine is struggling a little bit. He's got past a couple of cars and now he's trying to get comfortable, I suppose, because he didn't even fire a shot yesterday afternoon and due to the battery issue. So we'd have to just keep an eye on him. But Andrew Magilton, he is the guy that him and his car have come together. A 2:12.8, that was a 2:13.5 yesterday morning, so a lot quicker. The weather is better. There's no wind.
The other one that we got out of you yesterday, we had to probe and grab some news out of you and trying to divulge the information that lives inside your body, was the Glenn McDonald broke a camshaft and not taking any further part this weekend as well.
Yeah, well, that's an absolute bummer because he qualified quite well on the 4 laps that he did too. But if you break a camshaft, what happens with that is the pistons are still moving up and down, the valves aren't. So it's got bent valves and the cylinder head, and it's not just put another cam belt back on it and keep it going. There are clearances. We run around about 12.3, 12.4 to 1. The standard HQ was around about 10.5. As you can understand, back in those days, that was leaded. Now we run a 98.
Leaded standard fuel.
Yeah, that's right, mate.
Lots of standard lead.
Well, mate, it was all good. I didn't have an issue or problem with it. Then we went to Avgas.
Made it easy to tune, didn't it?
Yeah, the Avgas, mate, the window was so wide open, they could ping and not hurt or detonate or destroy anything. Now with this, non-Mother Nature fuel we have to use, the window has shut itself fairly tightly. All right, over the start-finish line, Darren, what do you reckon?
I reckon at the moment Ryan Woods is playing a bit of a game here. He wants to... well, the good thing is at the moment, with 2 laps down yesterday, Andrew Magilton had got himself a 5.5 second gap. He's managed to keep that to under half a second now. So Ryan Woods is starting to work within the same window that Andrew Magilton is, and that's what he's got to do. Let's face it, around Australia at the moment, if you're operating on the same level as Andrew Magilton, you're right, you're going to be there.
Well, you certainly do, and like you said, Mick Magilton, that's the old man, of course. Andrew is the young bull. Mick Magilton's the old bull. It's good to see. He's got his shoulder Rico done, and that's all working for him, which is absolutely fantastic, especially at his age. But, at the end of the day, mate, we just got to look after ourselves and look after our bodies. And now down into Honda, then they'll go screaming over to Siberia. Woods is definitely only that half a car length, and looking at the times, 0.5 of a second.
I tell you what, though, this is the really interesting thing today, which is differing from yesterday, is that Andrew Magilton is not driving away. Perry Beckers is staying with them. Andrew McDonald, and he's right there with them as well. Sorry, McLeod is right there with them now. And I guess the other thing we've got to watch, the fastest car on the track now is Rocket Rod Rajas. He's starting to weigh in on this. It's going to be a 5-way battle before the end of lap 4.
It certainly is. The Flying Dutchman there in HQ 33. He is now all of a sudden you can see it. It's about a thumb width from here, from the commentary box, looking at MG. He certainly will be on the back of him. We've got plenty of time.
A Dave Amor thumb width from a kilometre away. Let's call that 2 car lengths.
Yeah, that's it. That's for sure, mate. Real estate, don't buy it off me, I tell you. Onto the front straight. Let's have a look at Ryan Woods. He's got plenty of time. We've still got 5 laps to go, Darren.
We have. This is actually a classic HQ setup because Magilton hasn't been able to drive away with it. And we're just starting to haul in a couple of the other cars. Because I'm going to say, at the moment, Rocket Rod has just gone over the line and set the fastest lap again. So he's closing in on the game at the front there. So it is Ryan Woods. He's into a 2:03.7. And Andy Magilton is just hanging on to a 2:04 dead. But actually now Perry Beckers has dipped down to the 2:03. So cars 2nd, 3rd and 5th on the road are the fastest cars on the track. Have a look at this. 27 now. Ryan Woods going, now I'm with you. This is it. Have a look at that. There's no gap between these two. This is a twin. These were rare coming out of the factory. Twin HQs. Some of them might have had aftermarket twin Webbers thrown at them, but not twin HQs like that.
No, that's for sure. That was a chrome bumper on a chrome bumper.
I'll tell you what, he wants to keep one eye on the temp gauge when you're travelling that fast for that long behind a car so close.
Yeah, well, that's very, very true, mate. But, the sun's shining. It's sort of only around about 13 or 14 degrees outside at the moment. It's definitely a bit warmer in here with your ego flapping, Darren. But up here in the commentary box, everyone, we have got a picturesque view of this whole track.
And you, my friend, have got the best view of my ego that is allowed. I only let a few people in on that. There's only a few round legends that get the opportunity.
Well, it's lucky the box is fairly big for both of us,
isn't it? I tell you what, the other 2 guys in the background here are getting squeezed out pretty heavily at the moment.
All right, have a look at Perry Beckers, right? He's in 3rd position. He's just come up around about 0.6 of a second there on the back of Ryan Woods. Ryan Woods is around about a car and a half off Magilton. But let's see what happens as we start winding them up. 6-cylinder Holden, 3-speed, coming onto the front straight, around about doing the 140, 150 Ks, around about 4.5, 4.7, 4.8, 5.3, 5.4 over the start-finish line, all the way down to around about 5,800 revs going into turn 1.
That's a fair old whack, isn't it, with a 202 at that point in time, and you can see why sometimes we do get a little bit of a plume of smoke out the back as something does go away, but nowhere near as much as what we used to. Hey? The modern techniques of machining and gaskets and sealants and things like that have helped these engines last right up until now. These cars are 50 years old now, so are the engines.
Yeah, well, that's exactly right, and people got to realise that.
Here we go again. Look at this. Coming down into turn 4.
0.3 of a second now.
Oh, a little bit of lock up on the left front there for Andrew Magilton. He's feeling it. He's starting to feel the blowtorch come on the back here. In fact, you can see where there's some scorch marks on the midi sign there where Ryan Woods has been right onto the back of the car there.
Yes, he's certainly been giving him a couple of love taps, you could say. Rod Rogers, a 2:02.8. That's the fastest lap this weekend, ladies and gentlemen. That's the fastest lap. The way that he is going, the way the track is coming to him and his tyres and all the rest, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a very low 2:02 because everything is looking absolutely spot on for this weekend.
I see what you're doing there. A very low 2:02 in a HQ. Down, nice low centre of gravity in the engine bay.
Yep, it certainly is, mate. The 202 engines, 60 thou up they are. Comp is around about 12.3, 12.4 to 1. So there's a fair bit of comp, and like you said, with the gaskets and everything you've got. But, mate, we're doing a lot of dyno tuning now. We are making sure we're looking after these precious things and what we got, bits and pieces. Here we go. Let's see what happens. Coming onto the front chute. Rod Rogers has got to eat McLeod over the start-finish line. Here we go. Rocket Rod down the inside. McLeod will be on the outside. You can go 3, almost 4 wide, mate, through turn 1 with the HQ.
You can nowadays with the big hard stand off the back there, and he streams on through there. The number 33, Knox Panel Services Red, twin headlight front, so she's a premier. It'll be a comfy ride there. It's the luxury version. It's no Belmont. We'll have carpet in it, that one.
Yeah.
No vinyl floor.
Here comes Ryan Woods. Keep an eye on this into Honda. I'm sure he's got to pull out and try and go down the inside of Magilton. Just have a look at this. He's got the speed. Will Magilton bring it across and try and block him? Oh, bit of a lock up there. That was Magilton's left rear.
Again, Magilton on the left-hand side there, locking up, running wide there for Ryan Woods. That's given him, that's given Magilton a half a car length away, just running that wide. They're covering a little bit more real estate. Holds on tight to the apex to climb out of Siberia. What is really interesting is this battle between the front two is not allowing Perry Beckers to weigh in on it. So they're all into the 203s now, and the top 5 all operating into the 203s. So they've got the Kenda tyre smack bang right in the operating window. We've only got 2.5 laps left to go in this to get this done. And at the moment, I reckon the 27 on the side of Ryan Woods' car, I reckon he needs to have a 888. He's got a bit of that Craig Lowndes-esque Morse code sending going on out there at the moment. So what he needs to do is stop sending Morse code and start sending it for the pass, I reckon.
Just have to wait and see, later, and as they come onto the front. We've only got 2 more laps to go. They go over the start-finish line. HQ Holdens, Tyre Power, thank you very much. Strive Electrical and all the other sponsors for the HQRA Victoria. Thank you guys very, very much. We really appreciate it. And have a look at this. Rocket Rod's got to get another one. He's got to get another one down the chute. Oh, I saw the red light bouncing there on Rocket Rod's car. That's around about almost 6,000 revs, ladies and gentlemen, going into turn 1. That's Mum and Dad's car, 6,000 revs. That engine is absolutely hauling.
Well, the good thing is that Mum and Dad will be able to drop the kids at school on Monday, and the car will still be all good. Do you imagine getting dropped off to school in the HQ race car? That'd be pretty cool, wouldn't it?
It certainly is, mate. Who needs a Ferrari when
Look
you
at that,
at
a 202
HQ?
as well. Rocket Rog, 202. 202.6325. Now we're starting to push hard. Have a look at this. 27 now, up the inside. In fact, he's got the race lead. Will he be able to hang on to it round the corner? He's just got the nose in front. It's a single headlight front. It's a Belmont front on that one. Nice and lightweight. And we go. Oh, they're still side by side. I tell you what, here, Rocket Rod. If it goes any further, he's actually going to take the lead in this race. Have a look at that. He's going to try and make it 3 wide around Hayshed. I've not seen that one done before.
Certainly is. It's absolutely looking beautiful. Now, these guys have got to be really, really careful. Rocket Rod will decide, eeny, meeny, miny, mo, which he's got to go, left or right. This will be quite interesting to see who he's got to push through or push past the other car.
Magilton up the inside, swerves his way down under brakes there, just grabbing a little bit of rears and they're still side by side. They went side by side in turn 1. Are they going to complete the whole lap side by side here? The 27 wants this race lead. Wants the race lead. And last lap board is being displayed. He's got the lead, but it's only up to the door. Only up to the door. Let's have a look as they come down the straight.
Three wide.
And
Come
it's
on.
going to be 4.
Rocket
Perry
Rod
Beckers is getting in there
Rocket
too.
Rod is now hit the front, but Perry Beckers is pushing Rod Rogers. Perry Beckers up into second. He's put Magilton from first back to third, and Ryan Woods is third or fourth. Holy dolly, have a look at this. Through turn 1, 3 wide. That was 3 wide. Woods on the outside, McLeod on the inside. That's absolutely fantastic. That's what I can see up here in the commentary box.
Come from the rear of the grid position number 11. He is now leading the race with 1 lap to go. It took him 7 laps to get to the front. There he is there, the number 33, Knox panel service car. And he's actually driving away. He's driving away from the battle now. Ryan Woods is now going, what happened? I've actually been racing with Magilton all race long. Magilton up the inside. Beckers locks up a left-hand front there as well. And Ryan Woods is wondering what has happened over the last 4,000 metres around the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. Andy Magilton's going, I just should have got away early on in this race. I haven't been able to shake Ryan Woods this afternoon. I'm going to have to do it, starting from P4 if they finish where they are now.
Yeah, well, that's for sure. Woods and Magilton are still racing side by side, but they're third and fourth.
Yeah.
Massive change with 1 lap. Well, there's half a lap to go, you might as well say. This is where it all happens. It all comes together.
Oh, Ryan Wood's getting a bit desperate around Perry Beckers there. He's setting himself up for the big brake, arm to brakes to look to the inside of the corner. He's not going to be able to do it because, he'll have a good look at it. He looks to the other side of the track. Oh, big lock up there by a race leader, Rocket Rod Rogers.
Yes, that's that brand new Kender I put on for him yesterday afternoon as he had the puncher, but he'll be okay. Keep an eye on it. Rod Rogers, he's out the front, but who will be second? Will it be the yellow, the green, or the white one? The Middy's car is in 4th position. Magilton's got an absolute screamer. He's right on the back of Woods. Keep an eye on this. Woods right on the back of Perry Beckers. But the Flying Dutchman has got it. Here comes Magilton trying to get, no, he can't. As they come onto the front straight is where they finish, Darren.
It is. Rocket Rod gets the win from the back of the field. A mechanical marble there in the number 33. It's the 90, Perry Beckers, who sat off the play, off the whole race there, and just in the last lap and a half turned it all on. Ryan Woods battled with Magilton, and those guys came home 3rd and 4th. Andy McLeod home in 5th, spectating that magnificent end. There's Ray Jardine. He gets home after starting also from the rear of the grid in 6th place. Then we have Francis, and then the number 68 of Graham Crawford. So Graham Francis started out of 5th and ultimately got home in 7th. But I guess when you've got Ray Jardine and race winner Rocket Rod Rogers, someone's got to go back, don't they, when they're carving through the field like that?
Yeah, they certainly do. And if anyone wants to know about HQ Holdens, go down and see the drivers. It's affordable excitement. You can race at all the racetracks throughout Australia. It keeps you up and going. We've got the Nationals we just had in Northern Territory. The Nationals in 2023 will be up in Queensland. And this is absolutely fantastic. So it's got to be an absolute brilliant race. We can see the Porsche 944s are lining up for the next one, Darren. She's a hot track, and well done, guys, from the HQRA. Thank you very, very much. And Darren, brilliant to see you.
Thank you, Dave Amor. Fantastic to have you here. The Porsche 944s rolling out now. We'll be back in just a few moments. We've got Jack Atley join us in commentary.
Looking for your daily motorsports fix? Say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is round 5 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, and we have had a ripping day yesterday under the sunshine. And just looking out of where we are here, and we're in a fantastic vantage point here at the circuit, it is clear blue skies as far as we can see. A little bit of white haze out over Bass Strait, but that's just evaporation, I believe. That's what I was told anyway. So we have got the Porsche 944s on track, and right alongside me is a guy that debuted in commentary at Sandown and was duly crowned the James Hunt of Victorian Motorsport. Jack Atley, welcome back to Phillip Island.
Good to see you, Darren. Thanks very much for having me again, mate. And where else would you rather be than this magnificent place? On a bright sunny day, there is very few places in the world as far as a racetrack which is better than this, and definitely looking forward to this one. We've got the stars up the front again. Of course, you've got Bella and Westaway and Brewer and Lewis Williams, who's really come back into the series and made an impression straight away. He's a former champion, so yeah, really looking forward to this one.
So the cars come down to the grid, as Jack just said, P1, James Westaway, and he has got basically two hands on the trophy. He's just got to lift it up off the table and take it home this year. Cameron Bella will go away over this Christmas break, and I am sure they will work tirelessly on both the car and Cam to make sure that the 2023 championship doesn't go to the Westaways again. Chris Lewis-Williams, great to have him back. Adam Brewer, really in the title hunt here as well, and he's actually figures right into it. Tim Wolfe, great to have the Western Australian back, and Richard Howe out of 6th position. The veteran hangs in there. Tony Westaway to Mark Torbert's out of position number 8. We hope the number 74 can push up the field a little bit. Joey Callock in the 1-800 Lasagna car. He's actually made a commitment, bought a car, and is loving it. Tony Andrzejewski in the number 27 out of 10th position to Josh Brisbane, Keith Mariner, Vlad Kennedy, Manny Menazelma, Andy Tudor, Mark Verdino, Andrew Jackman, Carter Fox in the number 7 down there. And rear of grid is Jamie Mitchell and John Venoris. Great field, 20-plus cars here this weekend, but it really is, for all intents and purposes, the first 2 rows of the grid. Chris Lewis-Williams doesn't really feature in the championship fight, but Brewer, Bella and Westaway. Westaway's pretty much got it. Torberts gets a ripping start. The number 66 Pipecraft car there of Tim Wolfe just going backwards. He did the same thing yesterday, in fact, so not getting the clutch take up as nicely as he would like. But I tell you what, there's a telling story in turn 1. Jamie Westaway absolutely streeting them down to turn 1, so getting a very, very strong run out of there and doing a brilliant job. So that is going to set the standard over the next 8 laps, because Cam Bella has to make that up. That run down into turn 1, getting 3 or 4 car lengths, is going to be so difficult to get back. There's the 66 continuing on with the run down with the 944 and doing a brilliant job out wide, trying to make up those places lost off the start. The number 3 right smack bang in the middle there as well, mixing it up with Tony Westaway. He's watching a family member driving away out in front there as well. And there's the 1-800 Lasagna. Got a lot of airtime at Sandown. It was so cold we all thought we'd get a delivery.
There was lasagna everywhere, I can tell you, all over the place at Sandown. But yeah, definitely a statement by Jamie Westaway. On the first lap there, he likes to always sort of get an edge over Cam if he can in the early stages. Cam Bella, though, I can tell you, is a 4-time champion, very much knows how to handle his tyres and how to bring the tyres up to temperature in a race. Doesn't want to make any early mistakes. Timmy Wolfe, had a lot of wheel spin off the line. You can get that here at Phillip Island with the colder tyres, but that's definitely an imposing statement initially by Jamie.
Swapping places here. This is in the mid-pack. In fact, that's Tony Andrzejewski. He's doing a really good job this year. He's really started to grow with his confidence in the 944. And right in front is the seat time outfit as well. So Bullmaster right behind there in the number 20 there as well. And that is Andrew Jackman. And one of the great sponsors that we see right throughout the year. Porsche Cars Australia, of course, heavily involved. Seat Time Race Solutions, Simulator Hire, Advanced Fitness, 888 Home Loans, Poolmaster Bayside, AVI Technology. We see that on the side of Brewer's Race Car, Smith's TMP, and of course the Pete Wayne Clothing organisation on board with all of the teams this year. And that's not right. That's not what we wanted to see out of the number 23.
Looks like that's Andy Tudor.
Andy Tudor
has had a big
Vieira car. That is not nice.
That's a shame. West Australian driver Andy Tudor. I know he was really looking forward to this race too, because he had a great run yesterday, and he was literally telling me about half an hour before the race
only got him
how
the tire wall.
Things have flown for him. But unfortunately, Phillip Island can bite, and it's very high speed flowing circuit, but that's a shame for Andy Tudor. He looks like he's gone in there around about turn 1, turn 2, slid off and gone with the rear.
So it was Vlad Kennedy involved in that as well there. He was the one that we first saw, but unbeknownst to us, already out of camera shot, Andy Tudor had gone out. He had a trouble-free run at Sandown too, and was really looking forward to Phillip Island. It was a last-minute scratching earlier on at Sandown due to COVID earlier on in the year, but that's horrible. That's a substantially damaged 944 down there at turn 2.
Yeah, we haven't seen the incident specifically, whether they got into that. You can get loose coming out of turn 1. Turn 1, if you go towards the left of the track, it can really just sort of drag you out there as a natural progression, but you can get it loose. You've got to quickly flick it into turn 2, and if you get that wrong, the car can swap ends.
Yeah, it's a very tricky corner if you get it wrong down there at turn 1. You just need to unbalance the car, which can happen very, very quickly. And in these cars, these run a beautiful weight split of 50-50 to over the front axle and rear axle. It's why they're such an effective race car. And sadly, we've now seen Andy Tudor parked up in the wall there. But Jamie Westaway has grabbed himself a lead. It's only well under half a second, so Campbell is going with him. The good thing about that is that Adam Brewer is only 1.3 off the race leader as well, so he's gone with him. And Chris Lewis-Williams just losing a little bit of contact. I guess it's about 0.8 of a second further back there to Chris. There he is, diving it through there in the Benalla tyre power entry. 66, working hard to get back to where he started in this race. That's Tim Wolfe, currently in 8th, so he's got to tick off a couple more boxes, and one of them being Mark Torberts, who's also had a ripping start. In fact, he came out of 8th, and Mark Torberts in 6th, so those two have swapped their starting position. To Tim Wolfe, looks to the inside. Tries to drive up there on the inside of the number 3, which is Tony Westaway, who displaced him off the start. Got a good start, Tony Westaway, in fact, in the yellow car, and I believe we're about to see what happened down there at turn 1 and turn 2.
Yep. So, yeah, it looks like Vlad Kennedy's just lost it going into 2. He's just got that sideways.
And Andy Tudor
gone off in sympathy and slid straight off that grass into the tyre barrier there. So, look, it's probably not a massive hit, but it can definitely do some damage to the rear end of the car.
As much as we've got beautiful sunshine here today, you saw once the car got on the grass how wet it was. It just
totally
it took off its own course.
You're a passenger, and I mean, you're going through turn 1 here. You're well over 200 k's an hour.
Oh, I think
going
it's like
into
230
turn 1.
or something.
230, you're probably hitting going into turn 1. So by the time you straighten the car up looking for turn 2, you're still at pretty high speed here. So you get on that grass, Daz, as you say, and it's not a lot you can do from there.
So what we saw was Andy Tudor go off on the driver's left, avoiding the spinning 23 of Vlad Kennedy, and what that did was kick the back of the car out, went straight over the track again, on the brakes, couldn't haul it up, got on the wet grass, and the brakes almost ineffective. All you've got is four wheels not turning and just skating across almost an aquaplane with how much water is out there. I got to say, it's lucky that the car managed to come around and hit the wall backwards, because that would have been a lot more nasty if he'd had gone in forwards, because the speed would have been higher. But as he's spun around, it's washed off a lot of speed just before it hit the wall. So
it does.
I guess the dramatic aspect of it was the rear hatch window coming out and the glass going everywhere. That was really what caught our eyes in this sun. But that's a real shame. And he was looking forward to having a really good run here this weekend, and that's the last thing that he would want to do. So Josh Brisbane, we've just noticed, is coming slowly out of turn 5. Looks to be back up to speed again. There he is in the bright green. Had some difficulty coming out of Siberia, but certainly has got it all back up together again. Joins back on behind the number 20, and that is Andrew Jackman in the Poolmaster car, one of the series sponsors, along with the Pit Lane Clothing Company, which we were adorned in at Sandown, and installed all the virtues of the Pit Lane Clothing Company on everyone, and get on it. For all the racing enthusiasts, that's what it's for.
Absolutely. Good battle coming down the straight. Brisbane looks like he's definitely got back up to speed, sitting on the back of Jackman. But in front of those guys, you've got Dickie Howe, you've got Tim Wolfe, the West Australian, doing really well again, like he had a great race yesterday as well. Looks like Torbert's slotting in behind him, and the veteran El Presidente, Mark Torberts, knows this track very, very well. He's a cool, calm, collected customer. Loves his heavy metal music.
He does love his heavy metal music. In fact, he's in a band.
He's a very good bass player, I believe, as well, but he can drive a car as well. So he knows this track very, very well.
He does. Under brakes in the 74. Looks to the inside of the 3 there of Tony Westaway. Gets the job done. Now, what is looking interesting is Joey Callick also wanting to come through. He's trying to follow Mark Torberts. Mark Torberts goes, for some reason, extremely wide. We're going to have 3 wide. In fact, Mark Torberts goes back 2 places with that wide entry to Siberia. Not sure what was going on there with Mark.
Put the Mozza on him there, mate. I think I did, because Joey Callick looks like he's driving through the field here. He was saying it's a new car that Joey's driving there, the 1800 Lasagna car, although he's in a real battle here with Westaway. But we're saying how direct and how neat as a pin that white Lasagna car is. It's very clean for a car emblazoned with Lasagna.
It is, isn't it? Yeah, you'd expect to see at least a splash of red.
Exactly.
There, wouldn't you? Exactly. Certainly. But Mark Torberts has gathered it all back again in the 74. Rangers right back. Unfortunately for Mark, he's lost 2 spots down at at Siberia. And let's see if he's got some strength in a straight line, as they say, but a straight line handling. You can't knock that. Let's have a look back at the front at the moment. Jamie Westaway has just set the fastest lap of the race at a 1:49.22. In fact, he's the only one into the 49s.
Yep.
And he is the best part of a second and a half faster than Cam Bella, in fact, out there at the moment. So Jamie Westaway absolutely braining them here at the moment. He's got himself a 2.3 second lead, which we didn't see early on in this race. The first 3 laps, the lead was held to under half a second. But Bella hasn't managed to go with him. Chris Lewis-Williams has dislodged Adam Brewer, for position 3 on the road. So Chris is sending, I'm going to say, a very strong signal for season 2023 that he's back and he's going to be reaching out for that cup and trying to make sure it's not a benefit between Westaway and Bella, that's for sure.
Absolutely. Jamie Westaway, look again, he's had a great season and he's really at the top of his game, dare I say, because it's not easy to get in front of Bella and Lewis Williams and Adam Brewer as well, I should mention as well, who's also had a fantastic season. But, you know, when you're looking at half-second gaps, Bella has just flipped into the 49s, there I see. So, again, he knows the circuit very, very well and he's a 4-time champion. But Jamie Westaway has really had a great hold on the championship all year, there's no doubt about it. He's drove incredibly well, hasn't made a lot of the mistakes. He had a storming run through the field at Sandown, so yeah, he's top of his game.
Good here, Manny Menezalma returning to the 944s, and right behind him Tony Andrewski. And Tony's lost a couple of spots, but he's not looking like he's giving up, that's for sure. He's going to try and serve it up to these 2 in front of him at the moment, which is the 64 of Keith Mariner and Manny Menezalma, who went through on him just earlier on in this lap. So the 27 emblazoned on the window and down the side of Tony Andrzejewski's car, right up in behind Manny Menazelma now. That's where you need to be for the long run down the straight here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. He pulls out early. In fact, he's going to stream it on by Manny Menazelma. He's got the inside running for turn 1. And he is going to go straight out after Keith Mariner. So the spot he lost 3/4 of a lap ago, he's now made back up again. They stream on through. Menazelma managed to hang on around the outside.
Nice. You certainly take advantage of the tow going down this long straight at Phillip Island, so you really want to be close to the car in front of you, and it can pay dividends at the end of the straight coming into turn 1.
They're going to go 3 wide.
Yep.
3 wide, and Andrzejewski up the inside to turn 3. It puts him on the outside under brakes, but he needs to stay with it. He'll stay with it. Brilliant racing from these 3 protagonists, and I don't want to remind you, ladies and gentlemen, this is for 11, 12, 13 on the road. This is the World Championship for 11th.
You're a pretty high speed there. You're through there at around about 180, 190 k's an hour, so to go 3 wide through there, through Stoner Corner, is pretty courageous by all 3 of them.
It's a fair income trust in your fellow competitors to be able to do that someone's not going to do something silly mid-corner. And what that's done is that's put Tony Andrzejewski right back where he was a lap ago in front of Manny Menazelma.
Absolutely.
And the seat time car there of Keith Mariner. Under brakes now, down the inside of Dick Howe goes the number 66, which is Tim Wolf, back in the position he started the race in. In fact, he's grabbed 1 spot now. He's in 5th. But Dickie Howe's not giving up. Have a look at this. He's going to run down the inside onto the main straight.
Oh.
Takes the spot back in the number 8.
The veterans.
Or does he?
Wow, side by side, and these 2 guys know how to race, and they do not give an inch, either one of these 2 guys, I can tell you, especially the white, red and black car of Dickie Howe.
Yeah, the wily veteran, he's been in this position many times before. He knows the outcome. You stay in it. You hold flat.
Absolutely.
All the way.
Well
but
done.
It looks like at the moment,
Tim
Wolf's held it flatter.
Exactly, yeah.
He's extended the foot right down and given it a good push into number 66. But all that will do is bring the red mist down for the number 8. And we haven't seen the end of Richard Howe just yet.
Exactly. But Timmy Wolf, I mean, as said earlier, he's races cup cars over in Western Australia. He's been around a long time, very experienced driver.
Coming around onto the straight, the top end of the straight now. Of the tail enders, and Wolf has gone round, so all the impetus he had has all just come to an end. So that is not what we wanted to see for the number 6 of Tim Wolf, as Jack Atlee, or James Hunt of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, as he's known, has just absolutely mozzed the number 66.
That is the last time I give a driver a rap, mate, I can tell you, ever.
Checkered flag is being readied for Jamie Westaway in car number 1. Have a look at this battle. These battles are peppered right throughout the field here. The 77 of Joey Callick over the 20 of Andy Jackman. As our race leader, the checkered flag comes out, and Jamie Westaway can have a massive celebration. In fact, he is. Car number 1, I would suggest we'll keep it. Tim Wolf has now put it into the gravel trap. Now that's some frustration for you right there. Cameron Bella gets home to take position number 2. Here comes the Tyre Power Benalla entry of Chris Lewis-Williams. That fills the podiums for the first race on Sunday morning. And we have Adam Brewer, unfortunately, not being able to go on with it. But Dickie Howe, I guess, wins the battle over himself in the 66 as they all come streaming to the line. Tony Westaway. Mark Fedino has gone off too in the number 44.
Doing some grass cutting. But yeah, what an amazing performance by Jamie Westaway. I mean, again, really imposing drive, just did not put a foot wrong, and really settling into the championship now. He's claimed, chalked up another victory there, so yeah, having a great year, and very imposing and very business-like performance by Jamie Westaway over Cameron Bella.
Certainly is. He's been a picture of concentration and commitment right throughout, the last 2 seasons. And number 1 emblazoned on the side of the car. It doesn't happen by accident. So that's interesting. Bedino has gone off down there at turn 4. There goes the number 1. And here is, I'm going to say this will be the 66. And Cape Barron Geese getting right in on the action there. Should see what his GoPro turned up from down there.
The Goose
Here's Bedino all by himself under brakes.
Wow.
And kept it going, and then hit the water.
Yeah.
And he's trying to get to the edge of the track there, and all you're going to do is burn out a clutch doing that, that's for sure.
Just got light on the brakes coming down the bottom of Lukey Heights. So, yep, the car flicked around straight on the grass, and there's not a lot you can do from there.
Jack Atley, thank you very much for your time this morning. As always, the Pit Lane Clothing Company and all of the fantastic sponsors for the 944s, and we look forward to seeing you for later on in the day. We've got the Porsches, and I'm just scrambling for my program. The Porsche 944s at 1:20. We'll see you then.
Absolutely, looking forward to it, Darren.
Thanks, mate. We will be back with more trackside here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. Back soon.
Jameson, leader of the Saloon Cars Championship. You're going to go out today and give it a practice?
Yeah, we'll go out for a bit of a spin afterwards. Tomorrow the weather's looking a bit better, so I'll probably go out if it's a little bit of a dry session, give it a bit of a run. I know where to change gears around Phillip Island. Been around here a few times, so yeah, we'll just see how the day goes. Yeah, we're just going to try and have a good crack at getting it home without breaking it, and hopefully clean up the championship and have a good time.
With the weather, it's sprinkling here at the moment. Is the car fairly decent in the wet?
Yeah, it's not bad in the wet. It handles quite well in the rain, so it's pretty good. So yeah, it's all, one of those tracks, so you don't want to fall off. It's not a good place to plaster it into the fence. So yeah, it's good. I love Phillip Island. It's one of my favourite tracks. Phillip Island, Bathurst are my two favourite tracks. So this is where I like having a play. I love high speed sweeper, fast tracks. Yeah, so I love it here.
So just generally about saloon cars, what is it about saloon cars that sort of gets you interested in it and gets you wanting to compete in it?
I just love the Holden Ford battle. It's really good. I like, burn around the old cars, having a bit of fun, so they're pretty fast for what they are. Bang for buck, they're pretty well on it. They're fast cars for the money you spend. I'd like to thank Nash. Nash has done a lot of work this year, and I'm really happy the way South Australia and Victoria's come together. We've made a really good championship. We've had some good races over here. The Vic boys are coming over at the bend and stuff like that, having a spin. So it's really looking good for saloon cars, for Vic and SA for sure. So.
Looking for your daily motorsports fix? Say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. Looking for your daily motorsports fix? Say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
Looking for your daily motorsports fix? Say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
Looking for your daily motorsports fix? Say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are in a bit of a holding pattern here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit with some track works going on. And adding some complexity to it is that our TV camera cables run through the same area where all of the work is going on. So there's some engineers and technicians down at turn 2, and they are working to repair the wall where unfortunately Andy Tudor went in during that last Porsche race. So we've got a bit of a break here, and we thought we might introduce everyone to the Blendline TV. Well, if you've been watching Blendline, you probably know a little bit about it. But for those that have tuned in today, Project Race Car, have a look over the next 10 minutes.
If you could turn a car into anything, what would you build? Would you build a circuit racer? Maybe a rally car? What rules would you follow? What if there weren't any rules? How much torque? How much power? How fast? What if you could build a car for time attack? Well, that's exactly what we're doing. Partnered with Bosch Motorsport, we plan to transform this Honda Civic into a dead-set monster. A flame-spitting track machine that'll eat its competition alive. No rules, no prisoners, no limit. Okay, so maybe we've got some work to do before we get there. This is our 96 Civic. Sure, she's a little rough around the edges, but she's ours. I'm Trav, that's Dan, and with our partners at Bosch, we're going to turn this bog stock Honda into a genuine world time attack competitor, and we're going to bring you along for the ride. For this one, we're going to need a lot of patience, a lot of time, and a bit of luck. This is gonna be fun. This is Project Race Car Time Attack.
How you going, bro?
Oh, mate, dude. 9 hours of driving. Yes.
Get in here.
Why Time Attack? Time Attack, I think, is really an exciting, effectively a race meeting where you can sort of pit yourself not only against everybody else who's building cars for it in different class structures, but against the clock as well. So we're able to be able to produce something that hopefully we'll be able to put a year's worth of development into and be able to track where we start versus where we finish, and then where that falls against other people who are doing a similar thing. It gives us the opportunity as grassroots competitors to go up against the world and see where we stand.
The car that we've picked, why do you think the car that we picked is going to be a good car?
Because it's f***ing sick.
You got to start the sentence better than that.
I know. So we picked a Honda Civic, which we're on our way to Melbourne to pick up now. And the reason we picked it is it's a good baseline of a car. There's a lot of off-the-shelf parts we can get from the States or from around Australia as well. There's a lot of information that we can draw on from our local grassroots community of them being raced in different series that we work with, so we should be able to draw on some information there and learn along our way. And it's a really good platform that's an identifiable, recognisable car from on the road that people have either had one of in the past or know somebody who's driven one.
After a very, very long trip to Melbourne, we finally got to see our car, but not without our nerves being tested a little.
New beast. Trying to get some track activity, mate.
This is it, our 1996 EK Civic. It might not look like much now, but we have some big plans for this little Honda. Then it was just a simple task of loading it onto the trailer and have to load it up, tie it down, leave our cameraman behind and get this car ready for the track. Before we could get this car on the track, we needed to have a quick check around and give it a bit of a service.
How low this is and how high the seat is, because like if I'm sitting there, I can't, like, I'm looking at this, like I'm looking right here.
Yeah.
So I need the seat lower. I mean, I like the lower seat anyway.
Well, it looks fairly simple to work on. Look how small the radiator is. There's so much room for, like, we'll be able to put some headers on it.
Yeah.
Obviously, I couldn't even hear it come in, so we'll put an exhaust on it.
Yeah. I sort of thought, like, what we'd do today is, go over and make sure it's all good.
Yeah, so
And
what
then-
the baseline is.
And then not do anything until we do the first track day, and then,
They'll just get on track, get a baseline.
After some highly technical hand movements and banter between Dan and Jono,
Yeah, I know, it's a very weird shape, isn't it?
because it bulges.
Yeah.
Like, it's got a weird...
Yeah. What are you saying about a weird bulge?
No, there's nothing wrong with a weird bulge, especially, if it gets given to your wife or whatever, like...
we got the car up on the hoist so we could check out its underside.
Look at this.
Not even oil around the sun.
How good is that?
What?
Everything looked pretty good, so all it needed before it was ready to hit the track was a simple oil change. How hard could that be?
I probably need to change the oil in the filter. Yeah, just because you don't been sitting around for a while. And check the brake pad levels.
Yeah.
Give that a look. So is the filter easier from the top, you reckon, or down? No, down. She's clean, eh? Give me the plug. Stand up enough? Give me the plug. Well, hello. Alright, I just dumped 4 litres.
Well, what was going to be an extended period of time for a track repair down at turn number 2 has ended up being a pretty quick, short, sharp turnaround. We may end up losing a little bit of time, but let's hope that we do get through all of our 8 and 9 lap races here today. So Andy Tudor in the Porsche 944s went into the wall down there at turn number 2. And that was a shame. Big shout out to Dennis Brown from Excalibur Screw Bolts. Dennis is a big supporter of the Saloon cars, and great to have the Excalibur Screw Bolts. I think they sponsored the last round, probably sponsoring this round as well. So big shout out. Thanks, Dennis, for your support with the Saloon cars and the Excalibur Screw Bolts. I'm Darren Smith, right along me for the first time today, and will remain on air until we finish this race meeting. Dan McCarthy, no, mate. Welcome to Phillip Island on the final day of the 2022 series.
Unbelievable, isn't it? We got through it. Finally got through a year uninterrupted with COVID. It's great. Round 5, as you say. Looking forward to this one. Saloon cars have been good all year. I have no doubt this will be no exception. Good field of cars. There's a couple of big names such as Prestipino, who was very quick here earlier in the year. He's starting off the back after retirement yesterday, so he's one to look out for. And then the usual protagonists up the front in both Fords and Holdens. Jamison in a Holden and Lowndes in a Ford.
Well, the interesting thing yesterday, I reported on the Mark Sutherland and Sean Jamison relationship there. I've actually been corrected. It's an entire car that Sean Jamison has loaned to the number 9 Mark Sutherland, and yes, so we've actually just got one coming into the paddock. I think that's Prestipino, the green and black number 99. So he was starting rear of grid, and we're actually going to have a good watch of that. The other one, rear of grid, is car number 2, Kevin Stoopman, a guy that's racing just about every category, and he's in a new car here this weekend. Dan, let's have a look at this grid sheet and run through it from the front row of the grid. Sean Jamison from South Australia with Adam Lowndes right alongside him.
Second row of the grid, we have Daniel Johnson in a Ford and Leon Cheney second in the championship, out of 4th position for this one.
Scott Dornan to Mark Sutherland in the number 9 car there as well. Rick Gill in the 81, Luca Callahan back to Blake Harris, Andrew McSwain, Nash Harris in there as well, David Lyons. Then we've got Cooper Capilleri, the Victorian there, Vince Ciella and Peter Tonks in there, Glenn Campbell, James Jasic, Jeffy Thomas, Rob Knight, Ash Lee, Kevin Stoopman, Jacob Prestipino, we think, has returned to the paddock in the green and black car there as well. Brett Tate and Matt Jager rounding out the field. And, of course, the championship with the Pensioners Cup is alive and well with Tonks, Jeff Thomas, Glenn Campbell, Rob Knight and David Lyons. As we wait for a race start, lights on and off. Lowndes gets away beautifully, as does Leon Cheney. And Scott Dornan in the action line marking car gets Daniel Johnson right off the line there. And Kev Stoopman trying to wend his way through the field, and he's just had the door shut right in front of him. So he's had to look to the extreme right-hand side of the track and goes right down through all the dust and grabs himself at least one spot off the start. But they all went 3 wide in front of him, and he couldn't get through.
Just saw Leon Cheney run wide, 3rd position, understeered off into the grass on the outside of turn number 1, so he's dropped positions early in this one. But out front, Jamison from pole position, a great start, really even alongside Lowndes, but it is as was from the start.
So Leon Cheney did not need to lose spots early in this race. In fact, he needed to stay right with the front markers. He's dropped back to 6th spot there. He's got the drive events driver right alongside him under brakes, and there's Peter Tonks there as well in that magnificent looking Commodore. Side by side, the Commodore and Falcon go. And it's the 45 of Blake Harris. And he's been pushed wide there in the Falcon. And they join on with each other here. This is that the 53? 63, O'Callaghan. In the pet stock outfit up onto Lukey Heights. Classic Ford versus Holden Australian Motorsport battle. The big four-door saloon cars. Been around for a long, long time. Had a very prestigious national championship for a long time as well. This Falcon and this Commodore going for it on the opening stanza too. They've been side by side more often than not. And the 24 looking to get through there as well. So just looking to see where David Lyons can pick a gap, as he would dearly like to be further up the field. And there's Mark Sutherland in the number 9 loaned Commodore out there this weekend, doing a magnificent job. And Sean Jamieson certainly being very, very generous in allowing Mark Sutherland to join alongside and take that car as we go 3 wide down into turn 1, and they remain 3 wide. David Lyons gets the job done.
It's a very good start for the general. You're speaking about Holden's. It's 1, 2, 3, 4 for Holden at the moment. Falcons 5 and 6. There's a bit of contact, was there? That was an awkward-looking moment at turn number 2, but it looks like they've all got through without incident, which is good to see. There's that O'Callaghan car once again as we see a change for position number 2. That's Dornan up the inside of Lowndes, and he gets the move done. Makes it stick, and yes, change for position.
Lots of lockups down into turn 4 in the mid-pack there. In fact, there's a big stream of smoke come off there. Not sure who that was, but at this point in time, Scott Dornan is really making his stamp on this race. 1.5 laps done. Daniel Johnson there trying to recover, and he has got Rick Gill in front of him as well. Rick Gill starting out of 7th and into 4th place. So that's a ripping start for the Falcon, and for that doesn't just leave all of the FOMO code duties up to Daniel Johnson, does it? There's 2 of them there, and looks like they're going to get racy with each other.
Yeah, a bit of friendly fire potentially, but they both got through all right. So Johnson now the lead forward up to position number 4. He was quick yesterday, finished 3rd, so he'll be wanting to continue that progress forwards. And as they come around the final corner to complete lap number 2, Jamieson has further extended his lead out front. Now it's over Dornan, and that margin is 2.4 seconds.
Streaming on to the Wayne Gardner Straight, or being that it's a 4-wheeled race meeting, is it Frank Gardner Straight? I'm always confused about that one, whether it's Wayne or Frank, or depends on who's racing at the track at the time. Field streaming down into turn number 1. Am I being disrespectful, Dan?
Well, we're 4 weeks away from MotoGP returning to Phillip Island, so I suppose we've got to call it Wayne Gardner, haven't we?
We do. There's plenty of facilities around. Gee, the track is looking magnificent too. Pie-ups really do very, very great work here. And I'll tell you, this sun here this weekend will help them try and dry out underfoot a little bit, so it'll be nicer for that event. Up the inside now goes the number 5 there of Peter Tonks, disposing of the 57 Falcon, and that's Glenn Campbell. These 2 fighting it out with Jeffy Thomas, Rob Knight and David Lyons for the Pensioner Cup. And I'm not being disrespectful here. This is what this is called. This part of the group of entrants is called the Pensioner Cup. So they have a great time, and that car we're looking at right there now is absolutely magnificently turned out. It really is a masterpiece of a race car. Peter very, very proud with the race car he comes to attack. There's Jeffy Thomas, currently sitting in 3rd in the Pensioners Cup in this race, and Rob Knight there as well, so he's a little bit further afield. So that is a genuine bona fide class within the category. I'm not making it up. They actually have it in the class.
Good to see the different variety and ages of the cars. You can see over the generations up front, we've got 90s and noughties and then the 10s. So a good showing of different models and makes, both Ford and Holden there. As we see the cars cross the line once again, Jamieson, another fastest lap of the race. He's the only man currently under the 1:50 bracket in lap time. So 1:49.6 last time through. In fact, he's only half a second off the lap record, the 8-year-old lap record. So he's probably going to go for that at some stage. Now he's got the championship wrapped up. probably going for race wins and lap records. Why wouldn't you? The pressure's off.
Absolutely, get out there and run right at the front. Gavin Ross has held on to that record for a long time now, and I'm pretty sure Gav would be quite happy to see someone knock that off all these years later. 8 years to have a lap record here at Phillip Island is a long, long time. And Johnson goes wide onto the runoff down there at turn 4. Loses a bit of place to the number 19, which is Adam Lowndes.
Gave himself a long lap penalty to
He
the
did.
MotoGP long lap penalty route. That was a case, I think, of the men in front. Lowndes running a little deep himself. Johnson wanted to try and make the overtaking move, and he ran even deeper. As we see them come up to Hayshed, Leoncini is recovering nicely. He's back up to 5th position. He's got past Gill on this last lap, and he's going to continue to make his way forwards. He's second in the championship, which you see that battle in Pensioners Cup, Knight and Lee side by side as they come out of Honda Hairpin. Who's going to give way? It looks like Knight. Oh, that was a bit of a awkward. I think the camera angle made that look worse than it was.
No, I think that was pretty awkward. That could have ended up quite nasty there between those three protagonists. And we're just watching the battle rage here with the VN. Certainly the oldest car in this field, but still being driven very, very nicely by Lee. And looks well. It looks good. Ashley Lee keeps coming out in the VN. He's got the 28 of Rob Knight in behind, and the white Commodore just off the back there, the number 91 there, which is James Jeske, and pushing on pretty hard as they come out of turn 9 and work their way around through 10, 11 and 12 and ultimately back onto the Wayne Gardner Straight here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. Gee, the track looks great. It really does at this time, and the world will be watching in about a month's time when MotoGP goes live here, and all the way around the whole property, and particularly the precinct opposite the pits is all getting set up with merch stands and autograph halls and all different bits and pieces. But we've been absolutely blessed with the weather here this weekend.
It's just a great time for Australian motorsport this time of year, isn't it? Bathurst 1000, Australian Motorcycle Grand Prix, and obviously the return of the Adelaide 500 as well in a couple of months' time.
And of course, round 5 of the Victorian State Racing Championships with the saloon cars, the Sedan Hotel saloon cars final round. Coming into this round, Sean Jamieson had a very, very clear lead in the championship. There is Kevy Stoopman looking up the inside there. He is returning and is getting quite aggressive there, and that's what we expect from Kev. He's an elbows out kind of guy. And we're just keeping a very close eye on the lap record at the moment. 149.6 is what Sean Jamison's done. He's chasing a 149.1, so he's half a second off the lap record. So he needs to get 0.6 of a second of a lap faster. And we're just gone past half race distance now. And watching Harris just sliding the number 45 through there. So Blake Harris now chasing after Kevin Stoopman, vastly experienced racer in just about everything with a roof. He's got an Evo, he's had a HQ in Group N, he's had numerous HQs and saloon cars and various different bits and pieces. The trick trailers racer, and does a tremendous job, Kev, whichever class he races in, and now pushing his way back through this field. Started off the rear of the grid and up to position number 9 at half race distance.
Stoopman came from the rear of the grid, so he's made up great progress. So at the start of the race, started from 21st, he's up to 9th now. With 3 laps to go, can he make more progress? O'Callaghan is just in the distance, and so is McSwain there. 3, nearly 4 seconds down the road, so he's got a bit of work to do. In fact, just at the moment, he's actually coming under pressure from Harris. He made the move, but Harris is sticking with him, which is good to see. There are the 2 cars, just Ed McSwain and O'Callaghan, as they swing into Honda Hairpin.
As I mentioned, Sean Jamieson came in at points 368 to Angels Leoncini 286 at the moment. Angels Leoncini making it very difficult to take any further fight to the front of this series. In fact, you'd have to say that Sean Jamieson has picked up the trophy and is wrapping it up in bubble wrap, ready for its return to South Australia this weekend. So Daniel Johnson was 3rd in the championship on 246. Daniel currently sitting in 4th place in this race. Mark Sutherland to Nash Harris. Adam Lowndes, who is currently 3rd on the road. Andrew McSwain, Cooper Capilleri and Scott Dornan in 9, and Luke O'Callaghan rounding out the 10. And all of those protagonists are pretty much inside the top 10 as we speak, but with the addition of the newcomer to the category, Kevy Stoopman.
Yes, absolutely. Oh, a bit of smoke coming out the back of that Commodore out the side. I think that's out the exhaust, is it?
Yeah, that's out the exhaust. That wasn't what you wanted to see with another lap and a half to go. And
I think he might be slowing it. It looks a bit of a handful. I'm not quite sure whether there's oil being dropped, or I'm not sure at this stage. I think it's a bit too early to say. We'll keep an eye on that as he crosses the line in that beautiful Aboriginal, Indigenous themed livery, sort of what we've seen supercars run at Darwin and a couple of teams at Townsville as well, which is a great initiative done by supercars earlier this year. And we see the battle further up the field. This is the battle for 7th between O'Callaghan and McSwain. We just saw McSwain run a little bit wide at Southern Loop, and when you run wide there, you lose so much time because it's so wide, such a long corner. If you run wide, it costs you running so many more metres around the outside of that corner.
You certainly are. It's a greater coverage of real estate, isn't it? And the way real estate prices are dropping at the moment, you don't want too much of that in your stock. Or you want piles of it for the return, and you've got lots there. Spray Tech, Kevin Stoopman there in the number 2. We're just watching now come out of Siberia, and Stoopman has got Blake Harris still with him there. The gap to Andrew McSwain has not really closed up over the last lap and a half, but we are coming to the latter stages of this race, and our race leader at the moment, Sean Jamieson, a 1:49.69, and he is half a second off the lap record of Gavin Ross. Oh, look at that, the drive events car, massive rear lockup, converted it to a front lockup. Kevin Stoopman, like a shark, has smelled blood in the water, and he has just gone after it. He's sensed that the car in front is ailing. Last lap board has just been shown to our leaders, Jamieson, Dawn and Lowndes. Daniel Johnson, Angels Leoncini, Rick Gill, all getting to the line to start their final lap in this 8-lap journey.
It's certainly possible. We said a couple of laps ago, can Stoopman get any more positions? Absolutely is the answer. 3 seconds faster than McSwain on that last lap. Of course, we did see McSwain make that mistake, but even so, 3 seconds and a personal best from Stoopman. It's game on the last lap of this race, and there is the runaway race leader, Jamieson, as he goes into Honda hairpin for the final time, taking it in, enjoying himself out there. Now he's got the series wrapped up. You can see a Cape Barron geese I just saw there on the outside of Siberia. And actually, I've just seen out the commentary box window, it's on for 3rd position all of a sudden between Lowndes and Johnson. So Johnson's closed that gap. The Falcon and the Commodore there. He's got a good run out of Siberia, but we're sticking with Jamieson at this point in time as he goes over Lukey Heights.
This guy has got saloon cars on a string for the Sedan Hotel, BRE Motor Builders there, Motorsport Engines. This guy is driving brilliantly and has done in saloon cars for over a decade now. He certainly knows how to set up either one of the Holdens or the Fords, because he bought the Falcon here in May to the Pyark event and won races, and he is just about to take another race win for the saloon cars for 2022. Gets to the line nicely. Sean Jamieson in number 15 gets the victory. A very nice victory indeed over Scott Dornan to Adam Lowndes. Daniel Johnson comes to the line, and Angels Leoncini as well.
Stoopman has got past McSwain, and in fact Harris had a look as well, but to no avail. It'll stay. Oh no, McSwain running a bit wide, getting on the grass. That's balked his momentum. This is going to be mighty close. They cross the line. Harris pinches it. There we go. So Harris takes position number 9 off McSwain, who drops from 8th to 10th on the final lap. Disappointing end for his race, but that's motorsport, unfortunately. Just on that last lap, Lowndes did hold on from Daniel Johnson. Johnson forced Lowndes to go defensive on the final lap into MG, but he held on, got a good run out the second to last corner where Johnson seemed to bog down, and that was that. That secured him 3rd place.
Peter Tonks to the line now as well in the number 5, so doing well in the Pensioners Cup. We've got some action down here with Ashley Lee leading in the VN there, and the 84 going off, and something hanging down the front of that car there as well. So that's Brett Tate, and he's parked it up on the gravel trap there, and going backwards is only going to get him on some wet grass. So may have stopped there. We may have another recovery to go. Let's have a look at it. It's Sean Jamieson leads and wins again. Scott Dornan to Adam Lowndes, Daniel Johnson, Angels Lancini, Rick Gill getting home there as well. Callahan Stoopman, starting from rear of the grid, gets up to 8th place. Great drive there by Kev Stoopman. Harris, McSwain rounding out our top 10. Then it's Daniel Lyons, Harris, Vince Camilleri, Tonks there as well. So that sees the field for saloon cars rolling back into the pit lane. We'll have a quick ad break and we'll be back with Steve DeVries and Daniel McCarthy for the Formula Vs. Back in a moment.
For your daily motorsports fix? Say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome back to Phillip Island. It's Championship Sunday, I think, is probably the best term that we can use to describe the fifth and final round of the Victorian State Race Series for 2022. And we said yesterday, the cars on track this morning that you're watching right now is not the closest to the championships, but it's the second closest. It is, of course, the Formula Vs, and with race 2 this morning, with thanks to Revolution Race Gear and Super Cheap Auto, they are going to put in another instalment of an entertaining 8 laps in much the same way, Dan McCarthy, that they did yesterday, although a little bit of a shortened session with the safety car intervention in between, but nonetheless delivered what we expected, very high-quality entertainment.
Certainly wasn't it? It was brilliant racing in the Vs yesterday, and it got me very excited for this one. So here we are. It's out, and we're ready for it. Should be fantastic. Championship contenders, as we see, are in-car camera car enter the pit lane.
Yeah, that looks like it's John Casamati in the second of the Beecham cars. It is number 25, the second of the Beecham Sabre OTs. He's pulling into pit lane, so that's a bit of an unusual start to proceedings. He was due to start out of position number 11. And for all of you watching on the Blendline live stream at home, good morning, everybody. Steve DeVries here, Dan McCarthy right alongside me for this one. Hope you're enjoying Sunday here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. We certainly are already. We've got beautiful weather, and why wouldn't we want to be anywhere else other than here? Let's see how they're going to line up for this one. So the winner from yesterday's race, Daniel Reynolds, will be off of pole along with Jake Rowe. The championship challengers in Reef McCarthy and Heath Collinson moved their way forward a couple of spots each yesterday and are just 9 points apart in the championship standings. Then you go back to the men on the third row, fighting, ironically, over third in the Victorian State Race Series points in Adam Nicholson and Andre Curran. And you got the pole sitter from yesterday, Isaac Woodhouse, with Brandon Taylor, Nick Jones and Ash Clifford. Rounds out your 10, and we are underway.
Championship leader Collinson instantly slotting in behind his title rival Reef McCarthy. 9 points separates them. We'll talk you through the championship implications further into the race, but here we go, around turn number 1. There's 3 wide there for 5th position. Not sure who's going to prevail there. It looks like it's Nicholson at this stage.
Nope, it looks like it's Ash Clifford's moved forward ahead of Kieran and ahead of Brandon Taylor and ahead of Isaac Woodhouse, so that's a ripping start for Ash Clifford in the Star Res JRD, the black and yellow machine there, number 17, as he hones in on the back of Nicholson in the number 95 Acura Motorsports Sting Up, and he's actually looks like he's going to try for the long way around here at turn 4. This would be one hell of a start for Ash Clifford if he can grab another spot here. It looks like he might have done the trick as well. Yes, he has. Side by side with Nicholson on the exit. Now he's got the high ground for turn 6 at Siberia. Great opening lap for Ash Clifford.
While you were looking at that, Reef McCarthy lunged up the inside. A great move, went from 3rd to 1st. So that's a brilliant start for Reef McCarthy, former Super 3 driver, and going to make his Bathurst debut in Super 2 in the coming weeks. As we see now, Rowe takes the lead around the outside at the Hayshed.
Let's say Jake Rowe followed McCarthy through at turn 4 as well, and now McCarthy coughs up position to Jake Rowe, himself former State Series champion. Both of them at the head of the queue, former State Series champions, and don't forget Heath Collinson, he's won it on a couple of occasions as well. Rowe, unfortunately, not sort of going to feature too much at the pointy end of the point standings, but he is in the mix a little bit further down the order. He is 4th overall, coming into the weekend, behind the tie for 3rd, and he can sort of feature a little bit if the drivers that are ahead of him in the standings do happen to trip over each other. That's highly unlikely in Formula V, though. It's very rare that we see them come together. Most of the time, they are very, very fair and give plenty of room. And here goes Clifford again. He's looking at a move for 3rd. There he goes. His opening lap and a quarter has been outstanding from the drop of the green flag. And he's up into P3 behind his stablemate Heath Collinson and now behind the race leader Daniel Reynolds.
Shuffling of the cards already in the first lap. People moving up and down. I mean, we saw McCarthy leading. He's now back down to 4th already. It's just changing so quickly, as it always does here in Formula V at Phillip Island.
Lead group of 7 cars here. You throw a blanket over them. You don't know what you're going to get at this one. As Darren Smith has said several times, you throw the cards up in the air, they're going to fall on the deck, and then we're going to have a look at them and go, no, that doesn't seem right. Let's pick them up and throw them in the air and try it all again, because that's what happens in this type of racing, and especially here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit.
As you see them exit Siberia up the hill, it's our pole sitter that leads, Reynolds. He dropped back briefly a couple of positions, but he's made his way back to the front. Then it's the championship leader in 2nd position from his title rival, McCarthy. Oh, sorry, actually, it's Rowe in 3rd and then McCarthy.
Big gap from this lead group of 7 cars back to 8th placed Isaac Woodhouse. There he is just at the top of Lukey Heights coming down into MG. He's ahead of Nick Jones, who hasn't had the greatest of starts. Brandon Taylor's lost a spot or 2. He's tacked on to the back of Jones as well. And a bit further down the order, you've got Willie Pym, who's visiting from New South Wales. I believe he's in touch with that sort of group for the back end of the top 10 as well, which is fantastic to see. Some of our interstate competitors have made the journey south from New South Wales and bolstering this fantastic field of Formula Vs. There's Will Pym in the red machine at the back of that little 4-car group. That was just about 2 or so seconds off the leading group of cars.
Just dropping a couple of cars off this 7-car train. Nicholson and Clifford at this stage of the race aren't quite able to keep up with these lead 5, so they'll want to get their heads down, work together and catch back up. Unlike most racing categories, in Formula V, it's good to work together, use the toe, overtake each other, and you can catch up a bit like Moto 3 we see quite often on 2 wheels. Unlike most categories in car racing, where if you start to battle, the pack behind catches you up.
That's right, and especially a track like this, the one thing you don't want to lose is the toe. You don't want to lose the toe from the group of cars ahead of you, because then it just means you're going to have to work harder to catch up to them, as a number of drivers are finding out already. There goes Rob Vile and Braden Sturt locking horns there, and you've got the 76 of Josh Munro and the first-year entry in Tracy Richardson in the number 14 Jacer, making a move there as well. Fresh engine aboard the bright orange number 76 for Josh Munro this weekend. Looks like he found a bit of pace with his qualifying results were anything to go by. He's launched himself up into the midfield. And Braden Sturr aboard the number 3 here, locking horns with Rob Vile in the number 7 Jacer, going up towards Lukey Heights now. Started his entry into the State Series last time out at Sandown, did Braden Sturr. Caused a bit of a stir, actually, ironically. Up the back straight, we had some onboard cameras, and it was 3 wide at one point in the wet, if you don't mind, at Sandown. So already sort of shot to a little bit of stardom in his first competitive weekend, and continuing that trend here this weekend. Cliff, there's a yellow flag out here as well. Have we got a car off the circuit potentially at turn 1 somewhere? There's a green flag a bit further down, so I'm wondering that's a bit strange to have there's debris. There's a nose cone. There it is, right there at turn 1. Somebody's lost a nose.
Right on the apex as well. That's right. It's really
and because of that as well, there was a car that was really wide sideways. Was that Brandon Taylor? I think it might have been a bit further back. Yeah, it was. He almost was right out to the edge of turn 1. Almost went off the circuit because of that nose cone sitting right there. It's a blue cone. The question is, who does it belong to?
I'm sure we'll see as the cars continue to stream around onto pit straight. As you see the cars going to Honda hairpin, a couple of lock brakes up there. As we see car number 96, that's Nick Jones up the inside of the black and yellow machine. Yes, a couple of lock brakes as well inside. Great to see that. It's quite a corner where you carry mid-corner momentum.
It's a 2-line corner as well. A number of drivers like to try and take that outside line and then cut it back down for a late apex and try and get on the throttle a little bit earlier. But it is a spot where you can make an overtaking move as well, and some drivers just prefer to take that inside line. Oh no, we've got a spinner as well. Is that it's Charlie Richardson down at Honda? It's on the outside, so off the racing line. Wondering if she's done that all on her own. There's a bit of fluid down there as well, or is that just some water?
Yeah, that's an engine that's expired. So
that's expired.
If she could get off the racing line, that'd be good. Stop, pull over.
Got to pull over, Charlie. Got to pull over and get off that. I don't think you're going to make it back to the pits under your own steam at that rate. The next thing is to find a safe spot and get going. It looks like the number 14 Jace has potentially dropped its guts at the exit or the outside of turn 4.
That's going to make Honda hairpin and Siberia potentially a real hazard this time around. Turn 1 is also a hazard. There's that massive nose cone on the inside of the corner there, so still no overtaking there. As we see them stream into Southern Loop, that certainly is still an overtaking opportunity, and it's Reynolds that leads at this stage.
It is indeed Reynolds that leads for the moment, ahead of McCarthy, ahead of Jake Rowe, and ahead of Heath Collinson. So this is important for McCarthy. He needs another spot by the end of this race, and he needs Collinson to stay where he is to close the margin down and make it super, super tight going into the 9-lap finale later this afternoon. 2 p.m. is what's on the schedule, to be precise. So we hopefully... Collinson, speak of the devil, very wide over the back of the ripple strip at turn 4. Maybe he got caught out on a little bit of that fluid as well.
He's going to be getting a little nervous seeing his title rival, who's only 9 points behind him. So at this stage of proceedings, Reef McCarthy chipped a couple more points out of his title lead yesterday, so that's just 9 points heading into this race. And at this stage, McCarthy will take the full 30, whereas his title rival will take 24 if he stays where he is at the moment. So that margin will come down from 9 points to 3 points.
Absolutely. It's good to see that Charlie Richardson's made it back to the pits safely, and with a bit of luck, hopefully there won't be too much fluid on the circuit in all the very difficult and tricky parts of the track. Collinson's falling into the clutches here of Woodhouse, who's recovering from that awful start, and we had it confirmed that he did miss the gear change from first to second when he was on pole yesterday. So Woodhouse in 7th, has moved up a couple of spots on this lap, now finds himself glued to the rear gearbox of Heath Collinson's Black Angus number 31 Sabre 02.
We saw Collinson run wide at Honda. Honda hairpin, and he's lost a further position since then. So now he's 5th. The championship margin will be 1 point heading into the finale.
Yeah, and he was well wide at turn 1 there as well. He's getting his ears boxed in here. Nicholson's now gone through as well on the pair of himself and Woodhouse. So that makes it even worse for Collinson.
He's literally seeing his championship lead evaporate at this point in time. With 3 laps to go, he needs to really recover, or else it's going to be even Stevens heading into the final race, although McCarthy himself, he's dropped back. He's down to 4th.
Now they've got some lap traffic here as well in the 1200 class. That's the number 2 entry belonging to Greg Johnston. So he's gotten out of the way very smartly on the outside of turn 4 and let the faster lead lap cars go through.
Quite awkward there, encountering traffic at a difficult position, but they all dealt with it well. And we play on. It's Reynolds that leads. He's pulled out a little bit of a margin on this lap. That's what he wanted to see. I reckon he's almost cut the toe.
He's made a mistake somewhere, I think, McCarthy. And big twitch from Andre Curran in the number 32, right behind McCarthy. Grabbed a fistful of opposite lock, kept it pointing the right direction. Good save. And here we go, good pass as well by Woodhouse in the 12. In the style print entry, gets the job done on Collinson.
Absolutely, he did. So here we go then, just a couple of laps to go. Championship's sort of hanging in the balance at this point in time. It's really exciting stuff. And another back marker, I think, there, was it, that they were just approaching? No, sorry, it wasn't. That was Nicholson.
No, Nicholson is the one you're referring to just there. You're right. Reynolds has got a bit of a margin here. 3 wide across the stripe to commence the 7th lap. Curran on the outside, and on the opposite side you've got Jake Rowe and Reef McCarthy in the middle. They have to file back into line though, because the track narrows up at that point, and of course they've still got that debris there in the stricken nose cone that they have to avoid as well.
Reef McCarthy back up to position number 2. He'll be happy about that. But at this stage, he's not broken the toe. He has Curran and Rowe right behind him on the penultimate lap, so it's all to play for here. But then I think that these 3 have broken the toe to the next group behind, so it's a 3-way fight for position number 3. And at the moment, it's championship leader Heath Collinson, car number 31. We can see that leads that next group.
Last minute lunch. It's so close. So close to a little bit of a disaster. That's sort of stalled Nicholson's progress as well. Very, very nearly some contact, at least from the angle that we saw there, and he's made a horrible mistake, drops a bunch of spots. Ash Clifford's also lost a little bit out of that as well. He was sort of the leader of that little group of 5 coming into turn 4, and then as a result of what happened on his right-hand side, he's now lost 4 spots, and Nicholson's gone right to the back of the queue, and it's split this pack apart. Got a yellow flag up over the top here as well at Lukey Heights, so I'm wondering if that's for... Yeah, there's a car off. There's a car off on the infield, on the outside, just to the left a shot here. I can't see who it is at the moment. They're trying to dig themselves out of the hole.
Yes, slowly recovering, trying to get... It's so boggy off circuit, so muddy, as we've seen at Sandown Raceway in the last few weeks in Supercars and in the Speed Series. So it's so boggy off circuit here in Victorian. We're just going to get a replay.
It's Darren Power. It's Darren Power. I had a bit of a look through the binoculars before this happened, and he's just had a lock up there. He's hit the wall. Oh, he has 2, and that's going to have bent the H-beam on the front of that car as well. So there'll be some damage to repair between races for the driver of the 44. McCarthy goes back to the front of this little group of cars. Reynolds has got margin here, so I think he should be safe. These 2 or 3 behind only matched Reynolds' time last time out, so that's not going to be enough to erase the 1.5 second margin that he enjoys out in front at the moment.
3 blue machines fighting for second. This is the battle pack, and as we see Curran having a look up the inside of Rowe, but to no avail, decides better of it. In fact, locked up slightly late on in turn in there. It's very much still on though. The slipstream's so vital here at Phillip Island. You can be 4th and finish 2nd coming out the final corner and beating the 2 ahead to the line. We've seen it so many times there.
Well, that's what Collinson needs right now. He needs Andre Curran and Jake Rowe to both find their way past McCarthy coming onto the main straight. That's the prime opportunity to do it, because Collinson himself has gone to the lead of the next group of cars. So he sits 5th at the moment in the pecking order, and he really needs some help from Rowe and from his JRD stablemate in Andre Curran to make life a little bit more difficult for the driver of the Beecham, number 61. This is where it all starts to play out. Line up, figure out where you want to get your power on a little bit earlier than your competitor. You need to follow nice and close onto the main straight. There's Reynolds. He's got this race won. The real question is who finishes second, third and fourth, and what does that do for the championship implications? So Reynolds to the line. Is McCarthy going to be overhauled before the line? The answer is no. McCarthy wins it by about a third of a car, and Collinson being bump drafted by Nick Jones to the line. That was literally a bump draft, ladies and gentlemen. There was a little bit of front nose to rear gearbox linkage contact, and Nick Jones pushes Collinson through to 5th place ahead of Isaac Woodhouse and himself, and not by very much.
0.03 of a second, Collinson to Woodhouse, and then a further 0.03 of a second to Nick Jones. So 600 separating all three of them. That's Formula V as we know it. Oh, that was sensational. But for the championship, Collinson certainly lost some ground. So he's lost 2, 4, 6 points to his title rival, Reef McCarthy. So that will be 3 points. Collinson leads going into the final race.
What a finale we're going to be looking forward to later on this afternoon. So just to finish out the top 10 there, we've got Collinson and then Woodhouse and Jones, and then Ash Clifford with Adam Nicholson in 9th, and Brandon Taylor brings the number 29 Gippy powder coating machine home in 10th place. Short break here, and we'll be back on the other side of this with improved production. Another one of the very close championship fights in the Victorian State Race Series this year.
Tonks leading the IPRA Victorian State Race Championship. What's the plan for the weekend?
Got a nice little lead at the moment, but just trying to maintain that lead through the weekend. So just trying to finish every race, whether that be second, third, first. So everything's going well. I just had one practice this morning, so it's just trying to find some clear track in practice. But otherwise the car's going well. Yep. I'd just like to thank Ravitch, who have been looking after the car all year, and they do all the prep before we get here, and also help out over the weekend. And just with sponsors Rod and Gun as well for sponsoring the whole year too.
With thanks to Prestige Hino and Yokohama tyres, we are set for another 8 laps for improved production. Here they come, ladies and gentlemen, down the main straight and into turn 1 and 2. Bathed in sunshine, you could not ask for a more picturesque day here at Phillip Island to go Grand Prix racing. David Cox alongside me for this one. I mean, we call it Grand Prix racing, but it is the Grand Prix circuit. But it's like a Grand Prix because it's championships on the line.
It certainly is. We've got the penultimate race for the year, and the championship is still wide open with the top 3. Although I think it's going to be pretty hard for Luke unless it starts raining really heavily in the next 2 minutes, and there's not a cloud in the sky. So I think it's going to make it a little bit hard for Luke. But the two guys out the front, I think we've got 11 points or 13 points between the two of them.
It's come down a little bit, yes.
Yeah, it's cut down, so it's really quite close to the front. And what a beautiful day we've got here. Yokohama tyres will work absolutely sensational around this track today, and we've got all our sponsors on board, and we can't wait for this race to take place.
And it's a fantastic acknowledgement to Yokohama Motorsport, and not only them, but also Traction Tyre Centre down here in Victoria, who look after not only the improved production field, they're also supplying tyres to Formula Ford, they're also supplying tyres to the BMW E30s, and of course the Porsche 944 Challenge cars, so they've got a lot of work on their hands. On top of that, they've just signed a new 3-year deal with improved production nationally here in Australia. So that's going to take it up and over the 25 years since the first contract was signed back in 1998. It absolutely is a phenomenal amount of time.
It's a testament to the tyre and the company and the support they've given the improved production over that amount of time. And next weekend we have the 2022 Yokohama Nationals Improved Production Racing at Morgan Park in Queensland.
Now let's rattle off the list of drivers that are actually going to that. I believe we've got Paul Cruz,
Gary McKay.
We've got John Perkins, Dan Vareca.
And I think Bruce Henley.
And Bruce Henley might be going up there as well, I believe, as well, yes.
And I think that's right.
So most of them in the Mazda brigade, of course, Paul Cruz in the Nissan Silvia, which actually shouldn't be too bad a kit to have around Morgan Park.
It should be very good, and it'll probably give Zach a little bit of a run for his money in the very rapid RX-7 up there. So it just shows that even cars that are 30 years old are still relevant, and there's a very fast RX-7 that is here in Victoria, but the driver is actually off having a run in sports cars in that beautiful Sin car, Ben Schutz. I hope to see that car back out in pre-production one day.
Yeah, well,
but the leaders are now coming around onto the front straight out, led by Adam Poole, obviously, and then Jared Tonks, and then Luke Reach Gumbo, Cade Lehman, Danny Timewell. Now, both Cade and Danny overnight have made some fairly drastic changes to their car to try and get Luke back a little bit, so we'll see what happens then. Then we've got Bone, Jensen, Javots rather, in P8. Scott Schlink in the VH Commodore. It's his first run with improved production. He's out at 9, Dearden 10. Richard Opie's back out after I think he had a DNF yesterday, didn't he?
I believe he did actually, yes. We haven't seen him since Winton.
Yes, that's right.
Earlier in the year.
Great to see Richard back. And as we're all lining up now, we're just waiting for the last couple of cars to get in line.
Got the under 2 litre cars right at the very back there as well. The Suzuki trio of Michael Hopp, Shane Smith and Malcolm Smith just coming into position now. And then we've got Richard Opie, as you said, he's off the back there with Brad Ross and Michael Sinclair in the XL. They're just pulling up now, and we're set for a start. We've got a green flag toward the back.
5 second boards up, revs are rising, and Adam Poole gets a much better start than he did yesterday. And we've got a stalled car. Scotch Links, that's great driving everyone to get round him, and Scott's managed to get going, so that's fantastic. Well done, guys. Jared Tonks down into turn 1 leads Adam Poole as he did yesterday.
A little bit closer the margin though compared to what it was yesterday. Poole had plenty of wheel spin here. Luke Gretsch-Gumbo's had a bit of a horrid start. That's not normal for the GC Electrical Senator. That looks a little bit awkward under brakes there going into turn 2, and now Danny Timewell and Cade Lehman all over him like a cheap suit.
That's it now. Cade's on the outside, so we'll see. He might just have to button out of it and let Danny go through, go to turn 3, and Jared's still got a little bit of a lead over Adam at this stage.
Throws it down the inside, the defensive line into turn 4. Luke looks like he's gathered it up a little bit more now. Has got a couple of car lengths over Lehman and Timewell behind. And Richard Opie's had a ripping start. He was right off the back. He's moved ahead as Stewart did, and that should put him in the top 10, just going off my rough maths at the moment. Is that actually no?
Oh, he's now looped.
We've cursed him. We've cursed him.
The commentator's curse.
And he's looped the Bendigo Mazda RX-8 there. Slightly different livery on that car to what I'm used to seeing. The last time we saw that car was predominantly silver with the blue highlights.
Something's happened through the hay shed because Tonks has actually fallen behind Adam Poole. So we've missed that behind the trees there. But Tonks is right up on the back bumper bar as they're coming out of MG.
Very squirrely though as well, looking at how the car's reacting coming out of MG corner, wondering if he had a poor run off of Siberia.
And Javots has got a great run. Okay, so Javots has got a great run on Jensen, but coming out through turn 10 and 11, Jensen's up the inside, and he's going to come onto the straight in front. So it looks like Adam's just got a little bit of a lead over Jared Tonks at the moment, with Luke Gumbo and Cade Lehman just behind him, and Danny Timewell's really quite close today. So the two under 2 litre cars come down under the bridge, and they rose right up nose to tail. And yes, it looks like Jensen's going to hold him off going through turn 1.
Got him for the moment. So the top 8 as they started, Stewie Dearden's picked up 1 spot. He's moved up to 9th with Scott Schlink having a bit of a disastrous start and falling back for the... Oh, Jensen, Callum's had a bit of an issue. Something's not quite right with the 31 Peugeot. Had a big tank slapper going through turn 2. Looked like there was some sort of smoke or something came out of the back of that car. I'm not sure if something's broken here, but that... Oh, he's going to struggle to get it out of there. That's awfully muddy.
Very wet. No, it looks like it's coming to a halt. Yep.
I dare say, unfortunately, something has let go in car 31, and he's going to struggle to rejoin the track from there. It's very, very slippery when you get offline. Once you clear the gravel trap, it is like about an inch deep at least, and with the extra weight that these cars have to add to that, you're going to sink even further.
And up the front, Adam has just got probably half a second lead over Jared. It's not pulling away as he normally does. And also, Cade Lehman is holding right onto the back of Luke Gumbo. So the changes they made overnight may have actually helped Cade in that car, because they've started to leave Danny behind a little bit, and they're just running away from him just a little.
Well, he had the measure over Danny Timewell yesterday anyway, Cade Lehman. He actually marched away quite substantially after about the first 2 laps. He couldn't quite make the inroads into Luke Gumbo's advantage, but it's a completely different story today. Definitely got him within the gun sights at the moment, and they are leaving Timewell behind.
And the changes that Cade's made to that car overnight has definitely helped, because he's just done a personal best of a 44.9. 44.86 to be honest, which is a vast improvement I did yesterday. And believe it or not, that 6-litre Commodore runs a 4-speed gearbox. You heard it right, a 4-speed gearbox.
Of course, it was an ex-production car to begin with as well, so there's been plenty of changes go on with that car over the course of time. We're looking a bit further down the field here. This is the man that's holding up the BMW flag this weekend. The others have all dropped like flies. Rob Braun was the best of them in qualifying. Unfortunately, some oil pressure dramas have led to that one going home. Wayne Twist blew the motor in Friday practice, so it's all up to the E30 of Matt Lestrange to hold the Bavarian Motorworks flag high.
Yeah, he's doing a sterling job at the moment, keeping out the 2 cars behind him. I think it was Stuart Appledore. I didn't quite
Scott Appledore was back there, and I think the other man that was in that group as well. We'll get a visual on in just a few seconds. It's holding on with all the under 2-litre cars. Yeah, I think it was the is that Michael Hopp? It was. Yes, there he is.
There
in the Suzuki Swift.
No problem. So back out the front, Jared Tonks is still right behind Adam Poole. He's not drawing away at all, and actually it looks like Cade might be actually getting a little closer to Luke each lap.
Speaking of getting closer, here's Scott Schlink. He's recovering after the stalled start. He's now back onto the back of Richard Opie, who himself is recovering from that great start, but also then the spin that ensued at the beginning of lap 1 at Honda Hairpin. Little bit taily out of there. They're now past the green-eyed monster as Stuart Dearden, up the back and through turn 7 and 8.
So Cade and Luke have just dropped off a second a lap or so, but Adam is still out the front, and he's still got a good light.
I just noticed as well there's a yellow flag out, and I think Callum Jensen managed to get the Peugeot going again, but he's off to the left of the circuit at the downhill approach to MG Corner. So that's why I saw the yellow flags were out at the top of the hill, just to let them know that that's there. So he tried to get back to the pits. Unfortunately, he has not been able to get around successfully.
And it looks like the Hop experiment in the Suzuki is working a little bit better than the XL at the moment, because the XL had a massive lock-up coming down in MG.
Yeah, he's got him too.
And he's got him round the outside.
So that's the battle we were looking at behind Matt Lestrange for a little bit. There goes Scott Schlink. He's now found his way past Stuart Dearden's AU Falcon. And then Wayne Decker, who has actually just been going along pretty quietly, to be honest, for most of this weekend. He's almost not batted an eyelid. I didn't even recall seeing him in the paddock earlier today, but I've seen the car go past now, and he's in 11th at the moment aboard the Audi.
Which is great to see a different make and model out in the car. You're out in the track in improved production. We have lots of different cars, as everyone's aware of these days. And it looks like David Bone's just been overtaken by Grizzos. And if we go back over to coming out of turn 10, Cade Lehman has drawn right up behind Luke Gumbo in the GC Electrical Commodore, and the Bendigo Doors Commodore is right behind him now. He made a massive inroads on this lap.
I think Luke's probably got to have made a mistake on this lap at some point to make that gap shrink the way that it has. But I'm wondering, is David Bone maybe dealing with a little bit of an ailment here aboard car 7, because that car's definitely a little bit quicker in a straight line than the 45 of Paul Javots. Himself is fighting for second place overall in the under 2-litre championship for the club. Unfortunately, Steve Zorka's not here this weekend, but he has wrapped that under 2-litre championship up prior to the weekend. Actually, we missed that out of the Sandown review, and he was comfortably ahead. He was due to actually pilot Adrian Taranto's Audi along with David Levy up at the 4-hour a couple of weeks ago, but they lost the engine in practice in that car. And we've got a little bit of a replay here of what happened to Callum Jensen. So he was actually a little bit wide at turn 2, and then, something's let go in that car. That's not...
Oh, he spun on his own oil.
Yeah, I think you probably called that one to perfection there, Dave. It looks like something's let go, gotten onto the rear tyres, and of course, being a front-wheel drive car, all the rear end wants to do is just wag the tail.
Yeah, that's it.
Here we go. Here's that battle that you were talking about with Cade Lehman all over the back of Luke Gretschkumbo's HSV Senator. Bendigo door centre entry giving him a real worry here, but he can't do anything right now. Yellow flags are out, so he will not be able to pass up to Lukey Heights. He'll have to bide his time and pick another spot. Green flags come out when you get to the bottom of the hill.
So he's moved right up, right underneath the bumper bar, and he's taken the defensive line. So Cade's just pushed up to the inside, but no, Luke has just got a little bit more toe in that engine than what Cade's has got, and we'll see what happens when they come onto the straight.
Well, they're also going to be coming across some lap traffic in the next couple of laps as well. The leader has gone through and woken them up, so that's a couple of the Suzuki Swifts. It's also a couple of the XLs that they're going to be coming across in the next sort of 30 seconds or so. There is quite a pace differential. You can see there, the blue flags out to let the traffic know that they are coming.
Wave frantically to let these guys know that they're actually coming along. I was talking to Luke earlier in the weekend, and he was chasing a front end issue with that car. It had loads and loads of understeer, and he was not a very happy camper. But I think they may have fixed that. But Cade's also made some pretty good changes to the car, and it's made it really quite good.
It's also had a tail shaft go in that car as well in Friday practice for Luke Gretschkumbo. Here's the real awkward part of the equation. 1, 2, and then the third car is the Shane Smith Suzuki Swift they've got to get past. So it was Malcolm Smith and Michael Sinclair that they're picking their way through, and then they've got the Suzuki Shane Swift. So they've done probably as best a job as they could possibly do.
Picked them up in an awkward situation there, but no, it was great driving by those guys. Really good situational awareness, and they've got through without too much of an issue. Maybe Luke may have made an extra couple of car lengths out of that, I'd say.
Possibly, I think he did, and unfortunately that's just one of those things that happens every now and again. It's you both got to pick your way through the traffic, but it is a fairly awkward way to do it, and that then allows the Suzuki Swift inter-family battle between Malcolm Smith, the son, and their father, and Shane Smith, the son, to continue. They've actually been pretty close throughout the whole entire weekend, actually. They were only separated by 2 seconds in the first race yesterday afternoon, and they're about the same margin apart again right now. Talking to Shane after the race yesterday, he was very adamant that he has the pace to pull away from his father, but unfortunately, he just hasn't been able to execute it. Here goes David Bone. He's got back through on Paul Javots, looking for another switcheroo here is Paul Javots down the inside at Siberia.
A little bit interesting coming into turn one. We've got Luke and Cade coming down the inside. I hope both these guys see them, and that's fantastic, well driven boys. That there was no incidents there into turn one, so that was really good driving and well done. Great awareness. Adam Poole's just comfortably sitting out the front at the moment. He's also coming up to the lap traffic now, and he's got through. I think that might have helped Jared a little bit because he seems to have closed up maybe 2 or 3 car lengths. So he's still right in the hunt, and we'll see how we go in the next. What have we got now? We've still got another lap and a half to go.
For the race leaders, it's a lap and a half. For these guys, it's on screen. It's 2 more laps to go. As David Bone, it looks like he might have just figured out what the issue is with the number 7 Datsun and managed to slip past Paul Javots. This is a great battle between 2 completely different cars. The under 2 litre combatant in Paul Javots with the Honda Civic. Then you've got the turbocharged Datsun just ahead as well. Different strengths and weaknesses. And you can see there the gap that David pulls out going into turn 1 sort of protects him a little bit, and then through the corners is where Paul will catch up.
It's a really good battle to watch. As you said, it's 2 totally different eras of car, a front-wheel drive, a rear-wheel drive turbo. It's a really great race to watch and just shows the differences in all the cars out on the circuit.
And they've done a fantastic job over at Elusive Racing to keep that Honda Civic in good stead and keep him in the hunt and keep him going. He's had a few gremlins this year, but I know they're also looking after Brett Dickey and Sports Sedans, and they'll be pretty pleased down there having a look at how he is hanging on to the back of what is normally a much faster machine.
It looks like Luke might have just broken the toe of Cade on that lap. The lap traffic's obviously helped Luke a fair bit, and he's just managed to shake Cade off at the moment. And now Cade's also now just got stuck behind the BMW Matt Lestrange just going into turn 1, which really didn't help him at all to get back onto the back. There's a yellow flag out at turn 2 by the look of it.
Yeah, we might have somebody off there. I can see there's a little bit of gravel, I think, maybe is being dragged onto the circuit at a couple of spots. So I'm wondering if someone's been off and then just maybe deposited a little bit of it at turn 2.
Yeah, possibly.
So the leaders have started the final lap. So Adam Poole has about a 3.5 second advantage here. He comes up the back part of the circuit, up past where the hay shed used to be. It's been gone for about 3 or 4 years now, and the corner itself is still referred to by many as hay shed.
I think that'll be forever.
I think that'll be forever. It's a historical thing for him and for everybody here at Phillip Island. We do miss that, one of the iconic pieces of infrastructure here for so long, and a lot of people just don't remember that it wasn't actually a hay shed to begin with. It was actually a shearing shed to begin with, and just happened to be mainly used for storage purposes, but affectionately known as hay shed. And Adam Poole has passed that one, and he's in a canter at the moment. Doesn't need to do anything silly. He's got a good enough margin out in front, and it's 2 from 2 for Adam Poole. It's not going to be enough to change things in the Victorian State Race Series points as it stands right now. A little bit of a different kettle of fish when it comes to the club championship. But yeah, we've got Jared Tonks actually quite slow off of the last corner. Look at the deficit. He's actually come all the way back to Luke Gretsch-Cumbo. Not sure if he's nursing a problem or something there. Didn't sound like anything was amiss as he went past the line, but his last lap time was a 1 minute 59.3, if you don't mind.
Oh, that's going to throw a real spanner in the works. Hopefully there's nothing too sinister going on, and hopefully he just decided to button out of it just because it was our last lap and he couldn't get past or pass anyone.
Well, I think a few people have some fingers crossed that it's going to be, that's all it was going to be. So he's home in second from Luke Gretsch-Cumbo and Cade Lehman. Danny Timewell has just crossed the line for 5th place. And then you've got this battle, which is over 6th and 7th. So David Bowen occupying the 6th place position from the first of the under 2 litre cars in Paul Javots.
I think there may be a little bit more to the
Jared Tonks story.
Because I haven't seen him come. Oh, yeah, he comes. He's just coming out of turn 2 now, so he's very slow.
I'm wondering if he's nursing like an overheating drama or like an oil pressure thing or something. But yeah, we'll be very quickly on to that after this to see what's going on with the number 91 Rod and Gun Commodore. Is David Bowen going to hold on for P6 here? Looks like he is. Richard Opie sort of come from the clouds, hasn't he? He had that spin on lap 1, and he's recovered to finish. What's that going to be? P8.
That's the
for
drive
Richard
of the
Opie.
day.
So yeah, he started from the rear, had made up about 10 spots, had a spin, and then has made up probably another 10 spots again.
That's a magnificent drive from Richard. He'll be really kicking himself that he spun it on the opening lap. But he's made his way up to 8th. That's probably got to be his best result for. Well, he hasn't raced
For a while.
So that'll be he'll be grinning from ear to ear now.
I reckon he'll be eyeing off P6 after this. He hasn't got the speed of the Commodores. He'll be definitely eyeing off a couple more spots in race 3 this afternoon. So he got home for what was 8th place that one. There was Scott Schlink recovering from his stall to finish 9th, and Stewie Dearden, the first of the EA Falcons, number 100, home in position 10. So a very, very big thank you to Prestige Hino and to Yokohama Motorsport and Traction Tyre Centre, along with 888 Home Loans, DLL Photography and Design, and Pro Cut Tree Services. We'll take a short break here, and it's going to be Darren Smith and Donovan Mollenhagen to bring you another category that runs on the Yokohama AO50 tyres in the BMW E30s.
And
we'll be back shortly.
We'll be back with the final race for improved production of 2022, and we will be able to call the state champion.
Absolutely.
Welcome back trackside here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit for round 5 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Up on track now, as you can see, the BMW E30s for their race number 2 over 8 laps. The rest of the day will transpire like this. Formula Ford's up next on track, and then it will be the sports sedans. 40 minutes will be the journey for the sports cars for their final race for the series, and will Ben Schutt's clean sweep the entire series. I can tell you what, I've brought the broom out and it's leaning down on the wall against the bottom of the wall, the bottom of race control, to give it the good sweep up. Let's hope that he can continue on his merry way in the sports car series. We'll be joined by Dave Stillwell during that race. Then we'll have historic touring cars, Hyundai XLs, and we reverse the program for all the 9-lappers, HQs, 944s, saloon cars, Vs, improved production cars, BMW E30s, and that is what is on track now. Cars are making their way around to the grid as we speak. I'm Darren Smith, right alongside me Donovan Molnhagen, who keeps threatening to return to going from being an unemployable race car driver to being a commentator.
Fingers crossed. Hopefully I can get back on in December for our last round. It's not a Vic State round, but it'll be great to be back on the racetrack in a race car.
So here's the grid. It is Jeremy Payne that is on the front row of the grid. Donovan, you've got a bit of news there.
Yeah, Jeremy's had to pull out. He wasn't well yesterday. He did his best in quali and race 1, but he got out of the car yesterday. Clearly wasn't in a great state to jump back in a race car. So he's done the sensible thing and pulled out for the day. But we won't be shuffling the grid, so there'll be an empty spot there on pole. Alex has the front row all to himself for race 2 here on Sunday morning.
Brian Burke in the number 27 will be the second row of the grid, and Jesse Bryan. I'm going to put it on the line here and say just watch that second row of the grid, because those two gentlemen in the 27 and the 38 want to push pretty hard and want to get their step on the top of the podium, don't they, before the end of this season?
Absolutely. Jesse would love to be back up there after a Sandown that he probably wants to forget, but and Brian coming back after he missed a round last round. Last round. So he's glad to be back on the racetrack as well. Simon there out of 6th, and Ashley Rogers out of 5th next to him. And then Simon and Jess Bell on the 4th row of the grid. We've got Jeff Bowles and Ryan Carter on the 5th row, followed by Paul Schiff, Simon's dad, and Rory Plant, who had a bit of trouble in qualifying, is working his way back up to where he should be on the grid. We've got Tristan Blumenfeld at a 13 and Elwyn Lim at a 14 there. Shannon Cooper and Darryl O'Neill out of 16, and Rod Martin on the back row of the grid by himself.
So watching during yesterday's racing, there was a really good battle, and it was almost like the World Championship for 11th on the road there, with Shannon Cooper, Darryl O'Neill, Elwyn Lim, all mixing it up right to the end of that race. It was actually quite an enthralling race, even though it was for some of the guys further down the grid.
They all got out of the car with big grins. So
we are just waiting. The cars are beautifully lined up, and there is still a recovery occurring up at turn number 11. So we're running a very, very tight program here, trying to get our categories as many laps as we possibly could. Alex Jory will be pretty lonely down there on the front row of the grid. I guess he wouldn't mind it. He looks over to his right-hand side and is a vacant spot. But he looks in the mirrors, and he's got two of the really good protagonists in this category lined up behind him. And Brian Burke has got a clear view of turn 1.
He has indeed. Alex had an interesting morning. He had to have a wheel bearing replaced, and they had a lot of trouble getting that out. But let's see if he can launch off the line and take it win for this round.
5 seconds shown to the field. Red lights on. Let's watch for the second row of the grid. And it is Brian Burke that gets away beautifully in the 27. Also from 2 rows back, it's the 51 Fabworks car, and our pole sitter has disappeared absolutely backwards. Hasn't got off the line well at all. Alex Jory's going to find himself back down outside the top 10 by the time he gets down to turn 2. It's going to be Brian Burke with Jesse Bryan, and then it's going to be the 50 of Ashley Rogers. He's had a ripping start there. Simon Schiff as well in the 55. So they've absolutely gazumped the front row of the grid. And Alex Jory, I reckon he's done himself a clutch or something.
I think we've got a spinning there out of Southern Loop as well.
24
Jeff
and the
Bowles
7. That's
and
Rory Plant in the
Plant.
7. And Rory's just getting back going again in the upflow non-alcoholic beer car. Gets underway.
That it hasn't bothered Brian there, and Jesse behind him. We've got a good pack forming here at the front of the race. So let's see if we can have 4 cars fighting for first position today in race 2.
Interestingly enough, Donovan, we have there it is. There's the orange number 22. So started off pole, and for all intents and purposes is just hanging on to a top 10 position. Car looks to be up and going now, but I would suggest maybe it may have fried the clutch on the line there and just didn't get off the line. Still not exactly up to speed, but not falling into any more clutches, into falling back any
to
more
the clutches.
places.
Yeah, so hopefully that clutch cools off, and he may just be trying to take it a little easy after having that wheel bearing replaced, just to make sure that everything's tight and secure and whatnot. And like you said, if it is an overheated clutch off the line, it should cool down for the rest of the race, and he'll be away.
So nursing the number 22, and more spins there.
Spins in sympathy there. So we've got Rod Martin has spun off there, and Darryl, in trying to avoid him, has done a similar thing. So better than contact, if you ask me.
And that number 4 has just buried itself in the sand trap. That's going to be a real issue for us, because the recovery will have to occur down there to get that car out.
Yeah, that's not a safe place to have a car sitting. So I think they may well want to bring this grid under control before.
There's definitely wave yellows at the top of Lukey Heights covering it, and the driver is getting out of the car up there as well, so definitely bogged. But this is back at the front of the race. This is Brian Burke over Jesse Bryan, Ashton Rogers, Simon Schiff, Simon Leach, Jess Bell in there in position number 6. Then it's Alex Jory, and we've gone safety car.
That's a little disappointing. We do pride ourselves on not having to create any recoveries. Was actually talking to some of the recovery guys yesterday at the afternoon barbecue, saying that we hope we keep it an easy job for them today, but it hasn't turned out that way, unfortunately.
This is quite an unfortunate situation, because there was 2 drivers. That one driver had a spin, the other one went out in sympathy, and pretty much that's what happened. Here it is under brakes there. The 40 locks up rears, goes around, and Darryl O'Neill basically trying to take evasive action and ended up spinning there as well. So
he's bogged himself as he tried to get out.
Jeff Bowles in the number 24. Good shot of the car. The Garagistic and Liquimolli, sponsors of the category, welcomed along Liquimolli at the last round at Sandown. Donovan, it was good to get Liquimolli on board with the category.
Yeah, great supporter of motorsport in Australia, and it's great to have them welcomed to a grassroots category like BMW E30 Racing. So we do thank all of our sponsors in Garagistic, Yokohama, Budget Rental Cars, BMW Drivers Club of Melbourne. So we've got a few on board. It's great to have them. We couldn't go and do some of the things that we do without the sponsors, regardless of what they contribute to the category. It's great, and all of our personal sponsors that we're able to secure help us all go getting on the racetrack and having a bit of fun. So,
geez, Garagistic have been at it for a while with you guys, haven't they? That's a pretty loyal partnership with the E30s and Garagistic.
Yeah, so they've been on board now for 3 years. Well, I mean, with COVID, do we count those? Do we don't count those? But
yes,
3 or 4 years now with Garagistic. It's great to have them on board. They're a great supplier of BMW performance parts out of the States. They now have local supply here as well. We run a number of their pieces of componentry, and they do contribute to our ability to go racing and have our members enjoy motorsport. So, like I said, it's great having Garagistic on board along with the rest of our sponsors.
So just looking at putting the car under a microscope a bit, the 2.5 litre inline 6-cylinder engine, 5-speed manual gearbox, all controlled, the controlled AO50 Yokohama tyre, medium compound aspect tyres, so they're absolutely up to the punishment. And one thing I touched on yesterday with you is that 2 of our one-make categories, Porsche 944s and the BMWs, both German design, German factories, and they do things very well in Germany in that respect. have got that 50-50 weight split. So you're starting off with a platform that's good for a race car anyway.
Absolutely. It's a good car. It's well balanced. It doesn't have any really bad behavioural traits. So it's a good car to start in because it allows you to sort of build your speed up progressively without having to, be overly cautious in any particular part. And it's confidence inspiring as well. So, that's one of the benefits of those two platforms. So, and this safety car is going to be a bit of assistance to Alex Jury, hopefully, because that will have closed the front back up to him. And when we do get going, he might have a bit of an overtaking fest to claw his way back to the lead.
Well, hopefully, whatever occurred to the car leaving the line has fixed itself. Certainly, under safety car will help that clutch that he fried.
Yep.
That's a good bit of commentary right there, isn't it? It's insight that's fixed itself. Because that often happens with race cars. Magic.
Yeah, that's right. Just click your fingers.
It's one of the stickers you don't see on a race car, is it? Magic happens. One of the most annoying stickers you ever see on the back of a race car.
No, that's right. Rod will be a bit upset about that. He actually broke a rocker yesterday in the race, and so he didn't get a lot of laps, but he was looking forward to having a good race today, but unfortunately hasn't gone to plan for him. So we had a couple of cars that were will they, won't they? Looks like they're keeping that safety car slow in the hope that they might be able to get Rod out and go racing, but I don't think they're going to get going this lap. I think we're going to see at least another lap.
Jesse Bryan aggressively working the tyres there. I'm not sure what advantage he's trying to pick from that, but at 20 kilometres an hour, weaving from side to side, is as long as it might be keeping him concentrating or something, but it's certainly not giving the Yokohamas much warm-up. And just watching this car, it's got a full right-hand lock. There we go, straighten things up. Back on the hard top, so this could be interesting. I think we've gone a little bit too late to turn the safety car lights off, so we might see the safety car accelerate up to 80 or 100 kilometres an hour for this next lap, and then set the field free again. Yes, we're going around one more time. Generally, they'll switch the safety car lights off at the top of Lukey Heights, and the field knows that they can start to bunch up because we're coming back into the control of Jesse Bryan. I'm going to suggest that Jesse is super anxious to get on with this. He has not stopped swerving from side to side at 20 kilometres an hour for this entire time behind the safety car.
Jesse will be concentrating very hard after Sandown. I know he won't like me mentioning this, but he did end up with a safety car penalty, I think after race 2, when we had our safety car. A little bit unclear on what speed to maintain after the safety car had turned its lights out, but he'll be well and truly up on those regulations now, and I'm sure that he will acquit himself well as we come down to the start-finish line at the end of this lap.
It's not a mistake you make twice the restart on the safety car, that's for sure.
Well, you don't want to be on the wrong side of the stewards twice in a row
for a safety car.
For the same penalty, yes, that's right.
Correct, so. You do tend to get frowned upon. I'm going to suggest that he's going to go quite early because he looks very anxious. He looks like a very nervous driver out there, weaving from side to side. And I would suggest once those lights go out and the safety car accelerates away, he will pick up the pace all the way around.
He was up early and went for a bit of a cold swim in the ocean this morning. There's a photo on our Facebook chat. So,
jeez, that would have been.
He was
fun.
Keen. I was still in bed. So.
Yeah. Wow. They'll get the blood pumping. That's for sure.
Indeed.
Maybe that's why he's so keen to get going.
Possibly.
He's warmed up. That's what he's.
He's still cold from the ocean.
Getting himself warmed up. Beautiful shot out of turn 4. Famous bit of racetrack. One of the most used braking and overtaking pieces of road in Australian motorsport. That run down to turn 4 there. Straighten the car up out of turn 3. A lot of load, a lot of G-forces pushing you over to the driver's right when you really want to be right back over the driver's left so that you can apex into turn 4.
And a scene of some good overtaking in on lap 1 of our first race yesterday with Jeremy and Alex there into Honda. So let's see if we can see a little bit more of that kind of action as we come to the green light, the green flag this time around.
Half a lap to continue around with the garagistic BMW E30s, brought to you by Liquimoli. And this has been a very, very slow lap under safety car. Unless there's another, I don't think there's any other retrievals going on, but I would have expected that the safety car would have accelerated fairly hard by now to get the pace back up. but there may be something going on down in turn 2 that we haven't seen. So we're getting word now that the safety car will be in. So it looks like lights are out. Very early indeed. So the safety car is accelerating away now. Let's see, Jesse Bryan goes with it. In fact, the safety car isn't accelerating away, or is that just a Ford Mondeo at its
peak
best?
speed? I think he's starting to pull away now, and I think you'll find what Jesse's doing. He's just very, very strictly holding that speed, not weaving, as we know, waiting for word that the green flag is going to be waved.
So something that we've got this weekend for the first time ever in the Victorian State Series is communication between the clerk of course and the cars. So we've got the race transceiver out there, so race control can actually talk to the drivers and they can say, hey, BMW E30 field, bunch yourselves up and we're going to go racing. Remember, don't overlap until you hit the control line.
We can see Rod, I think that's Rod there catching up to the back of the field, so it looks like we've got Rod back onto the race. And he will
Jesse's
be clearing.
Gone.
He has indeed. So he's not hanging around.
Very
Don't blame
early.
him.
As I suggested, he was super anxious and he's gone early.
Indeed. Got a good run onto the front straight there. Lights blaze.
As has Brian Burke behind him as well. He's carrying some great speed onto the straight. There it is. Line astern with each other. No overlapping, Alex Jory, at all. We'll leave that to the guys down at race control. As we're into turn 1, Brian Burke looks to the inside, as does the number 50. That's
Alex
Rogers.
Rogers there, looking for the over-under, maybe around the outside of Southern Loop.
It's a long way around, certainly. The way this corner cambers off as you exit the corner makes it hard when you're right out there, and Simon Schiff's actually going to put the nose up the inside there as well. The Trans-Rock car of Brian Burke now chasing after Jesse Bryant, leading this race.
And here comes Ashley again, maybe around the down the inside at 4. No, Brian's covering that manoeuvre from Ashley. Simon out on the outside there of Goose. It's lovingly known as Goose, Ashley Rogers. So.
Alex Jory out on the hard stand off the back of the ripple strip there, getting it sideways. And those ripple strips will all get a fresh coat of paint the next week or two with the MotoGP here in just under a month's time. So the place will be looking absolutely pristine, and these white bridges, I dare say, will have some great new sponsors from the world of motorcycling on them.
Yeah, we can see some of the construction going on with the seating up there at Lukey Heights. So a great racetrack to watch any type of racing, whether it be 2 or 4 wheels. And Jesse's holding Brian out there, followed closely by Ashley Rogers and Simon Schiff. And as Alex Jury makes a move on Simon Leach down into MG, sets off now to try and recover that first position. He will be very keen, I'm sure, to get a good run out of 12.
The 54 off now. That's Paul Schiff. Great looking car, the Red Rocket Racing. Can be quite hard to pick up that sign writing on the car when it comes shooting past, but certainly urban camouflage is the call of the day for the Schiffs, as Simon Schiff is actually right up there in this front bunch at the moment. Down into turn 1 we go. Jesse Bryan holding on nicely. Brian Burke next in the line. Then it's Ash Rogers, Simon Schiff, Alex Jory, Simon Leach mixing it up there as well.
Rory's just gone through on. Is that Tristan? I think that's Tristan Blumenfeld. Rory's just come through, so now he'll be setting sail to try and catch Jeff Bowles in P9.
It's good that Schiffy's managed to get back on the track, so under his own steam, I would suggest a lot of mud underneath the guards of that car as it glows in the sunlight around Belinda's Terrace.
It's very wet in the grass off the track today, so we've had a bit of rain lately. So he's done well to do that.
Certainly has. No need for any further intervention of the safety car. We have got 3 laps, 2.5 laps remaining essentially. And great shot from our Blendline TV cameras of the tail of the E30s with Alex Jory.
It looks like maybe Ashley Rogers has had a bit of an issue there. He's dropped back from Simon Schiff and now fallen victim to Alex, who's clawed his way back up to P4 now, I think that would be.
Jesse Bryan, fastest car on track, 154.83. It's a good lap time. Alex Jory, our best at the moment at 155.32. So That's the number 22 there, winner of race 1 yesterday. And always a front runner himself. And Brian Burke can always be pretty heavily relied upon for front running. Jeremy Payne as well, who unfortunately is unwell today, had his pole position and chose that it wasn't a great idea to be ill and in a racetrack.
Children are wonderful things. Little germ factories.
There's Brian Burke now up into turn 2. 27 blazoned on the front screen and down the side of Brian's car. And then the 55. Good run by Simon Schiff to be in a podium position.
Yep, he'll be trying to hang on to that as hard as possible, but I think that Alex is going to make him sweat for it. He's not going to. Simon won't make it easy for Alex, but Alex won't make it easy for Simon either. So, well, Alex has had a little bit of a rear lock there. He's definitely pushing hard there into Honda. So we're having a little bit of a lull, but they're all coming together now in 2, 3, and 4. Looks like Ashley Rogers is dropping back a little bit, but we've got a good little pack forming here between Brian Burke, Simon Schiff and Alex Jory in the orange number 22, our current championship leader, and probably looking to wrap the championship up at this round if he can win the round.
Have a look at Alex Jory now. Got the pace right back on board. In fact, a 1:53.9, the fastest car on track, the only one dipping into the 53s. He's going to look to the inside now of Schiff and will relegate him. And good on Simon Schiff there as well for allowing plenty of room there.
Shannon Cooper at Honda by the looks of it, but back on track again. That's the way. We don't want to see those recovery guys again this race.
Keeps the wheels turning there. So Simon Schiff just allowing...
Coming down to 1 to go by the looks of it, with Jesse trying to show a good clean set of heels, which he's doing. And now Alex is ranging up on the back of Brian. Coming into turn 1, looks like he's got the inside run there. So the number...
Setting it up very nicely indeed there, and I would suggest we've only got 3/4 of a lap left to go. The pace on board that car at a 1:53.3, and Alex Jory is absolutely giving it to it at the moment. Jesse Bryan wants to be pretty careful because he is the best part of a second faster on the last lap around than Jesse Bryan. So that gap is obviously out to sort of 2 seconds. So I guess I'm probably
you never know what might
something
happen.
Now. You never know
You never
what
know.
might happen. And so Jesse Bryan's not one that makes too many mistakes that you can bank on. But you've got one thing to catch him, the other one is
pass him. That's
to
true.
get through. That's for sure.
I think Alex will be pushing as hard as he possibly can, but 2 seconds in a single lap is a decent amount to try and catch up on Jesse. They're both very good drivers, and I think that as long as Jesse can keep it on the black stuff, he's probably going to cross that checkered flag line in first position. So, but that's not. Alex is definitely not giving up. You can see he's pushing hard there around Hayshed over Lukey and down into MG.
Certainly
little
used
sideways, a little bit of rear
the
locking
safety
there.
car as a good impotence to get back onto the leaders, and he's getting himself. Well, he's already got a second place for all intention purposes in this race at the moment, and this gap is just being clawed back at the moment.
Jesse's going to want a good run onto the front straight here, otherwise Alex will gobble him up. But I think he might just have the race win here. It's a little bit too much for Alex to have made up, even with the safety car out to help him. And there goes Jesse Bryan along for a win with Alex close behind. Brian Burke coming through in third, and Simon Schiff very close behind Brian in fourth. So Ashley Rogers they're in fifth. So.
What a great drive by Alex Jory there. Messed up the start, couldn't get off the line. Something went wrong in the car. He managed to gather it all up. Of course, the safety car enabled him to bring that gap up, even though he was right down the back of the field. And in the ensuing 4 or 5 laps, he's managed to claw his way right through the top 10 and get himself a second place.
Never give up. Never know what might happen. So that was a good race. There was some good dicing up and down the grid as usual. Great to see Jesse get a win. Great to see Jesse get a good start off the safety car restart there, and showed a clean pair of heels right up until he crossed the checkered line. So finish
So that
line.
rounds out our race
Oh,
2, and there's Daryl
looks
O'Neill. Parked it up in the
don't-
number 57.
I don't think he's made the wall. He's just hit the gravel trap out of 12, so trying to get a good run onto the front straight for that final time, and
He did go a long way. He followed around the sand trap or the gravel trap and has pulled it up. So let's hope no harm has been done. I'd suggest the spare driving suit comes out of the trailer for race 3 this afternoon.
quite possibly. I think we should, a little apology there to the Formula Ford guys. We might delay the start of their race for a little bit with the recovery. Like I said earlier, we don't like to see our cars causing recoveries and delays for other categories, but hopefully they can get him out of there as quickly as possible and get these Formula Fords going.
So that's parked up. Let's have a look at it. It's Alex Jaw. Our timing has changed the race winner around.
So
it says Alex Jory as the race.
Oh, that's the points for the round.
Points,
so
yes,
we
it
got-
does. Jesse
yeah, we got-
Bryan over Alex Jory, Brian Burke, Simon Schiff, and Ash Rogers in the top 5. We'll have a quick break before the Formula Fords come out and a quick chat with Richard Davis. Back in a moment.
Richard Davison narrowly leading the championship so far going into the last round. It's going to be a close one. What's the plan for the weekend?
Hopefully qualify on pole and win all 3 races. That's the plan. Now, whether Brendan Jones lets me do that's another matter, of course, and I doubt that he will. But, it's been a great tussle for the first 4 rounds, and, he's the champion over the last 6 or 7 years of the State Series, so I'm just here living the dream. No visions of grandeur, but, it's always great to get your name on a trophy.
So this car's got a bit of a history to it. You mind telling us a bit about, its history?
Yeah, well, I'll give you the short story because it's quite a long story. So, 1997, Garth Tander won the Australian Formula Ford Championship in it. I purchased it from Brett Lupton, who owned the car. He ran Garth Tander back in that year. I purchased it from them as it crossed the finishing line at Oran Park in 1997 when he won the championship. Didn't let it out of my sight. Not that I don't trust people in motorsport, I just don't trust people in motorsport. So I took delivery of it at Oran Park. Gary Rogers gave it a lift back to Melbourne for us, and Gary Dumbrell from Wins, who had started to help us a little bit in go-karts, became involved with the car. He actually bought half of the car because I didn't have the money to do it back then, and he became a major supporter of Alex's during his 97 and 98 Formula Ford years. Then Will Davison ran the car in the 2000 State Series and dominated the 2000 State Series. So I'm trying to emulate what Will did in 2000, 22 years later, and about 100 years older, but that's all right. And then my nephew James Davison did the State Series, I think it was in 04, before he went off to America. It's then sat on blocks for the next 15 years. Went back to Sonic, which was the race team that I started with Michael Ritter back in the late 90s. Michael gave it a complete birthday, and we're now out giving it a run under the guidance now of Luke Ellery and his amazing partner Alice Piccolo. So there's a couple of things on the engine cover. First of all, it's a dedication to Gary Dumbrell, who passed away last year, and he was a major part of helping us get into Formula Ford out of go-karts at a time where I simply didn't have the funds to do it, and he supported to varying degrees both Alex and Will in those early days. So special part of our family history, I guess. The other stuff, well, in the 50th year of Formula Ford, any podiums you got were signified by the decals there on the 50th anniversary. So a few seconds, a third, and finished off with a couple of wins. So I was happy with that. Kmart and Wins was all part of the Gary Dumbrell sponsorship package that he put together. And this is exactly as the car ran in 1998 with Alex Davison. We did a test day down here a couple of weeks ago, and I probably went as quick as I've ever been in the car, which was sort of good for me. And the first session there this morning, we virtually matched our times from a couple of weeks ago. So, we're just trying to get ourselves into race mode, and hopefully by the time we get to qualifying tomorrow, I'll be able to replicate those things.
Great. Is there anyone you want to thank?
The two guys in my life, Luke Ellery and Alice Piccolo, who, Ellery Motorsport, he runs a great little team based out of Warragul. They prepare the car, run the car, probably should thank my wife because she lets me do this stuff. But no, other than that, it's just a tight little group here, and my boys support me massively from a moral perspective. And, you know, pass a few old bits of bloody race clothing and boots and shoes that they're finished with to help the old man through. No, it's mainly these guys here, which I'm incredibly thankful for. And, you know, the preparation of the car is just second to nothing.
All right. Gordon Sinney, second in the championship, still with a chance this week. What's the plan?
I guess finish all races really. Try and do the best we can do. Hopefully finish up the front somewhere and just find the luck within our team, and hopefully we can put it all together and come out with a good result at the end of the weekend. I mean, we just come in for our first session just then. It actually felt pretty good, so I think our pace is there, so I think we're in for a good weekend. We've got a good group of guys here that are pretty switched on with that stuff, so I mean, we've never gone too bad in the rain, so I'm sort of got my fingers crossed hoping that there is rain, so I mean, it is what it is. We'll race rain, dry, or whatever it is, so yeah, hopefully it just puts on a couple of good races over the weekend, and yeah.
And anyone you want to thank?
I mean, just all my sponsors, the boys at Ball and Racing, and yeah.
For your daily motorsports fix, say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
Welcome back to the final day of the 2022 Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship as we see Formula Ford heading out for their second race. Alongside me for this one, Paul Ziddy, Mr. Formula Ford himself. Looking forward to this one. Championship on the line.
Yeah, absolutely, Dan. Thank you very much. Always a pleasure to be in the commentary booth and working with professionals such as yourself. Absolutely, we saw just a stellar display of what Formula Ford racing is all about yesterday in race one. Young Kobe Williams scoring a well-deserved win. Some hard luck stories through the field as well, including his teammate Matt Holmes, who became a victim of circumstances, seeing him DNF. Matt Hillier, our championship leader, had an up-and-down race himself. Couple of little mistakes which he'd admit to as well, but you know, they say championships are won by what happens on the bad races, and from a bad race he gathered it up and had a second place finish, which is, you know, full credit to him, and he's looking really good to take this championship out today, and it'll be a well-deserved win for him.
Absolutely, as you say, if he simply beats Jordan Sinney, the only man that can stop him if he beats Jordan Sinney, he will wrap up the title in this very race. So yes, he'll be hoping to do that. He'll be out of position number 2. We'll run you through the grid for this one. So yeah, out of pole position, Kobe Williams, as his first race win of the season starts alongside our championship leader. Hillier. Second row of the grid, we have Bezic in car number 30 alongside Cine. On row number 3, we have Fawcett and Farrell. It's not just up the pointy end, we've also got a Kent class for the smaller engine Formula Fords, and further back we have Richard Davison, who's leading that series as well. That's very tight. That's all to play for. That's unlikely to be secured in this one. That's most likely going to go to the final race this afternoon.
Absolutely, just 6 points in that, and Richard's done a great job this year driving that very significant car, and we had the pleasure of watching that piece of footage that was put together with Richard talking about the history of that car and the history of the drivers from his family who have piloted it in the past. So great to see it resplendent and back out being raced, and he's doing a great job with it. Peter Fitzgerald starting second in this race by virtue of his second place finish yesterday, and seasoned veteran Brendan Jones out of third place. Just had a slow start yesterday and just didn't find his rhythm, he said. No excuses. So he'll be looking to see if he can chase Richard down, get the win today, and keep that championship alive moving forward.
Absolutely. As you said just before, there's a few hard luck stories in the race yesterday. A couple of contenders who didn't finish. One of them was Jake Santa Lucia. He'll be coming from towards the rear of the grid. So will Matthew Holmes. So they're two to look out for. And also first race of the weekend for Kyle Evans. He actually qualified quite nicely, but right at the end of qualifying had a crash, missed the race yesterday, so this is his first race. He'll be coming from the rear also, so several names to look out for.
Absolutely, and you talk hard luck. I mean, poor Kyle, he's from Queensland down here, great family team. They do the work on the cars themselves, and he was just an innocent victim of someone who simply didn't see him coming through on a hot lap. We see it in F1, where the driver that's on a different strategy just balks the others, and in fact, just instead of a balk at a very fast pass at the part of the circuit, what we call hayshed, he's just drifted across to Kyle doing near on 200 k's an hour, and Kyle's had nowhere to go and just taken the left-hand side out of his car. But we've got that back together for him, the Spectrum team and Synergy Motorsport out of Sydney who helped them out. We got him out there racing, so he'll be someone to watch coming through. They're taking the grid now and all forming up well. We'll look for the official, wonderful flag marshal officials that make our motorsport possible, along with all of the other trackside officials. We'll look, that green flag is at the back, 5 seconds, lights on, lights out, and we're racing. A great start for Hillier. Kobe looks like he got just a little bit dozy on the line, but let's see how they run down into turn one. The second phase of Kobe's start has obviously been very strong. But Matt Hillier will sweep into the lead. Great start from Jordan Sinney out of fourth, is now hot on the heels of Kobe in second, so sitting there in third place. The field filters through turns 1 and 2 cleanly, which is always good to see.
It is, yeah. It seemed that the outside was a better place to start, so second getting first and fourth getting third at the start of the race. As they head down to Honda, we're seeing already, though, a fight back from Williams as he tries to attack and retake position on the outside into Honda hairpin. That's not really the place to do it. You want to be on the inside there, and he's had to slot back in to position number 2, just ahead of the yellow and black machine of Jordan Sinney.
Absolutely. I think a little bit of, I say gamesmanship. He's so young, but obviously these guys through their karting have got a ton of racing experience, and that'll be just him letting Matt know that, hey, I've actually got the pace here. Don't think that you got it all your way in front. Not really an overtaking chance there, but he's not going to lose that opportunity.
I just saw them too wide out of camera shot over the top of Lukey Heights. Can't see which one is up the inside.
That is Kobe's got the line, and Jordan will try to follow him through, but no, slotting back into third. Good pass there by Kobe, but again, as we saw yesterday, the slipstream battle around Phillip Island, there's never a time that until that checkered flag waves and you are in front, that's when you know you've got it won. So here they come onto the straight. Watch this snake. They will all snake down, trying to stay behind each other and get that aerodynamic tow. Jordan Sinney in the box seat with that 2-car tow, but will he have somewhere to go with it? Out wide. And no, they hold sway as they go through there.
Oh, big moment. A big moment. He's around. He lost the rear end mid-corner. Oh, good save. 360 gets it back facing the right way. He only lost a couple of positions. How was that?
Fantastic save by Kobe Williams. And good work by the drivers behind him to avoid the incident there as well. But that's given Matt Hillier a handy little lead, with Jordan now in hot pursuit trying to chase him down. Eddie Bezic there is also coming into play.
Farrell made great progress there through the spinning car of Williams. He's made his way up this lap from 6th to 4th. He can't quite get Bezic there, so he's had to slot back in 4th. But both of those two moved up this lap thanks to the dramas there that we saw at the first turn.
Yep, fantastic driving. Now, the interesting thing is you've got that little pack of about 4 or 5 cars from third back. The smart thing for those drivers to do, if they can, will be to kind of work together in these early laps and see if they can use that advantage to tow back up to first and second and make this a 6-way battle for the lead rather than a 4-way battle for third. We saw that happen yesterday to great effect, and that led to the really good racing that we saw all through the race.
That's why this category's been such a category that, the legends of the sport have come through. Craig Lowndes, Stephen Richards, even back in the day, Larry Perkins. This category has always been so good for teaching racecraft to young kids that have gone on to do such great things nationally and even internationally.
Absolutely. There's no aerodynamic downforce. It's the cars do move around. They teach the drivers a lot about car control, and as we were just talking about then as well, it actually forces the drivers to think strategically through the race. And look, I'm somewhat biased, but I think it turns out at the end of their Formula Ford phase of their career, it turns out a more accomplished, well-rounded driver, ability to give feedback to an engineer to work with them to get what they want the car to do, and also that thinking about racecraft throughout. Moved by Eddie Bezic as they go into Honda. He's moved up into second place, a good move. And let's have a quick look back through the field, see how our earlier our guys that had that unfortunate incidents in quali and race 1. And you see that you've got Jake Santalucia is already up into 7th place. Matt Holmes is up into 10th. And Kyle Evans into 13th. So all of them making some good progress in these opening laps.
Some great progress, particularly Santa Lucia, who had a test in S5000 just a couple of days ago.
Yes, the S5000 rookie sessions over at the Bend. Oh, Matt Holmes making some good headway there. He's in a great battle there with Harrison Sellers. I think it looks as they sweep around onto the straight to finish. This will be lap 3 down in the books. And again, you see that line astern and then they fan out, trying to use that tow to get the move done.
Kobe Williams has got the inside. This is where he spun a couple of laps ago, but he gets a couple of places there, so that's great for him. So he's recovering quickly, wants to get back to the front of the field where he was when he had that unfortunate spin up front. Hillier is trying to break away. He's got an 8/10 of a second lead. He wants to wrap up the championship with no dramas. He doesn't want to fight anybody. He just wants to drive by himself, and if he could have it his way, cruise to the line. But the others won't want that, as we see a move. Here comes Kobe Williams, another position, this time on car number 44. That's Farrell.
Yeah, really nice move there into Honda. One of the classic overtaking positions here at Phillip Island Raceway. They'll either get the job done with the draft on the main straight. You've got a fantastic opportunity there into turn 4, or Honda as it's known. And then the other one is that run over. Here we have the replay of Kobe's earlier spin. Oh, it just got loose on him. And just fantastic skills on his part to catch that. And amazing job by the following cars, as we said earlier, to take evasive action.
See two cars side by side. Car number 19, that's Santa Lucia. We've been talking about him. He's made his way up from the back of the grid. He's now in this second group. So this is just supreme. So he's already onto the second group in 7th. And if he can get past these 3, I think he's got the pace to catch the front runners.
Well, can he do it on his own? And that's what we come back to, is these 3, they look a little spread out, but believe me, all 3 of those cars, well, certainly second and third, are near enough to the cars in front to be getting an aerodynamic advantage from that. And you can see that with Eddie Bezic just taking fastest lap of the race on that lap, and Jordan Sinney only a 10th behind him.
Yeah, top three at the end of that lap, separated by 0.7 of a second, but it'll definitely be less than that now as they've gone around turns 1, 2, and into Stoner now.
There we go. We see it down to 0.4 now, that lead. 0.7 down to 4. And here's Eddie making the move into Honda for the lead. A really good drive. And that just shows you how strong that aerodynamic toe, how strong an advantage that provides for you. You would have thought coming down the straight that Matt looked to have it all his way. By the time they get down to Honda, Eddie's in the lead, and you've now got, I would dare say, 0.3 covering the top three rather than first and second.
He's having a look here at the inside of Hayshed. That's a risky move. It's hard to go too wide there, particularly in these machines. So he's certainly got the pace, Hillier. He wants that lead back already.
Yeah, as you say, the easiest way to win championships is win races, and that's exactly what he's trying to do. Great awareness there by Eddie Bezic to see that that Matt was in position to make that move, and you'll see he left that car width from the apex at Hayshed just to provide that racing room, which is awesome to see the respect there. I often leave that car width there. It's not out of respect, it's just out of lack of ability and inability to hit an apex.
As you see the leaders cross the line, it's quite interesting because there's two of them title contenders, Hillier and Cini. Bezic is the joker in the pack. He's not got anything to fight for. He's just out there trying to get a race win.
Absolutely, absolutely. So the two guys behind him, and you very, very good point, and that'll feed into their strategy. Fantastic 5-car pack here. Look at that. That is Formula Ford racing at its finest here at Phillip Island. And what a day for it too. Yes. Barely a breath of wind, not a cloud in the sky. We have a car stopped at 10. That's Santa Lucia. That's desperately unlucky. Great drive so far in this race, doing a really good job. No idea what's happened from the commentary booth. You can't help but think that it maybe is a carryover from the wounds that the car had. So there's nothing obvious. We don't see any bits missing. We know that the outfit working on that are first class, so there's no way we're questioning anything done to the car. But unfortunately, when cars have incidents as he did in race 1, there can always be that the gremlin that will get you thereafter. So hopefully they'll be able to control this with localised yellows, and it'll take away not really a passing move, because the yellows are starting. I don't think they've got the yellows at Lukey. They only start once they come out of MG. Yes. So you've still got the passing opportunity into MG, and frankly from there to the next green, which we can see.
We've got another spin down at MG.
Well, we've got a spin that looks like Bailey Collins, if I'm not mistaken. Tell by the striking shiny blue livery on that car. Looks fantastic. And here we go. Great racing again. As I say, you've got Matt's been able to take the aerodynamic draft this time to swoop into the lead. Or they're still too wide going into Southern Loop, but no, he's got the job done. Again, love the respect that they're showing each other.
Yeah, great racing. On the penultimate lap now, it seems that the intensity has lifted up a notch. We saw Hillier have a go on the outside at Honda last time. This time he's in the lead, and it's Bezic that's going to have to go the long way around at the hairpin. Cini's watching. If either of these two make a mistake down here, he'll get them both potentially. He's just sitting there waiting, watching, seeing if he can make his way through.
Well, yes, for those who are old enough to remember it, this is where you sit there starting to think a little bit Stephen Bradbury.
Yes, Winter Olympics at its finest, Australia's first gold medalist as they head up the hill. It certainly looks to me like it's these two that have the pace, and Cini's just sort of trying to stay with them at this point in time, but anything can happen in Formula Ford, as we've seen over the years. They go over Lukey Heights for the penultimate time. Here we go, Bezic firing up the inside into MG. He's got to make the move before the exit where the yellow flags are, and he's done that.
Great move, and now it's a matter of, this will be a straight out-and-out aerodynamic drag race down to the line. This will be fantastic to watch. There's going to be nothing in this. It'll be a high-stakes game of chess. Nothing between the three as they sweep on. You'll see them try and break that toe.
3 wide as they cross the line for the final time. Just 0.2 of a second separating the three of them. Sorry, in fact, 1/10 of a second separating the three of them as they fire down into turn number one. It's Bezic that comes out in front, the championship leader in position number 2 ahead of Cine. Cine's all over the back of him. He looked to the outside. He's looking for a good run, a good exit, which he has got. This will leave the championship leader potentially vulnerable when they get down into Honda hairpin.
Yeah, absolutely. And it'll be a case of when do I make my move? Where do I have the dig? He'll cover, that's, just sitting about mid-track, not an overly defensive line, but enough to just close that option off.
It made Cine have to second guess. He looked to the inside and thought better of it, went to the outside. But this has allowed Bezic just pull a slight margin as Hillier slides it into Siberia on the rear brakes. Great racecraft there into Siberia.
And this is, he got a good run out despite that, and you see that, and again, you still get this toe up the back. Can he make a move on, can he return serve to Eddie into MG on this lap around? I don't think he's near enough to do that.
Bezic forced to defend. He's
so close.
He's got a bit of a compromise line though on the exit as a result of going defensive, so this is going to be a real drag race to the line.
At the ready. Checkered flag at the ready.
Who's your money on?
What can they do? Well, I mean, you'd say Jordan could be in box seat, but there is nothing in this.
Here we go to the line. They're going to be three wide. It was Bezic, I believe.
To get the win. Stunning drive by him.
100th of a second, but in doing so, Hillier 100th of a second behind in P2. That's enough for the Victorian Championship.
That is enough, and full credit to him. But ladies and gentlemen, 0.06 of a second covered your top 3 cars as they cross the start-finish line there. Now, I don't know what that equates to in distance.
No idea.
But it's less than 2 car lengths. I can tell you that for all 3 cars.
I think it was less than 1 car length. There were 3 wide there at the end. That was an awesome finish to the second Formula Ford race. So, just running you through the order further behind, Fawcett finished in position number 4 ahead of Kobe Williams. We saw the Pulsar have that spin earlier on, so he recovered nicely to be position number 5.
There's
as we
great
see
footage of the wins Formula Ford of Richard Davison coming down to take the checkered flag. Stunning looking car, great drive from Richard, very comfortably in the lead. And it looks like Brendan Jones has gone MIA out there. Peter Fitzgerald across to take the finish line in second.
We were hearing reports that Brandon Jones spun at Honda hairpin right towards the back end of that race, so not sure where he is.
Which will certainly give Richard a very handy leg up in that championship chase. Potentially that 6 points blows out now to 36 points and leaves him looking very, very strong to wrap it up this afternoon. But congrats to...
Saved it.
Congratulations. There's some more footage again of that fantastic save by Kobe Williams. And congratulations to Matt Hillier, our championship elect winner for 2022.
Absolutely. Brilliant performance in that one. Just 100th of a second shy at the end of that one. That was a fantastic Formula Ford race once again. They're back this afternoon for their slightly longer feature race. 9 laps. You'll be joining me again for that one.
Absolutely. Thank you. It's always a pleasure, Dan. And I will see you back here and I'll talk to the good folks and the viewers at home.
Absolutely. Up next, Sports Sedans. We'll be back after this quick break.
Brett Dickey, returning this weekend for the first time in a while. What's the plan for the weekend?
Yeah, look, the main thing that we're here for is just to gather some data for next year. We plan to do a couple of rounds next year with these guys and possibly some national rounds, so looking forward to that. But it's good to be back racing in Victoria. It's been a little bit of a break for me, but yeah, happy to be back. Yeah, so when I was in Colorado in 2021, I picked up Fast Star. So Fast Star is UK based, and it's pretty cool to have them on the car and breaking them into the Australian racing industry. So yeah, hopefully there's some cool things to come, both here and overseas, and looking forward to that. Yeah, look, it's the car's been sitting since March 2021, and it's been a long time. I've been overseas for 4 of those months, so it's made it a little bit easier. But yeah, so luckily we got an amazing bunch of guys that work on the car and sponsors and technicians technical partners. We've got some cool things that are on this car now, and yeah, really looking forward to trying them out, and hopefully they all work well, and we at the front of the field where the car belongs, and hopefully where I think I belong. Just happy to be back with my family and the crew and everyone in the Sports Sedan Championship. But yeah, definitely hoping to take it to the guys that have been running at the front of the championship this year.
So with the new parts that you've chucked on it, any nerves of them working at all this weekend? Or
there's always nerves. Yeah, look, the guys from M-Tron ECU and Turbo Smart have given us some experimental bits. They're released in the market, but we're doing a lot of the R&D at the moment. So look, yeah, I'm hoping they all go well. That's the plan, and obviously with sponsors from overseas watching the live stream, it's going to be interesting. But yeah, look, we can only do what we can do, and I'm sure that the boys that work on the car will make sure that it gets out there for every race.
All right, great. Good luck for the weekend. Hope everything goes well.
Cool, thank you.
Great to hear from Brett Dickey, and there he is in the Fast R Honda Prelude, an international race team that he is the representative of here in Australia. Looking forward to a result, looking forward to getting rid of some of the gremlins in that car as well. I'm looking forward to season 2023 and, well, indeed this race. Let's hope that all the work that the crew have done with Brett overnight, they have fixed those gremlins, and as he said, can be a little bit nervous waiting for that. The QP Lubes Victorian Sports Sedan Championship on track now, and really looking forward to seeing how the big bangers and the screaming rotaries and the turbocharged sixes pan out over the next 8 laps. Championship contention in place here, Dan, and those points really squeezed up yesterday, didn't they?
Certainly did. John Ipolotto, so championship leader, only finished 7th in that one yesterday. So that would have allowed Habib, who was in second, to close the gap, or he still is in second, but yeah, he retired himself. So the first two in the championship had a little bit of a shocker yesterday. Tony Groves, third in the championship, won the race. And that means he is now only 1 point behind Habib in the championship. Thing is, though, Groves starts from pole. Habib starts from the back of the grid. We have 2 marked cars up the front of this one. Yeah, so we'll run you through the grid now. So it's Groves from Eustace. And then behind that, we've got Lynch in car number 22, third on the grid, alongside the stalwart, the veteran of sports sedans in Chaz Talbot. Third row, we have Ben McLeod alongside Baker, and then the championship leader, number 97, Ipolotto, in 7th. Then we've got a couple of McClurklins, so that is senior first in car number 56. Then we've got Gilliland, then the junior McClurkin, Dickey, as we saw. We just had a chat to him. He's out of number 11, just ahead of the man currently second in the championship, Habib.
Thank you very much, Dan. Indeed, thank you very much, Dan. And the sports sedans making their way down to the grid. They strike a magnificent profile, and that rear view just gives you an idea. And there's Rand McGlurkin Jr. and that black Nissan 350Z, a floor pan car. And we looked at the front of the grid, these 2 marked cars, Mazda 3s, Tony Groves from Mornington Mazda Motor One, and Valvoline right alongside. In the QP Lubes Victorian Sports Sedan Championship is Stewie Eustace, Disco Stew to his mates, and those cars look picture perfect on the front row of the grid. Back to your traditional sports sedans of Chas Talbot and Greg Lynch. And really good to see Ben McLeod in the mix there too in the 72. Revs rise, bounce on that rev limiter, and the lights go out. And it is from the third row. Backer gets away magnificently. Talbot disappears into tyre spin. Graham Gilliland just getting the rotary off the line a little bit tough there. And Ben McLeod's just had a shocker off the line there in the number 72. And he will join on the tail end of the field. Francois Habib just had his nose chopped off heading into turn 1 there by McGlurkin Senior in the Aston Martin.
Yeah, McLeod actually stalled on the grid. Fortunately, everybody managed to avoid him. But I noticed as well, Dickey did not take his place on the grid. There was only 11 cars there, so although we saw him on the formation lap, he did not make it onto the actual grid for the start of this race. That's a shame.
Yeah, it absolutely is a shame. The Fast R race team are looking for Brett to lead them in this part of the world, and they're chasing horsepower, obviously, with a turbocharged 4-cylinder. and they've just had a torrid weekend. That car is normally absolutely bulletproof, but every now and again you're going to have a troublesome weekend with your race car.
Seen a bit of a shuffling of the pack. As you say, 3 cards in the air, there's been some shuffling. So Habib's made a great start, and there he is getting Gilliland on the run up the hill. The power of that former V8 supercar blasting past the Mazda there like it was standing still almost, and he's storming up to the back now of Chaz Talbot. So he's actually lost a few positions on this opening lap. Talbot started the race in position number 4. He's now sitting 6th with Habib right on his tail.
The number 91, Stephen Baker, off the line was absolutely magnificent. He had a full head of steam off the line. Let's see if he can hold Ippolito behind him. But these 2 marked cars line astern with each other. The number 90 and the number 80, or the 80 and the 90, then the 22. There's Backer now to Camaro. Get through the air magnificently. Have a look at Chaz Talbot. He starts to cut it up a little bit there. Francois Habib in the bona fide Tasman Motorsport X-V8 supercar sitting in behind Chaz Talbot. Chaz looking to have a go at the Nissan as well, as we see Ippolito, series leader at this point in time, just holding off there and really does need to push on. Have a look at Francois Habib, lifts the left front wheel in the number 23 and gives the veteran Chaz Talbot a short back and sides, as with Stephen Baker as well. Chaz follows through, sees the gap there with the black Nissan and fills it with a blue and yellow Camaro. Puts the power down, a thumping noise out of the Talbot Camaro, but you get the feeling that right now Francois Habib is trying to rescue a title hunt, and the guy in front of him is the guy he's trying to rescue it from.
Yeah, he's got the bit between his teeth and he wants to make progress, and he certainly has done early in this one after the retirement yesterday. He's really recovering. Here they are then, the championship contenders, first 2 in the championship. Ippolito leads, but here comes Habib up the inside, really far to the inside, very shallow line. Ippolito leaves him room. There's a bit of contact, in fact, there in the rear, the right rear door there. Habib making a bit of contact, and that's allowed Chaz Talbot to close up a little bit. So that's quite an interesting little exchange there between the 2 championship contenders as we see them swing around the final turn. Habib's got a good run there. He's going to draw alongside. He'll be drawing towards the pit wall, and Chaz Talbot's in there as well, looking as they head towards turn number 1. They remain in the same positions, so it's championship leader Ippolito, Habib and Chaz Talbot. In fact, Talbot's quite wide there. Habib all over the tail of Ippolito into Southern Loop.
So Chaz Talbot there going the wide line, trying to carry extra speed up to turn 2. At this point in time, the 2 Commodores in front of him have got him absolutely covered off. Have a look at this now. Stu Eustace in the Navigator. Macquarie, number 90, is all over the back of the number 80 Valvoline Mornington Mazda outfit. Tony Groves has, for the first time, the exact same car right behind him, exact same piece of kit, and he is really starting to apply the thumb screws here. Of course, Stu Eustace ran a Commodore in sports sedans for quite a long time. It was a floor pan car, and disappeared for a little while and came back once he saw Tony Groves doing a ripper job with this car out of Mill Dunn Racing. Liam Dunn preparing it for Tony. He went, gee, you wouldn't mind one of those. They look like a pretty good piece of kit to take to the Victorian Sports Sedan Championship. In fact, both these cars raced at the last national round in the Precision International Sports Sedan Championship at Tailem Bend.
It's great to see, actually, because Groves yesterday just stormed to victory. He was in a league of his own, but not today. Very different story. And it's Mazda marked cars crossing the line, just a couple of tenths between them. 0.13 seconds the margin as they cross the line, although Groves was a bit braver under brakes into turn number 1, and he slightly extended that margin. Glorious things, aren't they, these marked cars? They're great to look at, they sound great, they're a proper race car.
Exceptionally well put together. Disco Stew looks down the inside and gets Tony Groves completely unawares on the Dunlop Shod marked car, and Stewie Eustace goes through into the lead. Race 2 of the weekend. We've got 5 laps still left in this journey, or 4.5 laps anyway, and Stu Eustace goes through on Tony Groves in the Mornington Mazda 3. If you're looking for a new Mazda. Get down there and speak to the crew at Mornington Mazda. Tell them you saw Tony racing his Mazda 3 in the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, and I assure you, you'll get a ripping deal. Jas Talbot off the track. He's offering a ripping deal there. He's offering to mow the lawn for the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit.
Well, he mowed it yesterday as well down there on the final lap. In fact, he's coming to a halt, so I think that's more than just a mistake.
Yeah.
That's a real shame. A real shame for Talbot, one of the veterans of sports sedans. Yes, he has come to a stop. We can see out the commentary box, so he is not going anywhere. That should be okay. Maybe local yellows down at Honda, but maybe no safe car. Here comes the bib up the inside of Lynch. Good move. And he is now up to position number 3. The question is, does he have anything for those marked cars with only 4 laps to go?
I would say he's got the ascension here. The only problem is that a 137 done by Stewie Eustace, and at the moment Francois Habib hasn't been able to do better than a 140. Here's Jas Talbot, a big rear lock-up, and that looks to be some sort of control arm or something might have broken in the rear of that car, and then Chas went, no, the candle is out, and parked it over near the fire point there. So that's a shame. That diff doesn't normally make movements like that in the lateral sense of the car. It can go up and down, but over the length of the car shouldn't be doing that. So broken something, whether it be a rod end or a control arm or something like that. So the Camaro is parked up along the side of the flag point down there at turn 4. Here's Francois Habib, and he has got the bit between the teeth, a 139.9. So he's dipped into the 39s now. The problem is that the guys in front of him in these marked cars are into the 39s and 37s for Stewie Eustace, the 37.55, 39.78 for Tony Groves, and he is some 12 seconds up the road. 14 seconds up the road is this bloke, the number 90 Macquarie Navigator, Mazda 3 marked car.
Now Eustace, as you say, is out in front. He's just broken away from Groves. Groves has nothing for him in this race. So, as we say, although he dominated yesterday's race, it's not been the same this time around. And there is yesterday's race winner with that nice grey and Valvoline looking livery. It's a really nice presented car, as is this for championship leader in the MRC Constructions, Holden, down into MG. Apparently we're hearing reports that he made a mistake over Lukey Heights on the previous lap, so he got through there with no issues this time around, but that has dropped him down. He's fallen to a 6th position now, the championship leader. And when his title rival Habib is in 3rd, that's not good for your championship aspirations.
Ben McLeod is fighting back behind him in the red Commodore as well. In the QP Luke's Victorian Sports Sedan Series, the number 72 comes across the line in the all-red livery down into turn 1, chasing after the fastest car in this series this year. Not the fastest car on track right now. That goes to Stewie Eustace with a 137.55. Here's Ben McLeod now in the 72, working very, very well. I like the way this outfit have gone about it, not drawing over undue attention to themselves until they start to get better results. But certainly the driver in this car is doing a tremendous job, coming along gangbusters right throughout this year, doing a fantastic job behind the wheel. In fact, I can't wait to see in the 2023 QP Lubes Sports Sedans how Ben McLeod goes, because he's got a bit of an off-season now until we go into next season. I'm sure they've got some improvements ready to go for this car.
Absolutely. That's one of the great things about sports sedans, isn't it? You know, those constant improvements that you see almost round upon round. You don't see that in many categories these days with things like BOP and things like that. This is old school racing, sports sedans, where you can find big improvements and make changes and make gains as you go, because the rules are so wide open.
Car number 21 on screen now, Graham Gilliland, one of the best looking sports sedans going around. That RX-7 shape, it lends itself to sports sedan racing very, very nicely indeed. Nice wedge shape, gets through the air very well, and Graham has always driven very, very well. They've got their history steeped in the Thunderdome. They came flat track racing, as they call it, when you're coming off speedway style of racing many years ago. And Graham, to this day, continues to drive this car very, very well. The Melton Bodyworks entry always looks $1 million. Always, you know, it always draws your eye to it. That bright orange and they've gone with the iridescent yellow and blue flash down the side there, and just looks fantastic. Sounds good too. If you're into rotors, it's got that real 13B normally aspirated sound about it. And we've got Rand McGlurkin now side by side. Underneath the Melbourne Australia Bridge they go, and it is going to be normally aspirated Chevy in the Nissan versus the normally aspirated 13B, giving away a lot of cubic capacity in the RX-7 there, 2.2 or 2.3 litres in the 21, 5 or 6 litres in the Chevy-powered number 54 Nissan. So doing a good job, these two. Rand McGlurkin, great to see him back out there in the number 54 doing a ripping job, and of course his dad out there as well in the 56 in the Aston Martin. Checkered flag has dropped now on the main straight, and the win to Stewie Eustace, doing an absolutely ripping job. And boy, does he send a message to Tony Groves. 7.9 seconds finish, and it's Mark Carr to Mark Carr, and Francois Habib from rear of the grid. It says it so on the grid sheet in front of me. Started out of position number 12, comes home in P3.
It's not over just yet. We've still got a few people to come, including the championship leader, who is managed to get past the Nissan of Baker on this final lap. So they come around the final corner. That was a good recovery considering the off there for our championship leader. So he finishes in position number 5. Baker 6th. And as we see, McLeod also come across the line in 7. Further behind, this battle's still on at the moment. It's the Nissan now out in front. Off camera, he has managed to get past Gilliland in the Mazda, and he looks like he's going to hold on now as we go into the final turn. That Mazda not quite as powerful in a straight line, that's for sure. This is definitely his weaker part of the circuit. So there we go. The Nissan prevails. That is the machine driven by Randall McClurkin Jr. Gilliland in position number 10. That rounds out the finishes in that one. Good race from the sports sedans. Always is here at Phillip Island. Very good 8-lap encounter.
So the QP Lubes sports sedans will head back into the paddock area. Stewie Eustace victorious there. He'll be very, very happy. Tony Groves will, I dare say he'll be quite happy as well, because that's good to see a Mark Carr of the same sort of outfit that you run yourself as the Mildun Racing guys clamber all over those two Mark Cars to get tyre temps. Great to see Francois Habib keep the title hunt alive, and Ippolito finishing in 5th place there as well. So still lots to fight for in the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship for sports sedans. We'll go to a quick break as we've got a 40-minute race for sports cars coming your way in just a couple of moments. Back soon.
I'm on that camera at the moment.
So thank you very much to the entire Vic State Circuit Racing family for joining us today to celebrate the life of Lindley David Baxter. Lindley was a long-time sports car fanatic, as we can see in the photo montage we put together, dedicated to his motorsport at state racing level, at Porsche Club Victoria level. His family's here today, so I just want to give a shout out to Helen. They were recently about to celebrate their 45th wedding anniversary this week, so unfortunately just didn't quite make it to 45. He was a wonderful father to Claire and Simon, and a doting grandpa to Ed and Andy. We sorely missed by all. The words that keep getting repeated amongst the family and friendship group is that we lost one of the good ones, a true gentleman, and I think we can see that. He was very much a gentleman racer. Been racing in state race for over a decade and been part of the Production Sports Car Racing Victoria Committee for the last 2 or 3 years. Genuine enthusiast. Porsche was the mark of choice. He upgraded to a 996 Cup car and was massively enthused to be able to race a factory-built Porsche race car. He was still doing this at the age of 67. As we see, his passion took him all around the world. Track days at Spa, track days at, and he just found his way into garages worldwide. You know, a total addict to the sport. I've got a note here from Simon, his son. Simon will be forever grateful for the day that you invited me to join you to compete together in motorsport. I didn't know it at the time, but that was the beginning of countless memorable father-son weekends together, which continued for 18 years and have been some of the best weekends of my life. Looking back, it's evident this was something very rare and special, and I can only hope and aspire to replicate this with your grandsons. I'd like to welcome to the commentary box Mark Bateman, who's part of RPM chaplaincy team and one of the great support members for the Vic State Race Series. Mark, it's always a sad moment when someone like this leaves us, all too soon. Lindley obviously battling with cancer and something he kind of kept a bit private, but in these moments it's really great to see the community come together and share and respect the life that they've spent with us.
Yeah, absolutely, David. It's one of those things where, as much as we in our sport love and passionately look after each other and do what we need to do family-wise, there's always the difficulty when we have sad moments like this. But what an honour and what a tribute that is being reflected here today as the first two positions on the grid will be left vacant to honour and to make sure that we do our best. Motorsport is a family, and the union and the fellowship that we have, the friendship, the mateship, camaraderie, such a powerful component to what is a holistic approach to our sport. We do enjoy coming together, even though we know that motorsport can be dangerous. We get out there in the cars, we have such an awesome moment, an awesome time of just enjoying the fun, the spectacular, and pushing the limits on our sport. But Lindley, mate, was one outstanding guy. He's been a competitor. He's been one who's promoted the sport. He's brought people through from junior ranks into upper ranks. You heard and you said yourself regarding the connectivity that he had from around the world. And here we are at Phillip Island today, just 1 week ago, losing a very good man to our sport. And we're all very honoured and grateful to have been a mate and a friendship with him.
Thank you very much for those kind words, Mark. We, as Mark pointed out, we want to say a big thank you to all the production sports car racing family that's reached out to offer words of support to the family at this time. As you'll have a look at the grid, we've got a grid of 12 cars, quite a few Porsches, as Lindley I'm sure would have approved of. No 996s like we were used to. But you'll notice that on the headlights today, all the headlights with a mark of respect with the black tape on them. Lindley, we truly valued your contribution to the sport, and we think the best way to say goodbye is with some sports cars booming out at 95 decibels all the way down to turn 1 at Phillip Island. We love you, we miss you, and thank you. And that's the race start for the 40-minute Enduro to kick off and conclude the 5th round of the Vic State Circuit Racing Championship. So a great jump again from Andy Hall, who's running side by side with Ben Schutz in the Sin R1, as we're joined again by Darren Smith in commentary. Thank you very much again to Mark for that tribute there. And Andy Hall needed to get the jump on Ben Schutz. We know that the Porsches get that really great start, and that's one of the things that Lindley really loved, that rear engine, all that weight over the rear haunches gets you the jump off the line, and they'll be looking forward to trying to keep Ben behind him because we know he likes to pull out a big gap at the start.
I tell you what, one of the great things with Lindley, as you touched on with his son there, is the father-son camaraderie. I know, Dave, yourself, brought into motorsport with Dad, as was I, and certainly a great connection. It's like any other sport. If you're born into football, you're born into football, but if you're born into car racing, you're born into car racing, and we're forever thankful for that. But at the moment, we're looking at a guy in position number 2 who doesn't go to the racetrack without his dad right alongside him.
I was about to say, that was an excellent segue there. Of course, the father-son, father-daughter, mother-daughter, motorsport, particularly at the grassroots level, is always a family affair. The Schutz family, renowned for their, I hate to say it, but an RX-7. You'll need to, calm yourself down while we don't talk about rotaries. There's no rotaries in this race, Daz. It's okay. So Andy defending from Ben. So he's gone around the outside at 10, but he'll have the inside run for 11. And again, that Porsche rear engine, great traction. You can throw the car at the apex. So Ben looking for a way past. He knows that he'll have to get in front at some point, but we know that those Yokohama tyres do switch on rather well, as opposed to the Pirellis of Michael Kokonos, a few cars behind, do take a lap or two to come up.
So the Michelin's on the Porsche in the front of this race now, and the Sin looks out to the outside. I'm going to say he's got the impetus to get past into turn one there, but certainly Ben has got some anxiety on board, nervousness there to try and get into the front of this race, because if this Porsche comes on, it's going to make it very, very hard for car number 65 with Ben Schutz at the wheel. His dad will be on the radio back in the paddock, and we'll be calling the shots to him when required. At the moment, Ben will just be got the head down. 40 minutes is the journey. We call it an enduro, really. It's just 10 minutes longer sprint race, really, isn't it?
It's a very miniature enduro. Or in the case of Rowan Little, it's a little enduro.
That's exactly right, and that's probably what we should call it, because Rowan is out there at the moment, sitting in position number 7 with Stephen Sluger behind him, Richard Green in the red Porsche. Jim Manolis along here this weekend with the Trofeo car, and have a look at now, the Sin opens up those throttle bodies, and just not being able to get the job done there. You've got to respect the fact that yesterday when I spoke to these guys down there with the Sin, they had some second-hand tyres to start the weekend with, and they had no new options with that car. So at the moment they're nursing a car that I'm going to say is probably fairly tired on the incoming set of Yokohamas.
Fairly tired?
Fairly tired from Yokohama, from Andrew McCarthy down there at Traction Tyres.
So what we'll be looking forward to, of course, if Ben can get in front, that would mean that he would have won every single race of the 2022 Victorian Sports Car Championship. So he knows what he's looking for. He wants to give a send-off to Daytona Sports Cars and the Richard Bendel operation from State Race. This will be their last meeting with that car at this race meeting, at this race level. They'll be back for Island Magic, but definitely looking to send off Richard Bendel's involvement in State Race on a high note.
I tell you what, I am starting to think that Ben Schutz has given Andy Hall 2 laps in this race, and he doesn't want to let Andy Hall have too many more, because this Porsche is just going to come on stronger and stronger. And there it is. The Sin looks to the inside there at turn 3. It means he's going to be on the outside at 4, and he swing across. Andy Hall giving each other plenty of room, aren't they? That's really good racing right there, allowing the race to continue, not impeding each other's progress down the track there, but certainly Andy Hall holding on to it. Let's see the power of the 65 as Ben Schutz plies the right-hand boot. Looks to the inside again. He's trying some low percentage manoeuvres, isn't he? Gets it done, brings it across, hangs on, and boy, oh boy, you don't see a move like that with any race driver. And that is a guy that is pretty confident with what he's got underneath him at this point in time. Either that, or he's just throwing it all out the door.
I would say, just looking at how much that car's squirming under brakes, we don't often see Ben Schutz having to push that hard this early in the race, because he's already got a 3 or 4 gap to the cars behind. So Ben can now get into his groove, drive the thing like a metronome, and make sure he brings it home for that great send-off for the Sin R1 GT from the Vic State Circuit Racing Championship. Andy, of course, had a little bit of an off at the last round at Sandown. You'll notice some new rear quarter panels in that car, so he'd like to say thanks to his panel-beating friends, and, of course, Racy JC Dunstan, who I believe you're in charge of the PR for.
Racy JC's been around for a long time, won many, many championships, a great bloke. In fact, all I'm trying to do is get a drive of his little Honda Civic at some point. Supposed to have had a seat fitting with that if you're watching on, Jace. Remember that? About 5 years ago.
So looking a little bit further afield, so we've got the numbers car 16 of Jamie Lovett, who we've normally seen dicing it up with Andy Hall, not quite maintaining that run with him, but he's having a great dice with Kepper and Sven Boykart. So this is 2 different ends of the paddock. We've got the southern garages versus the pit lane garages. We've got a 991, a 997 with a 3.8, and of course the 997 Cup S that Sven's driving. That's one of the earlier FIA GT3 cars. So looks like a Cup that's been overinflated with nitrogen. It's pumped the guards out. It's got the bigger tyres on it. It's got the bigger engine. And definitely trying to chase down the 991 generation Cup car with that longer wheelbase of Jamie Lovett ahead.
Just on a note there, if you need any nitrogen gas in your business, give us a call at Pulford Air and Gas. That's what we do.
Never afraid of a plug is one D. Smith.
Nitrogen for tyres, nitrogen for food manufacturing, whatever it may be that you need nitrogen.
As Kepper goes looking up the inside of Jamie Lovett. So this is a little bit of turnabout is fair play, because we saw through the early stages of the 2021 championship, Jamie Lovett was behind the wheel of a 997 Series 2, harassing a 991 of Andy Hall. Now Jamie stepped up to a 991, and he's got a 997 Series 2 harassing the back of him.
This is some good driving by these 3. Vastly well, I was going to say vastly different, but all exactly the same car, a completely different generation in each one of these examples.
As Murray Walk would say, the car leading the race is entirely unique except for the one behind it, which is identical.
I think that was Senna and Prost, wasn't it, that he was describing?
So a variety of Porsches from different stages designed for one-make racing and FIA GT3 racing, some 3.8 litre motors, I think 3.8 litre motors in all of them, but it might be a 4 litre in the Cup S because it needed that bit much more horsepower to go after the Ferraris and the Lambos.
Gee, Stephen Kepper in the 58, that was a great move on Jamie Lovett there. You don't get to put a move on Jamie Lovett like that too often. That's fantastic. Covers the corner down into turn 4, and we see the number 16 G-Lux Porsche just go back one spot here, and in fact Sven Boykarts looks to be closing on the back of Jamie Lovett at the moment in the number 16 there as well. So we see Kepper just starting to drive away in the 58. So is there a concern? Is there an issue on board the number 16?
If nothing else, it definitely won't be from his new fancy sunglasses. He's sporting sponsorship from Red Bull Spect Eyewear. He was massively enthused to show them to me in the garage. They've got great little side clips that pop out and go around your ears, shaking his head like a wild dog trying to get the sunglasses off. Couldn't get them off, so we know it's not going to be from lack of cool vision behind the wheel of the number 16 991 Cup car.
At the moment, it looks like he's just lost a little bit of concentration on the job at hand here because Stephen Kepper's just driving away from him, and Sven Boykarts is all over him in the number 90. One of the more striking liveries on a Porsche is the number 90. Looks to the inside, pops out really early on the straight. That's not going to get it done, Sven. You probably want to hold on to about now and pop out. It looks to the inside. It's a brave move and doesn't get the job done there.
So that car, of course, Sven went to debut it at the Sandown round at round 4, the not dog round, as we would say, because unfortunately Anne didn't have any hot dogs available for all the sports sedan volunteers. So Sven got a warning notice about sound on Friday practice, got to Saturday qualifying and started blowing over 100 decibels on the noise meter. They discovered that perhaps the rear muffler might have been out of its service life in terms of the packing materials inside. So they've gone away, they've repacked the muffler, made sure that the sound of the beautiful 997 Cup S is nicely controlled and contained, and making sure that we're not giving any of the Penguins any headaches from the noise.
Jim Manolis has made up the spot now, gone through on Ron Little, in fact, and Richard Green as well. So Jim in the black Lamborghini, sitting currently in 8th place, sometimes gentleman racer. Haven't seen a whole lot of him over the last couple of years, but certainly the menacing black Lamborghini does make a striking presence on the racetrack. There's Richard Green, just in the
it is basically the closest thing to a Batmobile you're allowed to put on a racetrack, an all stealth black Lamborghini. Now, this, of course, is an interesting battle between two very different generations of Porsche. You've got the 991 Cup car designed for one-make racing, later model, longer wheelbase, later generation aerodynamics, up against one of the earlier models of the Le Mans 996 RSR. So you got a 3.6 litre engine, massively developed, but breathing through two very tiny restrictors, whereas the 3.8 litre engine in Richard Green's car, completely unrestricted, full 500 horsepower with no throttle choking whatsoever.
Really good example of how Porsche go racing around the world and make it specific to the class that they need to win in that all-important North American sports car marketplace, and they make no bones about it. They want to go racing so that they can prove the wares, and it helps them sell the brand and the cars. Ben Schutz now fastest lap in the race, 133.69, and he has got a 5.8 second lead over Andy Hall. Michael Kokonos is the next on the road, and he is 5 seconds rear of Andy Hall in the black Audi R8 LMS Evo 2022. Could you get a longer name for a race car?
Actually, so his is one of the first generation Audi R8, so it's only an Audi R8 LMS Ultra, not an Evo. So it's one of the first generation R8s, which of course Audi, one of the stalwarts of FIA GT3 racing, of course Melbourne Performance Centre supporting those. Yes, of course, some recent announcements of their commitment to Formula One may have, and of course Porsche in the news with Formula One as well. Now let's go back to this battle. So Jamie Lovett's got a bit of a dice on his hands with Sven Boykarts. So this is GT3 car versus Carrera Cup car. Once again, the GT3 car choked through some intake restrictors, whereas the Cup car not having to breathe through any restriction on the throttle or the intake trumpets whatsoever. Michelin tyres all round, and some Pirellis hanging out in the field. great to see the battle of the tyre brands, of course, Daz. We've mentioned the Yokohama supplied by Traction Tyre Centre, and of course that new record-breaking deal with improved production just been signed with Yokohama. So we really appreciate the support that the Yokohama team bring. On top of that, given by Trevor Schumack from European Technique, and of course all the team at the Pirelli tyre distributor for Australia as well. So if you like running a variation of slick tyres, Pod Sports is where you bring your car.
Yeah, certainly. Steve McLaughlin down at Garrett Tyres running the Pirelli outfit these days, and we've got all of the brands represented down at the back of the paddock area here this weekend. Stuckey, of course, been a long time supporter of the Dunlop brand, and like everyone around the world at the moment, everyone is having little issues here and there of being supplied from the factories, and it's certainly the way of the world for the time being. But have a look at this, the number 65 on an old set of Yokohamas, and I dare say that Andrew McCarthy would love to have bolted a new set of Yokohamas on this car for his final race under Richard Bendel's guidance. And Ben Schutz comes thumping down the straight. A guy that really does deserve if not a full-time drive in GT, a co-drive or a coaching type of role with an AM type of driver. Ben Schutz, a ripping steerer, and his history is very much unknown. He's done many of the Bathurst 12 hours with the Daytona with Richard Bendel and the likes of Dean Lilly and Jamie Augustine and the likes, and they've done fantastic jobs. And this weekend, Ben Schutz has, last year put the number 1 on the car, and it, I guess, drives off into new ownership at some point with the number 1 on the front of it again.
Sold as raced, nothing touched, got all the demon tweaks in it. Unfortunately, it doesn't come with the steering wheel spacer between the seat and steering wheel, which, as we found in sports cars, does tend to be the big differentiator between the front and the back of the field.
Certainly can be negotiated as part of the deal,
Absolutely.
I'm sure. That's our side deal.
Yes. Please refer to one B Schutz Management, the D. Smith agencies. He does PR, he does commentary, and he does driver management.
Have a look at this. This is the number 29, the menacing Lamborghini Huracan. Have a listen to that V10. Almost the same motor that's in the Audi, but gee, they give it a different note, don't they?
Yep, it's basically exactly the same motor, just with a valve cover that says Lamborghini on it, as opposed to a valve cover that says Audi.
The 4 circles on it. This car, so menacing. Love a Lamborghini in all black with yellow trim there. It's black blood with a yellow trace. That's what it is. And Jim Manolis does such a good job bringing this car to the track and really displaying this magnificent piece of automotive kit, as do all of the sports car races. And we touch on the guy out in the lead again. Who would have known 5 years ago that there was a Bulgarian supercar company called Sin, and they had a car that was going to win multiple Victorian sports car championships. So bringing them to the racetrack is always great fun for the teams and the drivers that get to use them.
Well, I think that's one of the great things that we've seen happen in production sports cars over the last few years is, whether you're rocking up with an older Carrera Cup car or you're rocking up with a Sin, effectively an upgraded GT4 car out of Bulgaria, whether you're running a 2007 Ford Mustang FR500 CS, whether you're running a Porsche Cayman GT4, there's plenty of opportunity for a wide scope of sports cars from different series and different specifications around the world to turn up and race. And regardless of whether you're running minute 33s at the front of the field or running a minute 43s like Billy Morelli's capable of running in that GT4 Cayman, there'll always be someone to play with. So we just like to sing out to our production sports car fraternity. If you know someone who's got a Cup car or a Group 2B or a 2F sports car hiding in the garage, we'd love to see you out on the grid in 2023. As we've seen through the course of the year, Daz, very little, if any, car-to-car contact. And what a great, unique selling prospect. That 40-minute enduro, the longest time you'll spend out on track at state racing, basically anywhere in the country. And great preparation for making the step to Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge, to the Fanatec GT World Challenge Australia, powered by AWS, or for getting ready for production car events like the Bathurst 6 Hour.
Absolutely, and it certainly opens up some of those cars that are available to race in that, the M4s, etc. Those sorts of things are also eligible for production sports car racing. Here is Michael Kokonos in the trim that he ran recently in the Australian GT Championship that David just gave the full spec name to, and it's written across the front of the windscreen of his car, and did a ripping job. Was really proud to see a couple of these Victorian sports car races that are making their way into Porsche Michelin GT Cup or Porsche Sprint Challenge. I didn't even get it right then,
you're going to get an angry
Porsche
message.
Michelin
You're going to get an
Challenge.
angry message from one R. Crail Esquire of
Probably
South
going to be
Australia.
Angus Thompson more than R. Crail, but that's all right. So these guys are advancing into those national levels, and really cool to see. Michael Kokonos did a great job at QR in the Australian GT Championship field. These two cars are having a red-hot battle. It's been on since the first lap. Sven Boykart's there in that magic-looking one-off, I guess, in this race. Not one-off, but there's only one of these cars in this particular race this weekend. And the number 58 is leading the way here as well. So Stephen Kepper driving very, very well indeed. In fact, sitting in 4th and 5th in this race as we speak. And Jamie Lovett, a distant 6th at the moment, a guy that's been running at the front of this field for a number of seasons now. And I guess we'll see a lot of these guys will be out in the queue at 1 hour at Island Magic at the end of the year as well. So we'll see
if they're not also doing double duty in the last round for Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge. The artist formerly known as GT3 Cup Challenge.
We've got 22 minutes to prove our wares as commentators to get it right. Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge. Four words.
We need to do the ARG Speed Series trick of just having every series plastered on the wall, so you know which wall to look at, which sponsors to name check, and of course which driver anecdotes to feed into the commentary. Great to see Michael Kokonos. He is actually ranging up on Andy Hall now. The gap between those two cars down to just under 2 seconds. So Michael's been working on his consistency. He's got an engineer from Melbourne Performance Centre coaching him along, making sure he gets his starts done right. Of course, the starts here with the state sports cars with that standing start, very different from what they're used to in Fanatec GT World Challenge Australia, powered by AWS. Of course, which use championship rolling starts, where the cars doesn't quite have the same punishment put into the rear drivetrain.
Absolutely. Even the clutch is designed to have a rolling start done, whereas the Porsches, particularly the Cup cars, always have a standing start, and they do, as Dave mentioned right at the start of this race, transfer all of that weight over the rear wheels and just grip up and drive away from the line. So, yes, as the race goes on, we'll see the Audi start to come into its own. The Pirelli tyre, we know, is now right inside that operating window. We've got 12 laps completed, so the best part of 7 or 8 laps with the Pirelli working nicely for Michael Kokonos. But the gap to Andrew Hall at the moment is 1.5 seconds, so he's slowly just ticking that back. At the moment, the Audi is the best part of 0.8 of a second faster on its fastest lap on lap 9. And when, in fact, except for Ben Schutz on the Yokohamas, which we know are good early, he did his fastest lap on lap 4. Pretty much everyone, Andrew Hall, Michael Kokonos, Steve Kepper, Sven Boykarts, all on lap 9, all in the 35s. 37s.
As we see, Stephen Kepper just set his fastest lap of the race as he comes under fire from Sven Boykarts around the outside, not quite having enough straight line pull. That's the difference between breathing through a restrictor and breathing unrestricted. Of course, these two garage next to each other in the south paddock. I did actually, I had to update the results sheet with a team named Stephen Kepper. And of course, Sven Burkhardt says Stephen's designated legal representative was able to communicate that to me. So it made for an interesting conversation. The paddock's morning going, what's this team name on the results sheet? What's I Me Mine Motorsport?
Careful, Dave Stillwell. Very careful. Educated comment there from Dave Stillwell. And this is running beautifully for these two. Have a look at that. Sven Boykardt's all over the back of Stephen Kepper, but it's good. One good thing is being all over the back of him. It's managing to make it stick, and at the moment he hasn't been able to do that. I reckon these two, in fact, Dave, I reckon these two have got a big smile on their face, really enjoying this. 13 laps done, and we've still got just under 20 minutes left in this race.
Well, we know that on Blendline, as the field does start to stretch out, our camera operators tend to focus on the cars that are racing one another. So maybe these two had a little chat beforehand, maybe like Andy and Ben did. Hey, let's put on a good show for the cameras and let's get some coverage time. The only thing is, they've got beautifully liveried cars with very few sponsors on board, so we can't really rep. That's the silver car with some blue lines on it, and that's the blue car with some silver lines on it.
Well, very, very well done too. Probably should be mentioning the people that have done the liveries, but we don't have that information at hand either. Plenty of racing still to go as part of the final day of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship. There's Michael Kokonos, number 8, the launch Audi. and he is trying to chase down Andy Hall. At the moment, Andy Hall has, I would suggest, got to focus on the rear vision mirror because the sin is well and truly cleared off up the road from him at the moment.
And that's the difference between these two cars. The Cup car running the Michelin Cup N2 tyre designed for sprint races, standing starts, races that run 20 to 30 minutes and then you bolt another set of tyres on. Whereas the Audi's on the Pirelli DH compound tyre, DHF I think we're up to now, hard compound, designed to run 2 hours, 3 hours on a stint and basically operate in a window and just sit there for hours on end. And the Audi, traction control, anti-lock brakes, wider track, longer wheelbase, mid-engine, designed to look after its tyres all the way through those stints. And Michael, putting all of those things that he's learned, this is a driver who 2 years ago wasn't part of State Race. They were doing track days with a bunch of friends, they got into it, they picked up a McLaren GT4, they had it run professionally, got his feet wet, and then made the step to an alternative team, and now he stepped up to GT3 car. And when you look at the running costs for an older model GT3 car, they are, providing you don't stick them in the fence, they are very good value for money in terms of what you can do with. Maybe not quite as good a value as a Carrera Cup car, but in terms of maintenance for speed, the Audis are an incredible package, and that's why with this generation, Audi sold over 100 cars into customer hands, and why with the second generation, I believe they've sold north of 150. Up the inside, here, Michael Kokonos launches the Audi R8 up the inside. Andy Hall goes to look for the defensive move. He doesn't quite have it done, and there is Michael Kokonos putting all those hard-earned efforts and that training and that instruction to good effect. Now he's just got to keep him behind him for another 16 and a half minutes.
Certainly does. Andy Hall's not going to let this go either, but at the moment you see that Michael Kokonos has probably got the desire to get out after Ben Schutz. Let's observe it. It's 10.88 seconds with 16 and a half minutes left to go in this race as he comes over and they put a lap on the number 7 there, which is Rowan Little, that magnificent car. And
the Kalis Kenny Intellects Lawyers car, we can say that because, of course, that is Sven Boykart's car with the KKI Lawyers signage on the side.
Interesting, touching on the aspect of these cars. Here is the move now of Michael Kokonos. Boy, it didn't look like he was setting him up either. He just went, wow, he's gone wide. I'll take this opportunity. I'll go shallow. And takes the move. Andy Hall, I think, thought he'd just catch him back up on the exit of the corner, but Michael Kokonos, great throttle control, drove out of the corner and got away from him, and already has himself a very tidy little gap over Andy Hall. 11.8 seconds is the gap between Schutz and Kokonos, so Schutz has actually responded with a 35.4 just to emphatically say, yep, come on, come after me, let's see what you've got.
The post office might be closed on Sunday, but that won't stop Michael Kokonos from licking the stamp and sending it.
Thank you very much. Certainly Ben Schutz has got the broom standing at the back of the garage ready to give the round a clean sweep.
Clean sweep, there we go.
And the championship.
Stay for the come for the island, stay for the Penguins, and enjoy the comedy show.
We're here all week.
We're here all year, folks.
So, just investigating further on that Michael Kokonos car, the Bathurst Liquimoli 12-hour. Rowan Little has found how much grip you can get in
keep it going,
number
keep
7.
it going, keep it going. There we go.
That looks like
don't bottom it out.
No, it's not.
That's down at turn 6, Siberia.
Yeah.
So that's very lucky to get away with that. If you go in there at a bit too much of an angle, you will sink all the way up to the sill panels and be a little bit like a turtle stuck on top of a post there.
So just watching these cars come around, the Kokonos car is touching on the 12-hour. Those Pirelli tyres will do and regularly get asked to do a 3-hour, 2 double stint, and sometimes they're even asked to do a three stint run at Mount Panorama too. So very, very durable tyre. The Michelin tyre on the Porsche is built for a different style of racing. Doesn't mean they're any better or any worse a tyre, as with the Yokohama as well.
Different.
One has just been built to do something different.
They're different, and of course that's one of the great things we have with sports cars is you can pick your flavour of car, you can pick your flavour of tyre to suit your budget, to suit your driving style, to suit your car setup. And of course, it's without the assistance of the great tyre partners that we have at Vic State Circuit Racing, we wouldn't have as enjoyable a time as we do. So we just once again say a big thank you to all the corporate and technical partners of Vic State Race. Of course, if you need some tyres for your road car, head down and see the team from Stuckey Dunlop or Trevor Schumack from Europec Technique, or of course Andrew Shane and the great team at Traction Tyres.
Yeah, those guys. Yeah, those guys are always at the track supporting our racing, and away from the track, they don't just survive on racing tyres. They've got bona fide off-the-street businesses as well.
They've got, quote, real businesses that sell real tyres.
That keep the business afloat so that they can go racing on weekends.
Yes.
So definitely get down and see one of those suppliers if you're looking for anything for your road car, your SUV,
Sven Burkhardt's very squirrely on the exit of turn 4 there. He may be starting to get to the end of the life for that set of rear tyres. Running the same size rears, 12-inch wide rears with a 305 or a 310 wide tyre on the rear of that. As we see, Jamie Lovett seems to have had a bit of a problem down at turn 2 as well.
Yeah.
So perhaps he hasn't sprung for the freshest set of Michelins on the back of that car.
So that would have been an entry to turn 1 that he's had some sort of indiscretion there, because certainly was starting off in first gear to accelerate away from, I'm going to still say, the entry phase of turn 2. It's a big long corner with an entry, a mid and an exit very distinctly. Turn in on camber, then off camber as we exit. Here it is now, under brakes. And yeah, no rear grip. And what was left in the rear tyres, he's just ripped off on the number 16 there as well. So just allowing his fellow competitor in the, surprise, surprise, white Porsche go through. And there's the number 16 continuing on. And another one off, that's Richard Green. Off as well, out of position number 9.
He's in the bunker.
He would prefer not to be. He's had a good tour of Europe in his professional sport.
And just like any good golfer, he's able to get out of the bunker with ease, and he didn't have to replace any divots on the way back to the track.
I tell you what, he wants to be very careful joining on the back of a ripple strip like that. The raw concrete off the back of a ripple strip can sometimes take the inside edge of your tyre. And here's another replay, and we're watching Richard Green. Wow, that was
I think he's had
momentary lapse of reason.
I think he's had a mirror full of Audi R8 in the back of him, and just got a little bit flustered. And of course, after we've been running this long, you do start to have a bit of a groove wearing into the track, and of course you end up with marbles offline. So trying to make space for the Audi. As we see Rowan Little, I did just see he did do a pit stop earlier in that race, so perhaps something going on with the 996 RSR there.
65 continues on out in front here. And Ben Schutz has set the fastest lap of this race, a 1:33.69.65. A tight-knit family team that have gone racing for well over 20 years. Of course, his father, Bill, started off racing their RX-7 in club cars, and that will lead anyone to an era in the 90s. And the family grew and grew with the RX-7 improved production car, and Ben has worked for all of the greats at Harrop, at Motec, and continues on here this weekend as well, Ben, and also promoter of the 4-hour at Winton 2 weekends ago as well. So has a lot to do with motorsport, Ben Sheets.
So here's the closest battle on track. So Kokonos had built a little bit of a gap over Andy Hall, but it's come back to him now. Maybe just being a little bit gentlemanly and not wanting to rush things with Richard Green departing stage right at turn 6. So the gap across the line last time, less than 0.2 of a second. So maybe Michael's decided if he can't quite catch up to Ben Schutz, might have a bit of fun with Andy Hall and put the launch racing Audi and all of his partners on the screen. So Michael, of course, wasn't a competitor at the most recent round of the state round in August. Unfortunately, he was otherwise engaged a little bit further afield overseas. So it appears some time overseas has been restorative for Michael, given a bit of a tan. Gentleman is quite a beautiful looking man in and around the paddock. Cuts a dashing figure in his MPC, in his Audi Customer Sport outfit. But I think that's definitely been good for his. We've seen a much more consistent, metronomic performance from Michael Kokonos. We haven't seen the launch racing of the McLaren days here in May of last year.
Certainly was some sporadic performances put in back there, but he's smoothed those out. It's like the sales process, the ebbs and flows. You just want to smooth them out so they're nice and smooth and keep the car going well. And look, this is what the guys at MPC have built a massive business around over many, many years now. You know, we see in the main game the KFC team as well there with Paul Stokel coaching both the guys that race in those cars, and that's a great advantage because it shortens the learning process by a massive amount of time and effort to be able to sit down with a pro driver that's been there, done that, and being able to examine what they do different to what you do and then start to apply that to what you're doing. And that's what MPC and the Audi Customer Sport Experience has been all about, and that is certainly the success of what they've done with GT3 racing here in Australia.
It's a relationship not unlike a, shall we say, a far more intense Pro-Am golf relationship with a fairly substantial investment required. You're working with a professional who's been there and done that. They can even get in the car with you at driver training days in other cars and, grab the wheel and go, no, you need to be turning in here. You need to be apexing here. You work from video, you work from data, you coach them, you have a holistic approach to extracting the best performance out of your amateur driver.
And you can't just pick up the racket and head down to the local brick wall and hit it up against the wall, can you? You've got to bring the car, the team, the coach. It's a sport that is quite difficult to organise yourself, practice at. So if you are going to practice, why not have a coach? Footballers do, tennis players do. Tennis players have the coach sending signals from the sidelines, don't they?
Yeah, unfortunately, with motorsport, it's a great thing to get your kids hooked on, because if you get them hooked on this, they'll never have enough money for a drug habit.
That's true. They won't blow up letterboxes in the street.
So sure. Billy Morelli, of course, feeding his need for speed aboard the ex-Nürburgring GT4 CS Manthey Racing Cup car. So we're looking forward to a few more cars around about that speed. Man, if we had Michael out here in my Mustang, he'd be having a great time playing around with Billy out there doing minute 45s and minute 47s all day. So Darren's unfortunately got a small case of the whimsies, so you'll be tuning into my dulcet tones for the near future. So Billy, of course, running around the GT4, he got a bit of a fright at Sandown at the most recent round. He was swarmed by the three front runners all at once and nearly had to perform a skyhook escape manoeuvre into turn 11. But he's settled down now. Did have to do a bit of reprogramming of the Porsche active stability management system in the car after Friday. The car going a little bit haywire and wanting to send wheel speed sensors off to the moon. But doing very consistent laps, minute 47s all day. And that's the kind of car that you can basically run off the back of a tandem trailer with a van and a man with an air spike and a data computer.
I tell you what, though, a 147.0 is not hanging about either. This is some good laps turning here in the 177, and they're very lively with the amount of decals on that car as well. So it looks really good, poised as all the Porsche Motorsport vehicles do. And he is coming onto the straight here, and look at that magnificent view out over Bass Strait. Big g'day to Barry Oliver over in Tasmania there, probably calling races at Symmons Plains or Baskerville this weekend. Of course, Baskerville Historics a couple of weekends ago, massively attended event down there. Ben Schutz continues to lead with 5 minutes left in this race. 16.88 seconds in the lead to Michael Kokonos, with Andrew Hall in the 130 from Cup Car Engineering in third place. Back to Stephen Kepper, 1 minute and 4 seconds away. So the front three covered by 18 seconds, and then it's a big gap over a minute back to position number 4. Sven Burkhardt is next running there. Steven Sluger. Jim Manolis in the number 29 Lamborghini is still in the mix there as well.
So on screen now is car 97 of Rodney Gordon. So Rodney had a small indiscretion in qualifying yesterday, but testament to the skill of some of the people at Pinnacle Automotive and Pinnacle Road and Race. Laurie and the team down there doing their best job to repair the car after qualifying, get it back out for the race today. Had to replace a radiator. There's a fair few more cable ties in the car than there was when it rolled out of the factory at Weissach. There's a fair bit more race tape on the car than it did when it left Germany. But testament to the repairability of Porsches and the number of spare parts that are out there. Able to get the car repaired after not a major shunt, but enough of a shunt to damage the front and the back and the radiator of the car in qualifying. And yet get the car repaired properly overnight. Didn't take part in the sprint race yesterday. Started rear grid today, and then got it out and having a great run in the earlier model 997. So it's one of the few 3.6 litre engine cars. It was the carryover engine from the 996 Cup car, which of course was what Lindley and Simon were sharing in the Bax Clean entry.
So made his way into position number 10. So ultimately a top 10 finish at this stage with 3.5 minutes left in this journey. And for mine, that means we're 3.5 minutes away from seeing this car, the Sin, with Ben Schutz at the wheel, taking out the Victorian Championship. Probably could have sealed that deal. Well, we did seal that deal at the last round, but this is a emphatic stamp on a championship where one car and one driver has led and won each race right throughout the season. The number 65 going around turn 2 now. He could probably button off, but he won't. The lead is 19.15 seconds. He won't button off at all because he doesn't want to lose concentration, and he'll keep ticking off these boxes. Really enjoy, I'm going to say, probably the last drive he has in this car, I dare say. We may see it at Island Magic at the end of November, but this will be a pretty emotional moment for all involved down there, I would suggest, Dave.
Absolutely, it's a very close-knit family team. It's not a great song and dance operation with a B double and a lift and panelling on the walls. It's a proper grassroots effort that puts on an amazingly professional performance. That's helped, of course, by Ben's years of experience, and of course, and Bill, who knows how to prepare a race car for, whether it's preparing it for a 15-minute sprint race or a 60-minute, 1 hour enduro. Knows how to get the best out of a car, even 12 hours in the Viper and the Daytona, the cars that preceded the GT4 at Daytona Sport Cars.
Come around the top. Used to be called Belinda's Terrace around the top part of the track. Comes past the highway that goes past the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. In a number of weeks' time, it will be jam-packed with MotoGP fans. You can see the facilities that they've put here this weekend for the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships.
Oh, it's fantastic.
Marquees and grandstands around. And the MotoGP will probably use the same equipment.
Absolutely. I think it's very generous of the Vic State Circuit Racing organisers to let Dorna and all the international teams use all these amazing facilities that we put on just for all of you fans who have made it out to the circuit. And we thank all of you for making your way out here on a beautiful day at Phillip Island. Where would you rather be? Definitely not sitting on the couch and catching up on Netflix.
Yep, certainly a ripper day here as Ben Schutz comes back down through the gearbox in the Sin. The nose just about touches the ground. Gee, it's got a big rake on it under brakes, hasn't it? That car really does have an attitude. Accelerates, lifts the nose up off the ground, and Ben leaves nothing much to the imagination there. You know when he's on the brakes, and you certainly know when he's got the throttle wide open as well. There it is.
There's nothing quite like a big V8.
That's right. And it is a big one. They got the biggest one they possibly could for this one. To slot in the spot behind his shoulders. Across the top of the hill, 50 seconds remaining for on that. We're going to see another lap as he comes down under brakes.
Actually, we've got the last lap board out on the line at the moment.
So this will be the checkered then coming around this time. Yeah, checkered is being readied.
So we're basically going to almost bang on 40 minutes. So it's a emphatic victory, a massive bullet point on the end of... Actually, no, they're going to go past the last lap board again.
Going to go again. So 14 seconds remaining. So yes, it will be another
just managed to
journey
sneak one more in. So this will be a 26 lap race for our race leader. Of course, providing we haven't put the commentator's curse on it. But, what an emphatic bullet point, full stop, on an amazing season of 2022 Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships for sports cars. The checkered flag has now been displayed at the control line. So perhaps a little bit of miscommunication. Actually, they might be just throwing the checkered flag at 40 minutes and giving the people that made it across the line an extra lap. So we haven't gone checkered flag on the timing screen yet. So I'm sure we'll have a discussion about what's happening there. Safety car getting in position. Darren, it's been an amazing season of... Yeah, it's been an amazing season of production sports car racing in Victoria. And again, across Australia, whether it's at the top national level or grassroots level, so many sports cars getting lap time in all sorts of series. And great to have them here at Phillip Island to end the season.
Certainly is a massive category here in Victoria and also in New South Wales. It's very well patronised there in New South Wales amongst the state series as well for their sports cars. But this bloke here at the wheel of the number 65, Ben Schutz, an unassuming race car driver. He doesn't come at you with that A-type personality and jump all over you and tell you how good he is. He's quite humble, as is the whole team. And this is an amazing assault on the Victorian Sports Car Championship to win every single race from the back of the garage to the front of the garage. What an amazing effort for Richard Bendel's little team that could teaming up with the Shoots family, with Paul and Ben's brother Paul and the family down there, and Mum and Ursula, and of course Bill, who works tirelessly to get his son some great results on track. Well done to Ben Shoots. Michael Kokonos will bring it into P2 to take out the last position in P2 for the season, and Andrew Hall gets it home into P3. Beautiful run there for our podium.
And on behalf of Production Sports Car Racing Victoria, we want to say a big thank you to the Victorian Mini Club International for promoting this event, and to all of the volunteer organisations that make the Vic State Circuit Racing Championships happen. So to the MG Car Club of Victoria, to PIARC, to the Victorian Mini Club, to the Australian Sport Sedan Association of Victoria, and of course all of the supplier organisations, Team Medical Australia, Vic Fire and Rescue, PIARC Recovery, all of the volunteer Motorsport Australia officials that make it happen, and of course to all the competitors. Without you, we don't get to go racing, and thank you to everyone for allowing us to say farewell to our dear friend Lindley Baxter in the nicest way possible. That's a full stop from me. Thank you very much for your attendance of Sports Cars in 2022.
Thank you very much, Dave Stillwell. Historic touring cars making their way out on track. I'm going to take a quick breath before they head out, before we go into their grid sheet, just to round out the sports car race. A great season there. Ben Shoots taking a massive championship victory there, and well done to the whole family down there with Ben, as the historic touring cars make their way out on track. Back in just one moment.
Looking for your daily motorsports fix? Say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
Cars coming around now for the historic touring car race number 2 for the weekend. Thanks for joining us here trackside at the Phillip Island Grand Prix Circuit, and everyone joining us via YouTube and the Blendline TV networks. We thank you for joining us right throughout the season. We've got a very compact field of historic touring cars for 8 laps. Their first race for today, and the historic touring cars just making their way around on the warm-up lap. I'm Darren Smith, right beside me, Dan McCarthy, media identity extraordinaire. If you're looking to get press releases or stories written about your motorsport, make sure you get on to Dan McCarthy. Dan, welcome to Historic Touring Cars. Some awesome looking bits of kit. Small field though.
Oh, there's actually an addition. That's a good news story for this one. There is an addition. We had
Jervis
6 cars
Ward.
yesterday, 7 for this one. Yes, as you say, Jervis Ward starting at the back in the Ford Falcon Sprint. That's nice to see. Gorgeous looking car. We'll just run you through the grid then. So there, number 97 championship leader Darren Collins. He's won the last 6 races on the trot. He'd like to make that 7. So the runaway championship leader out of first in this one. Then second on the grid we have Andrew Lane. Then third, Miles ahead of Talbot. Second row of the grid, they're fighting. They're equal on points in the championship. Second row of the grid in the third in the championship. So whoever finishes higher in this one will take third position in the championship. So a tight battle there to look out for. Behind that we have Maluman Monday, and as we say, the addition Ward out of position number 7. Looking forward to this one. Although it's small in number, there's a good little variety of cars.
Jervis Ward takes his spot up in the Creative Parrot Falcon Sprint. Love the look of the Falcon Sprint, and away we go. The number 16 gets away very, very smartly indeed. That's Glenn Miles, and left sitting on the grid is the Jeff Monday car, and he is not going anywhere. The number 68 has, I would suggest, broken something fairly substantial on there, and he is just looking for a toe off the line there. So the field make their way down into turn 1. It's going to be Andy Lane that leads Darren Collins down there as well, who got himself a little bit of wheel spin. Not much, just enough to head backwards there. The battle that we're looking at, as Dan has just referred to, is basically these two yellow cars in the title contention, because out in front, this is Darren Collins and Andrew Lane. Yes, they're in title contention, but it's actually the cars 3 and 4 on the road that are fighting it out for those other positions on the podium for the category. So Darren Collins leading the way to Peter Mulliman, and then Trevor Talbot and Glenn Miles. Andrew Lane just off the back of them. So Andrew, by leading this race, is doing himself all the good to try and claw back some of those points. So the officials have got rid of the Jeff Monday car. It has gone down the MotoGP pit exit lane. And as always, our Motorsport Australia volunteer officials doing a tremendous job. The Mini Car Club event here at Phillip Island this weekend.
Our championship leader, number 97, as I say, is looking for the 7th race victory in a row. I don't think it's coming in this one because he is slowing up over Lukey Heights. Don't know what's happened. He's, since first race of the season, from race 2 onwards, he's been faultless, and there's a change for position potentially here as well. Number 16 and 76 fighting for 3rd in the championship, fighting for 2nd in this race now after Collins has dropped back down the order.
What a shame for Darren Collins, normally a pristine presenter of race cars, and I'm not saying that it isn't this time either, but it has just come to a screaming halt on lap 1 of this one, and Andrew Lane has got himself a massive lead on lap 1. But the guys fighting for P3 in the championship are now side by side as they head down into turn 1.
Great job by the recovery crews. We can see the recovery team moving that stationary car of Monday off to the side of the road before the cars came back around. So great job by the recovery team and the officials to keep it under green. Great job, and we can continue watching this great battle in the historic touring cars. Here is the championship leader, Collins, in the lane. As we say, what a shame. He finished 3rd in the opening encounter of the season, and since then has won every single race, but that's ground to a halt here this afternoon.
The 76 and the 16 here right now. The 4.3 litre Valiant Charger and the 5.7 litre Chevy Camaro there, and 4.3 litre being driven very, very well by Glenn Miles, the Valiant Charger, and hearing that screaming Camaro, leaving a bit of a number 11 coming out of the final turn there as well. So loading it up, getting a bit of wheel spin, and screaming up to the hay shed. Here's Andrew Lane, our race leader, in the number 43 Mustang, and Mulliman up into position number 4. Sorry, this is Mulliman, not our race leader. Andrew Lane currently sitting in 4th place.
Nothing quite like a black Mustang, is there?
Menacing, absolutely menacing. Falcon Sprint, Jim Richards for so long did wonderful things in these cars, and then ultimately turned into a Touring Car Masters car, so left that nice Group N field right behind and moved on to highly modified Falcon Sprint. So we're just watching the 26 of Jervis Ward, the Creative Parrot entry, with a bit of fluid coming out of the back of that car. So just having a bit of a look at that is race control and our trackside officials. Yellow flag being displayed in the straight. That'll be because the Monday car recovered, and is it continuing on its own steam down the pit exit? Yes, it is. So that's what it will be. The recovery vehicle now making its way back behind the barriers. So here's the number 26 going around Southern Loop, Group NB, 2-door Falcon Sprint. Nice weapon of choice out there, that's for sure. Here we are back at the front of the field. This is Andrew Lane in the fastback Mustang and Trevor Talbot in the Camaro. They've just gapped Glenn Miles by a little bit in the six-pack Valiant Charger. And have a look at this. Talbot now all over the back of Lane. This is what the upper echelon of modern touring car racing is going to look like next year, Dan McCarthy.
Absolutely. Supercars are going from, obviously, all Holden teams, or many of them, going to Chevrolet. So this will be what it'll be like. Mustang versus Camaro. The history is repeating itself. That's often the case, isn't it? And no exception in the Supercars Championship. History will repeat itself. Ford versus Chevrolet. Looking forward to that when the Gen 3 machines roll out. First race of next season. But this battle certainly hotted up. Talbot fastest lap of the race on the last lap, 2 seconds faster than the race leader. And closed up now. That was 1.7 seconds at start of this lap. It's basically nothing now. Still yellow flags for the recovery vehicles that have moved that Monday car out the way, so it's green flags once they're past that into turn number 1, and that allows these two to continue racing. There we go, the gap down to just 0.4 of a second. Look at Talbot, he's visibly faster as he turns into turn number 1. In fact, there's a bit of smoke coming out the back of Lane. Is there some potential mechanical issue brewing? It doesn't seem too bad around the long loaded left-hander of Southern Loop.
Maybe something to do with the differential or the axles there, because as he exits the corner, there's a fair bit of smoke coming out there. It's not pluming out the exhaust, it's not coming off the tyre, it's coming from underneath the car there, so there could be something getting onto the brakes or something like that. And Trevor Talbot, he will be like a circling shark now. He'll get the waft of that horrible hot gear oil, has a horrible smell. He'll know exactly what that is. He'll see the smoke coming out of the car in front of him. In fact, he's probably well more aware of it than what Andrew Lane is right now.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a great battle for position yesterday between Lane and Miles. This time it's Lane and Talbot. So good to see some fierce battles, as we say. Despite the small grid, they've produced some good action so far this weekend. The historic touring cars. Look at Lane understeering over the top of Lukey Heights, and it's going to leave him vulnerable. And in fact, here comes Talbot looking up the inside. It's a risky move in these historic touring cars. They need a bit more braking, meters really. They can't get it stopped like the sports cars that we saw out in the last race. They need more distance to get it stopped down the hill at MG, and it's more difficult to make the move in these cars down there.
Certainly the braking technology, the metallurgy used in the discs and the technology used in the brake pad material for racing is light years ahead where it was in the 60s and 70s when they raced these cars. So yes, they do need a longer braking distance, but it's certainly nothing like what it was back in the day. As Trevor Talbot looks to the inside now on Andy Lane, and Lane locks a right front, grabs a bit of brake there, unloaded into turn 1, massive plume of smoke off the right-hand front tyre that time around, and a bit of oil, a bit of smoke coming out of the back of that Mustang just appears to be getting a little bit worse. A little bit of puff here, a little puff there, and we're just seeing him come out. There it is now, out the right-hand rear wheel. It's not wheel spin. It looks like I would suggest there's some sort of differential oil leak or something like that coming from under the middle of the car and just manifesting itself out underneath the guard and around the wheel area on the rear of this car. It's Group NC cars. The Camaro now leading the way. Trevor Talbot doing his championship hunt for position 3 in the championship. A world of good by leading this race, because at the moment it's Glenn Miles, and he is back in 3rd place and about 7 seconds arrears of this battle. There's the smoke coming out of the back of Andrew Lane's Mustang.
Andrew Lane actually with the second place yesterday, he actually closed the gap a little bit. He's only 7 points behind both of those, so he's also in contention for 3rd, but slightly further back at this point in time, so he's not doing his chances any harm either. We see a little bit of a lock-up there. I don't think that was just the smoke off the back. I think there was a lock-up as well. In fact, number 76, this slow's got a problem. Our race leader has an issue. What a shame. He'd just taken the lead, done all the hard work, but that looks like it's all in vain as he allows Lane through. He's still continuing, so we've got 2 wounded cars at the front of this field. Quite remarkable.
And we're still half race distance. There's still, there'll be 3 laps once they get to the strike here, and Trevor Talbot just waved him by. Looks to have got motivated again, so whatever the issue was coming out of MG seems to have cleared itself because they're both running full tilt all the way down the front straight as that service vehicle remains parked up on the driver's left on the MotoGP pit exit.
You don't think he made the move before turn 1, the apex to turn number 1, so was he redressing the pass that he maybe illegally made under yellow flags?
No such thing as redressing, unfortunately. No such thing. No, try and find it in the manual, it's not there. It's a category-specific rule that supercars seem to have played with over the years, but does not do anything in this form of racing, that's for sure. If he's passed under yellows, he's passed under yellows, and if he's let the 89 through, he's let the 89 through.
Absolutely, as we see them exit Honda, still smoking. I reckon that smoke's getting worse and worse for Lane as he goes around Siberia and up the back. They're continuing to pull away from Miles. If we look at the fastest laps, it's certainly Talbot that's the fastest car on track, a 150.5. His best lap, 1.2 seconds faster than Lane's best time, a 51.7. Miles' third best, 52.8. So they're over 6 seconds ahead of the third place man now. This is a good battle. All of the men fighting for third in the championship are sitting 1, 2 and 3, and that's the way we like to see it in historic touring cars. Just over 2 laps to go. This is far from over with 2 potentially wounded cars. But as you say, Talbot now, he seems like there's no issue at all. He's back on the attack, back on the rear lane and looking for that race victory once again.
So these guys have a scheduled 4 p.m. race start, the final race for the season in historic touring cars. And we've seen Darren Collins leading the championship and leading this race early doors remove himself from the action in this race with an issue. The 2 cars leading this race currently seem to be ailing. There's a question mark certainly over Trevor Talbot, but Andrew Lane is displaying that oil leak there is certainly growing as this race goes on. So there's a bit of work to do for Collins, certainly for Lane to do there, and Trevor Talbot to address whatever his concern was coming out of MG Corner a lap and a half ago.
Yeah, interesting. So who's going to make it out? We might be missing a couple of cars come the final race of the day and final race of the championship. So potentially with the championship leader out, it could potentially leave the door wide open for one of these two to steal the championship at the end of the weekend. So definitely a reason to tune in this afternoon. There's many championships still to be decided. Formula V's are one of them. Historic touring cars will be as well. Just a lap and a half to go now. It's been a nice first half of the lap for Lane here. He's slightly pulled out a margin over Talbot. This is the first time, in fact, sorry, Lane, fastest lap, his personal best on the last lap. Here we go, 76. Oh, he's run it onto the grass. He's going to struggle to get it slow, but he has done. Good job. Lane slightly defensive, but he's locked up now. Both of these two pushing hard. They want the victory, that's for sure. It's even Stevens going into the final lap.
A little whisper in our ear, it could be a Panhard rod or something like that in the back of the number 76. Shane Rogers from Blendline TV, ever the astute observer, just watching how you can tell when there's something wrong there, because on either side of the car, the gap between the tyre and the guard becomes quite noticeably different as you go through a corner there, and we're just watching a little bit of movement. Might be these tyres run quite a large sidewall down the inside. Talbot takes the lead of the race on the final journey around and will drive through there. So 2 cars ailing. This could be an improved production Bathurst 1000, in fact from 1971 this could be, or 1970, with the way these 2 cars are going at it at the moment.
Certainly looks it, doesn't it, with these 2 old machines roaring around this historic Phillip Island circuit. It's a category that goes hand in hand with this track, and now Talbot going defensive.
Very wide through turn 3, not being able to pull the car back up on it. And both at the moment still managing to set a decent lap time. They're a fair way off their ultimate lap times of sort of 149s, 150s. Of course, Paul Stubber right back in 2015 in a Camaro did a 145.97. It's kind of irrelevant at this point in time because we're now looking for results. There certainly looks to be a bit of movement in the back end of the 76 Trevor Talbot Camaro. Goes right over on the ripple strip using all of the track from white line to white line, and then ripple strip wide entry here into Lukey Heights as well, and watch the car push wide
Seems to be who's ever is behind is the faster car. It's like dangling some food for a dog. You know, they want it, they can see it, they can taste the food, they want the victory.
It's chasing the carrot that's being dangled out in front, isn't it, at the moment? And at the moment, the carrot's a yellow colour and it's being dangled in front of a black Andrew Lane Mustang. Leading onto the straight will be Trevor Talbot. Checkered flag at the ready and being displayed at the start-finish line. Trevor Talbot will lead and take the race win in the number 76 yellow Camaro. And he will beat home Andrew Lane, who has got smoke coming out of the back of his car on certain aspects of the track. Glenn Miles, beautiful job, screaming home in the 4.3 litre six-cylinder Charger. Looking magnificent. Coming around the top end of the course now is Milliman. Done a tremendous job, started out of 5th. Made up a place and finishing very tidily indeed. Like no controversy around it. Home for 4th place for Milliman. And the 43 screams to the line. Monday gone down a couple of laps on this race. In fact, only getting 5 laps completed. The number 68. Beautiful looking Camaro. Let's hope that Jeff can get the car rectified for the race scheduled start for 4 p.m. today. And he will take the checkered flag now Monday across the line. And Jervis Ward is also finishing, coming around onto the down into MG corner, the Falcon Sprint, striking a beautiful profile there, the Creative Parrot proprietor, and he gives this 26 a big bootful coming out, drives out of turn 11 and 12.
Just looking on the last lap, Miles, who came home P3, actually set his personal best lap time, so he actually, with that pace, would have been challenging for the lead if he could have continued that earlier on, so potentially it could be a three-way fight for victory in this afternoon's race. But here we go, the Falcon Sprint crossing the line. Ward in position number 5. He'll be happy with that, his first race of the weekend after missing the action yesterday.
We're going to take a quick break because we've got Circuit XLs making their way out onto the track. Steve DeVries and Dan McCarthy will be with you on the other side of this.
Looking for your daily motorsports fix? Say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
Welcome back. Welcome back to the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. This race number 2 for the Hyundai XLs. Alongside me for this one, the regular Hyundai XL commentator Steve DeVries. Looking forward to this one, I imagine.
I think so. I'm looking forward to seeing what this man, Ryan Phillips, can do from the back of the grid. He's carrying the onboard camera, as you saw right there, and giving a big thanks. I think it says hi Les, which would be a reference to Les Small, who's had a lot to do with that car and the many pilots that have been in that car over the course of the season. He, of course, was involved in that rather unusual incident yesterday afternoon. which we'll talk a little bit more about in some detail in the next few moments or so. Just waiting on a little bit of confirmation on a couple of cars that don't appear to be out there on the circuit at the moment. A bit of an unusual situation we find ourselves in. Apparently, we're getting some word through that both the 777 of Ethan Griggold, who was originally meant to start out of position number 4, and the number 39 of James Lodge, who was meant to start at position 10, have been excluded. Now, they were on the race results this morning from yesterday's running, but they are not out there now, so that means they are taking no further part in this one. And Dan McCarthy, that actually means that Hugo Simpson has got a clear run to the Victorian State Series title in the next 2 races for this afternoon. Not the sort of start that we were thinking about this morning, going, it's going to be a good fight. Not anymore.
No, I did all my points, all my maths based on what I saw this morning, and it's completely changed. So yes, that does effectively wrap it up for Hugo Simpson, so he can relax now and enjoy these last 2 races. Provisionally, he is now the champion.
Provisionally, he is. He is the champion-elect at the moment. As we see the number 8 machine of Phillips pulling into position. He's one of the last men on the grid. In fact, he is the last car on the grid. Pole for this one for Toby Waghorn with Bradley James behind. Then you've got William Seal, Charlie Nash, then back to Tim Colombrita and Twining in the number 72. Then Hugo Simpson, Jason Kay, then the number 46 of Bennett, and then Donovan Mernjavac in the 92 out of position 10. And here we go.
Away from the start, very, very even on the front row of the grid as we see all the XLs blast down towards turn number 1. What a start from Phillips. We can see him already blasting past several
3
cars on the outside.
4 cars, 5 cars. I think he's probably got at least 6 on the run down. He's going to try and go the long way around Harvey here in the 25. That might be a little bit overly ambitious on lap 1 with cold tyres if you haven't got them up to temperature and up to pressure properly. We can just sort of count how many has he got. Yeah, there's at least, now he's gotten past Harvey, so he's probably got at least 7 cars. I think I can probably count there very quickly. The pole sitter is away, and away cleanly though. James going with him.
And then Combrita has moved up to position number 3. Oh, look at this, changing for position 3, wide into Stoner. Phillips on the wide outside line. Hopefully he'll be given some room, and he has been. This is a great start from one of the contenders in yesterday's race. He was caught up in an incident, and he's making hay very quickly. Just moving through them like he's on a PlayStation game.
Absolutely, right now he is. And I think a number of the drivers that are a bit further back in the field have realised they're not in his fight, or they're not going to be battling for position with him. So there is no point sort of getting yourself worked up and trying to argue over the position. Just let him go, focus on your own race, and that's probably a smart call, I would say, in the early going. Let the much faster car go through.
So we see a change for second position, number 6 making his move on James. James is second in the race yesterday, but he wants second back straight away, fires up the inside at MG, but no luck there. Fourth position in the shell-looking livery in position number 4, that is Seal. Car number 995.
Protesting tyres coming down the hill there, at least a half a dozen cars. Just had a little puff of smoke just on the front brakes. The heavy braking zone coming down the hill into MG. Lap 1 now officially about to be in the books. Still 7 more to go.
As they cross the line, our champion-elect, Hugo Simpson's made a great start. He's up to position number 5, and he's on the outside. There he is, with that green roof that you can see lurking behind this quartet of cars down into turn number 1. He's, as we say, got the pressure off now. He can just go for it, have some fun, enjoy these races today in the glorious sunshine at Phillip Island. And it's a change for the lead. So number 6 now at the head of the field, ahead of number 61, James. Seal in 3rd, and 4th position now for Waghorn. So he's dropped from 1st to 4th in the space of about 500 metres at the start of this lap.
Yeah, he dropped a spot or 2 there, and still well and truly entrenched in the hunt here as well. Still a long way to go, considering there's 2-minute lap times for the Hyundai XLs. Well, it's the better part of 2-minute laps. If you can get under a 2-minute lap here at Phillip Island, I think you're doing pretty well in an XL, and you'll be up the front end of the field. The 6th place car that's just sort of tacking on to the back of this group of 5 here. Who's that at the moment? That's the number 72 machine of William Twining. He's actually had a pretty reasonable first outing here at the Phillip Island. I actually don't recall seeing his name at all in the Victorian State Series points leading into this one. I don't believe he's been out there at all. No, he hasn't. So first time out for him, and actually just seen one of the XLs leaving the lane. I think Scott Appledore, lookalike, or the tribute livery to the Tiranas of yesteryear, just came into the pits at the end of lap 1, and he's now a mile behind the whole field.
Very tight for third between James and Waghorn. The two race battleists yesterday are going at it again for position number 3 in this one. And they're certainly racing hard with each other, and Simpson's right in there now as well. This has allowed the front two to skip away early in this race, and they're side by side as they come down. I hear gravel.
Someone in the gravel. I do too. I think that might be Jason Kay. Yes, 99.
It is 99, and he is not going to get out of there, I don't think. He's right on the fringe of the grass. If he can just get a bit... Oh, there's another car involved further back. Can't quite see who it is. So I think there's been contact going in there. It's these two exiting the final corner. So this orange machine and the one behind him, they were both spun, one in the gravel, the other one on the road.
Yeah, so it was Jason Kay who was off the road in the 99, and then the other one was the 55 of Belinda East, it appears, getting involved in that. Getting also involved here is a nice little duel between William Seal in the 995 and Tim Columbrita in the number 6. Both duking out here, and we've got Mernjevac who's pulled up. It looks like that's out at Southern Loop. Is that on the inside or the...
Or is
outside?
that the final corner?
Or is that the final corner?
Is he also involved in that incident? It is the final corner, so he's also potentially been involved in that. So 3 cars at least that had some sort of skirmish or incident at the last corner. So up front, fortunately, these guys have managed to stay out of trouble, and in fact it might be becoming a 7-car battle as Nash now catching up to these cars ahead in the Tickford liveried Hyundai.
Yeah, he's definitely caught up to this group as well. Ryan Phillips gained 12 spots on lap 1, so he crossed the line in 9th place after starting at the rear of the grid. He's now just tacked onto the back of the 46 of Jeremy Bennett. They're out of shot. They're back over the top of Lukey. I just sort of started to see the 46 emerge over the top, so there's still quite a lot of work to do for the driver aboard the number 8 machine to catch up to this battle group. Even if he doesn't get there, he'll be in prime position to challenge for a good result in the 3rd race this afternoon. Going to be the last race on the schedule.
Yes, it'll be an exciting way to finish, that is for sure, as we see these front 7 all line astern. Seal pulling out, taking to the outside. He's going to try and swing it in the long way in turn 1. In fact, he's got the position, but Waghorn has gained several positions, and he's up the inside and retakes the lead.
He does, shoots through the inside. It's a bit of a tricky approach to one as well. If you're on that extreme right-hand side, the track does narrow up a little bit as you approach the apex, so you've got to commit. You've got to commit very, very early if you're going to run that line. And he did just that, and he's come out with the lead at the start of the 4th lap. Won't be the last time that I think we'll say that there's a change for position at the front of the queue in this race.
Absolutely, I agree with you there. There's probably, and here it is right now, Seal retaking the lead. He's now out front in the champion elect, Simpson in the green roofed machine, trying to take 3rd. Although he's provisionally the champion, they're not just giving it to him. He's got to work for it, just like everybody else does. And that's what we like to see.
Now, they're all doing 201s out in front at the moment. The next man that we're interested in looking at, of course, is going to be Ryan Phillips. He did a 202.1 last time around. He has cleared the number 46 of Jeremy Bennett. Let's see what he can do in clear air. As it stands right now, the margin is somewhere around the 7.5 second mark. It's actually quite an effort to be able to raise that sort of margin in about 4 laps. But if he can start to dip into the 159s now that he's in clear air, he won't be too far off the back of this queue by the time the checkered flag drops.
Absolutely. It's certainly exciting stuff. as we see the front few cars, just the lap times are so consistent as they're jostling for position. There's nothing to separate them. Yes, you could say that, you know, Waghorn's faster at this point in time, but once he gets to the front, the guys behind have the tow, as we see right now, and then they slipstream by to take the lead and move past him.
You just started to see Phillips emerge into the back of shot there as well. Just as the leaders were crossing the start-finish stripe, he emerged out of turn 12. Half-hearted look by Colin Breeder at turn 1 there. No space available for him to make a move. It does just go to show you how close that this lead group of 5 or 6 cars are running, and their ability to slipstream, their ability to pass, that a number of the efforts that the XL clubs across the country have sort of put their heads together over recent years to try and close this category up a bit with the control suspension, the control tyre that's been in play for quite a number of years. It actually is having the desired effect right now. If anything, like what we're seeing is to be going off.
Absolutely, yes. Clearly it's working. We're seeing cars too wide for second and too wide for fourth position. Simpson shuffle back down to the back of this 5-car train now as Waghorn also takes position number 2. Simpson with a good exit out of Siberia. He's just been demoted to 5th position, but he doesn't like that spot. He wants to go back to position number 4. He runs around the outside at Hayshed, and we see also for the lead, the battle, Waghorn. It's hard to go around the outside of Lukey Heights, but that does give you the inside for MG. That's what he wants, that's what he's fighting for, and that's what he has. He's now up the inside, and he retakes position. This is great racing in the second race of the XLs this weekend.
Great job to stick around the outside there. Over Lukey Heights, if you commit a little bit too much, the car just wants to understeer, just wants to travel to the right, so you've got to really hold on. It's one of those corners that's such a fine line to tread coming over the top of the hill. You've got to have your speed just right, and then of course if you want to make that pass, you've got to have your combatant give you enough space and enough time to make it happen as well. It's precisely what Waghorn and Colin Breeder did. They both gave each other plenty of room to allow that to happen without touching. Seal shoots the sucker hole in the middle on the run down to turn number 1. Very smart move. Now right around the outside of Bradley James and sending Waghorn all the way back to position 5. Simpson buys into that one as well.
I think the intensity's risen in the last lap. All of a sudden, these moves are becoming a little more forceful, a bit more what we're used to seeing in Hyundais. Great racing, but it's always fierce, and it's proving to be the case now. These 5 are certainly getting their finger out. Looks like they're going to approach lap traffic. It was a factor in yesterday's race, but they all avoided it nicely and made hay, but let's see, lap traffic will certainly play a factor in these last couple of laps, that's for sure.
Lap times across the top 8 are fairly similar, almost about 3 or 4 tenths of a second difference compared to all of them. So that's this group of 6 cars. Then there's 2 cars further back, which is Charlie Nash and Ryan Phillips, and they are pretty much matching each other lap time wise as well, and they are matching the leading group of cars as well. Despite all their fighting and arguing, they are doing similar lap times, so they're not catching up to this group. So I think they probably need to wipe this race off their radar and just worry about next race. They've got some traffic though. This is one of the cars that's been a little bit slow. It's played a factor in this. Waghorn goes for a wild ride across the outside of turn 9. He's going to come back on. He's going to lose touch with the lead group. He's probably going to lose a spot to Phillips here as well, because I believe that Charlie Nash went through as well.
Yeah, Colin Breeder tried to file in behind. There was a bit of contact. I'm not sure. I need to see a replay of it to have a better opinion, but it certainly seemed like there was contact between those two, and it pushed Waghorn off the circuit. And yeah, Waghorn losing positions, and that is not good. Yeah, he's certainly out of touch with that lead group, as we say. So we've lost one of our contenders, but there's still 6 with 2 laps to go, as we see Colin Breeder and Seal file into turn number 1 ahead of James and Simpson, who are side by side just behind. And it looks like James has got that position at this point in time.
Nash is starting to play a factor here. He's really throwing down the gauntlet to Twining behind, and he's actually got the job done at the approach to turn number 2. He's stuck with him through turn 1, picks up another spot. So he's not only become a beneficiary of Waghorn off the road at the top of Lukey Heights, but he's also found a little bit of pace here. Can he work his way into the top 3?
Yeah, he seems to have the pace. He's caught them up very quickly, hasn't he? And that's really good to see. Seal wide. He's made a bit of an unforced error there, and that's allowed James through, but he's got a bit of overlap into Siberia, and he fires up there. Good pass back for position, so he holds position number 2, but all this battling is allowing Colin Breiter to pull a little bit of a margin. That's probably the biggest margin of this whole race.
It is at the moment. He's sort of put his foot down, or his pedal to the metal, and trying to gap the 995 of Seal and the 61 of James behind. Just was a bit worried for a moment. There was a bit of wildlife down at turn 5 that I was getting a little bit too close. That's the last thing we need in a race that's this exciting at the front as it has been already. Oh, big lock up for Twining behind. Very nearly makes contact with the back of Nash's 155 machine. Manages to hold it together.
3 corners ago, Colin Breiter had a little bit of a lead. That has gone already. So 4-car train, 1, 2, 3 and 4 that we see on the screen. Good run out of the final turn for Seal. He's going to draw alongside before they get onto the straight even. A great run.
They'll be side by side right across the stripe with the last lap commencing now. In actual fact, he'll be adjudged to be the leader of the race across the line at the commencement of the last lap. It's getting frisky behind. James was very close to sending it on Colin Breiter at turn 1, but thought better of it, and probably a wise decision at that part of the track, one of the most highest speed parts of this circuit.
Colin Breiter slightly wide, and that allows Seal up the inside. There's a bit of overlap, a bit of contact, and Colin Breiter's sideways. He saves it, powers out, keeps the front wheel spinning.
Lost momentum though, big momentum killer when the rear end wants to get away like that, but thankfully you can just plant your foot and keep going. That's what happens in these front wheel drive cars. 3 wide, 4 wide almost nearly. Nash has gone to the lead for the very brief moment. I did say, can he factor into the top 3? He's a factor now.
Certainly is, up to position number 2. So reset, Colin Breiter, who crossed the line in position 2, is now at the back of the field. So it's James that leads from Nash, Simpson and Seal.
We're getting some word that looks like there's a wheel failure or something's gone wrong and broken mechanically on the number 6 Tim Colin Breiter machine. He's dropping back from this group of cars. So whatever happened, a little bit of contact. He's nursing a wounded car right now. Heading up the hill, it's Bradley James in the 61 with Nash looking up the inside. That's a little bit ambitious at that part of the track, but James is wide. He's going to have to be careful moving back across the road here. He's got to defend his spot, and that opens a door for Simpson down the inside at 10.
How good's this as we see car number 72, that's Twining a little bit wide. He's up the inside of Waghorn, who tried to swing it round the outside there. It's on for the lead, and then it's on for 3rd and on for 5th. Oh, this is going to be mighty close as they get to the black and white checker flag stripe.
Side by side almost for a little bit. It was almost like coming around the last couple of corners like it was the Calder Park Thunderdome days for a little bit with the XLs. But James is just going to hang on for a narrow win ahead of the 117 of Hugo Simpson, with Seal having to be content with 3rd. Nash just faded just late in that last one and heads home in 4th place. Waghorn recovers to 5th with Twining in 6th. What a stonking end to the last lap. What a chaotic end to that last lap, especially down at turn 2.
Absolutely. Colin Breiter did a fantastic job just to keep it on the road, just lit those front wheels up full power, gassed it up and managed to save it. He did have a bit of damage, but he brought the car home in a wounded 7th. That's all right. He'll start from 7th in the next one. He still has a chance of victory in that one, but he will of course be disappointed about that. That is for sure. As you see the rest of the field stream through this Hyundai XLs all around this Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. So in the end, James taking the win, the margin just under 7 hundredths of a second over
Here we
Simpson.
go. So a couple of replays from things happening a bit further back in the field. Belinda East going for a wild ride. There's a 360 and a bit, and managing to hopefully keep it out of the wet grass. You can just see how muddy it is. Here, I believe, is the incident that happened down at turn 2. So a little bit of pinch. Oh, that's so awkward, and that's how you get damage a wheel in all that one. You'd be reaching for a new set of drawers after that one, I think. Is that McCarthy?
Absolutely, no, that was a mighty fine save, as we say, and then that split the field. Everybody went left and right, and that made things very, very exciting as we got down to the Honda hairpin. Ryan Phillips, we see bringing the car home. He was 8th in the end. That was fantastic from the back of the grid. And the in-car camera certainly proving to produce some great shots in that one.
And he'll be a factor in the next race for them a bit later on this afternoon. They're going to be the last race on the schedule. As we said, we are running a little bit behind, so hopefully it will get into the program. We'll get through everything here. But from one exciting category to another, the HQ Holdens are going to rumble around the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit one more time in season 2022 for the Victorian State Race Series, and we'll be back on the other side of this for 9 laps of high quality entertainment.
Have a good afternoon.
Looking for your daily motorsports fix? Say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
And without too much further ado, we go into the final lap, or final race for the HQ Holdens for season 2022 as part of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. I'm sure the HQRA have got a couple more races still to go to conclude their season. Cars are on track now and the grid looks like this. It's a rocket. Rod Rogers charged from the rear of the field this morning, puts himself on pole position for the final race of the season. Perry Becker's right alongside with Rodney Woods and Andrew Magilton, who filled the front row of the grid after qualifying but just got outraced in race number 2 for the weekend earlier on today. Ray Jardine will be right alongside Andy McLeod. In position 7 will be Jeff Francis. We go back to the 68 of Crawford, Mick Magilton, Andy Lawton, Michael Ling and Peter Anderson in the 88. Come a long, long way to race here this weekend. There's the back of the Knox panel service car of Rod Rogers, and right now I'd love to introduce David Amor, who is alive and well and joining us here in the commentary booth, and we're about to launch David on the end of another season of HQ Racing.
Yeah, but it certainly is, Darren, and thank you very, very much. Now, this race, this final race today is for the Dallas Crane Memorial. They're actually, guys are also racing for a trophy for this weekend for Dallas Crane. Dallas Crane was a very, very important person for HQs from Tasmania, all the way to the Thunderdome to flat track racing and all that. Dallas Crane was a member for 20 plus years, a fantastic friend, and is dearly missed. Cancer took him way, way too early. But this is a Dallas Crane Memorial race for the HQs. Oh, what a ripper start there by my Magilton and Woods side by side. Andrew McLeod, Ray Jardine, Graham Francis right beside him as they all stream over the 13 cars for the final race. The Dallas Crane, Tyre Power, Strive Electrical and all the other sponsors for HQ Holden, thank you very, very much. But for Dallas Crane, Darren, you knew the gentleman as well, and he was an absolute gentleman. Thank you, Dallas Crane.
I reckon we're going to turn on a ripper for Dallas to reflect on his time here today, watching on And Rocket Rod Rajas is already out in front, and we have got Ryan Wood, who's had a ripping start from the second row of the grid, and he has iterations for the lead of this race as they head into turn 3 for the first time. 8 laps the journey. It was scheduled for 9. I believe all of the races for this afternoon are now going to go 8 laps. So under brakes there, Rocket Rod Rajas charging from the rear of the grid. A drive of his life earlier on this morning, and off goes Ryan Woods. That will lose him a spot to Perry Beckers. He weighs in on it, and there's the Middies ever-present car of Andrew Magilton in P4.
There certainly is, Darren. Rajas was an unbelievable drive in race 2. Or this morning's race, the HQ Holdens, the rear of the field to the front. He's the fastest car. He done a 2:02.6, which is unbelievable that time. There hasn't been a time like it for many, many years. So he certainly came on like gangbusters. But the Middies car there of Andrew Magilton, and also the old man, Mick Magilton, also in a 75 car. Keep an eye on the Middies cars coming through. It's 14. Andrew McLeod, don't forget him. He's the president of HQRA for 2022 this year. And the 82 car just hasn't been there this weekend. He's finally tuned it up a little bit to try and make a little bit of difference. We have to wait and see. But look at the yellow Beryl there coming onto the front straight. In third position, Perry Beckers.
Beckers panels emblazoned down the side right behind him. As I said, the ever-present Middies electrical entry of Andrew Magilton hangs in there. They come across the line. It's Rocket Rod Rajas. Takes it over. Rodney Woods has managed to hold on to P2. Perry Beckers, Andrew Magilton, Andrew McLeod, Ray Jardine, who had battery issues in the race yesterday afternoon, drove from the rear of the grid and got himself up to 8th position for the start of this race. And Ray Jardine now into 6th place.
Yep, certainly doing extremely well. The old veteran there, Graham Francis, in the 85 car, doing all right. Also, the Andrew Williams car is piloted by a mate of his, Graham Crawford. Then we've got the 75 car. Then we've got the 35 car there at Lawton as well, the Sandblaster Lawton from Bayswater, and Michael Ling, and also the 88 car, the Northern Territory car. Geez, Rod Rogers is really locking some brakes at the moment. But have a look at that. Magilton's got past Beckers for 3rd and 4th and 3rd.
I tell you what, though, Dave, if you have to lock a brake here and there to get yourself to Dallas Crane Memorial Race, then that's what you're going to do, isn't it? You're probably going to slide into a corner with all 4 locked up at some point to try and take this event. The gravity of this event is not lost on any of these races, that's for sure.
That is for sure. We've only got 13, but we've still got the cream of the crop here, mate. And these guys have been racing for many, many, many years. And from HQ Holdens back in the early 91-92 season with the Thunderdome and flat track, there was over 637 cars registered with Cams and Bob Jane. They were racing HQ Holdens. We're down to probably about 137 over the last 2 or 3 years. COVID has got a few issues and dramas with everyone, as you can understand.
HQ's got a nasty little cough and a runny nose.
Yeah, they always got a cough and a runny nose, but hopefully we've got past all that now, and hopefully we're starting to bring a fair more cars back out onto the track.
Right, just bright yellow wheels, a bright future in this race here this weekend. Rajas leads the field only by 0.14 of a second. I don't even know how you measure that. That's just what it is. But the AW Automotive car being driven down the straight now as well, doing a tremendous job. Have a look at this. The 27, the weight of that number. Alan Jones and Casey Stoner took that number to a world championship. And I think even Gilles Villeneuve had the number 27 as well. So Ryan Woods has got a fair bit of responsibility on his shoulder representing that number.
Yeah, he certainly has, but just keep an eye on Magilton, the Middies car, the number 14 car. That car has been beating Rod Rajas this year. So it'll be quite interesting to see what happens, what's going on. Woods up the inside, yes. He's through and he's, coming out of Honda. He's hit the lead at the moment. He's worked it out. Go around the inside, not the outside, Darren. They keep on flexing the pecs, pushing the elbows out a little bit, and you go a little bit wide and lose a little bit of speed.
There's a little fist pumping in the commentary booth here as well. Some people like what Ryan's up to out there on track, certainly getting through. Forceful move there, so still under pressure. And look at that. You tell you what, you look back in your mirror and you've got Rod Rogers and you've got Andy Magilton in your mirrors. You know you're alive in front of a HQ race with that sort of thing happening behind you, that's for sure.
Yeah, we've got McLeod now. McLeod's gone past Beckers, so McLeod is starting to move. We're on lap 3 of 8, everyone, this afternoon. There's only 8 laps, so we've still got 5 to go as Darren just coughs out a lung. So hopefully you're okay, mate. You're all right?
Well, like the HQs, have got a bit of a runny nose and a nasty spicy cough, mate. So that's what they're doing. Have a look at this now. McLeod weighing in on it. And I guess going through on Beckers. Beckers had a bit of a reminder. Hey, we're still a fair way from a race result here. So he's got the head full of dreams and ideas. They come onto the straight, running right down the extreme left-hand lane out of our vision. Have a look at that. Ryan Wood with Rogers in his rear bumper. And beside them is Andrew Magilton. I'll do it for you, Dave. Magilton comes through into P2.
He certainly does, Darren.
You've got to keep yourself in check, mate. I'll do the Magilton.
That's all right, mate. Just in future, just keep your head out of the way of the camera shot so I can see through turn 1. But that was unbelievable. Magilton gone down the inside there. So this is absolutely fantastic. It's tight, close racing, all about Dallas Crane. This memorial race is for Dallas Crane, a veteran of HQ racing, a guy that gave everything. His blood was HQ's, and it's a fantastic way to remember the man.
Certainly is. Number 27 leads for an entire lap now. Seems like ages ago that there was fist pumping as he took the lead. It was only 1 lap ago. The Knox panel service car is right in the mix there as well. So is McLeod. In fact, McLeod is starting to really play a feature in this. Just looking at the lap times, he is now the only one running a green sector time on our timesheet, which means he's doing a personal best lap time. It is Andrew Magilton who's done the 2:03.88. So he is hanging in there at this point in time. Magilton doing the fastest laps, but Ryan Woods has got them banking up behind him.
Magilton, as you can see, he's got past Rocket Rod. Rod's gone back to 3rd position. Magilton's up to 2nd, and of course, as you said, the 27 car Woods are at the front. Now have a look at McLeod. McLeod's right on the back of Rod Rogers. This car is an absolute weapon in a straight line. Let's see what McLeod can do to Rogers coming onto the front straight. Can he get close enough? He's not at the moment. He's got 2.5, 3 car lengths at the moment. Here comes Rocket Rod on Magilton. Oh, who is going to be quick? Who's going to go over the start-finish line? And who's got to pierce into turn 1?
I tell you what, at the moment they're going to fan out. It's going to be 3 wide into turn 1, and Ryan Woods is going to be hung out to dry on the extreme left-hand side of the circuit. And he's already been gazumped. Magilton's gone through, and he's taken it. Rogers has come through. McLeod has got iterations for P3. No, the 27 goes side by side into turn 2, out onto the ripple strips, loses a little bit of pace up there. Had to just ease on the throttle a little bit. In fact, he might not have eased on the throttle. He might have just given the brake pedal a bit of a bounce to settle the car down. And it does. Now, Andy Magilton out in front, the number 14 Middies car. 33 of Rogers. And there's been an off at Hayshed out of our sight here. We'll get a good shot of it on the blend line coverage as we come up there. Someone's gone off, and there's
Michael Ling, HQ70. HQ70, sorry, Darren. He's definitely lost a couple of positions, so he must have been the guy that put all mud all over the track. Yep, we've just been told in the left-hand earpiece.
He's been hung for it.
That
was him.
He's been
number
hung.
70.
All right, now have a look at this. Rogers has gone around the outside of the Middies car there, Magilton. Magilton Woods, geez, we've had four lap changes in four laps. You might as well say, Darren, if I can spit it out right.
And poor old Ryan, there it is. Look at the debris all over the track.
Yeah, Michael Ling certainly decided to use all the track plus a bit more.
Got to be careful how you use the word debris over the track.
Up over the top, down into MG. Look, we've got Rogers right there. Magilton right behind him. Ryan Woods. All right, she's got to be a horsepower. Remember, Becker's come from 4th up to 3rd there in the race yesterday afternoon. So keep an eye on him. This will be a wild, wide 3 laps to go. Coming onto the front straight. Look at Magilton. Magilton's getting right on the boot lead of Rod Rogers. This will be interesting. What side have we got to go? Left or right? Magilton is going to keep right on his boot lid and keep there. Stay there, Andrew. Stay there all the way down to around about the 100-metre marker, and then he'll just pull out. No, Rod Rogers has gone to the inside. Magilton's to the outside. Woods has got a bit of a gap. Then we've got McLeod and Beckers. Magnificent race.
Tell you what, Ryan Wood wants to get on with this. He needs to be right back up onto the back of Magilton. I don't care how he does it. If he slides with all four wheels locked up down into turn 4, just to put the nose up the inside there and let them know he's with it. Because at the moment, 2 car lengths is the gap there, and that is the world in HQ racing, and it has been since the early 90s. And he has also got McLeod in his rear vision mirrors as well. So double duties. I would say reach up, grab that big rear vision mirror, throw it back in the back of the car, and don't worry about it. Keep your eyes forward.
Well, mate, they're all race car drivers, mate. What mirrors? You know, like let's face it. The helmet goes on, the red mist comes across the eyes, and away you go racing. 31 years of HQ racing throughout Australia, ladies and gentlemen. 31 years. Yep, I know. I started it. I was one of the earliest guys that started racing with it. I was on the Thunderdome. It started on the Thunderdome, just an event for Bob Jane to have a look at these old machines. What can they do? And by the end of the Thunderdome, they were the Grand Prix of all
I've got to say the cars look a whole lot better than what they did at the end of the Thunderdome era. They were fairly being dinged up pieces of kit, that's for sure. The Thunderdome was synonymous with a bit of panel rubbing and nose-to-tail action, but the HQs were certainly turned it on time and time again.
It turned boys into men on the Thunderdome, Darren. I can tell you that for a fact,
I reckon
mate.
you just need to take a deep breath, David Amor. I'm trying to look after you, mate. The doctor's orders are to keep yourself calm. Put a couple of HQs out on the track, and you can't help yourself.
Yep, that's
getting
for
up
sure.
Getting up on the wheel, telling us about the Thunderdome, all the good old days.
Back in my day, mate.
In my day.
That's exactly
right. We didn't wear fireproof underwear. We wore Heshman.
Yeah, that's right. Oh,
Down
here
into
we go.
turn 1 we go. Rocket Rogers with Andy Magilton, Ryan Woods, Andy McLeod, Perry Beckers, Ray Jardine. Rounds out our top 6 all across the line now, completing 1.5 laps is still left in this race. And Ryan Woods has just gone back one more spot to Andy McLeod, so he's used up a lot of the car early in this race, trying to hold at bay Rogers and Magilton. He's not giving up, though. He's right in the back of McLeod now. That is synonymous with HQ racing.
Certainly is. Coming down to Honda, turn 4. You can see it over there, ladies and gentlemen. You can see that is the ocean. That is the ocean right behind there. Unbelievable. Single carbies, 202 engines. Disc brakes, drums on the rear, 355, down the front straight, doing around about 5,800 revs.
The 82 comes out now, and he has got Ryan Woods filling his mirrors. Ryan would dearly like to be where he was 4 laps ago, leading this race. The number 27 got his work to do now. He can still do it. Still do it. And they come around Lukey Heights. And we'll have a look at a bit of the point scores now for the
what is the point scores, mate? Let's see what you can find out.
It's all happening in front of us now for the Dallas Crane Memorial. So Andrew Magilton, 186. Andy McLeod, 184. Perry Beckers, 164. Steve Banks, 134. Glenn McDonald, 121. Gavin Ross, 112. Ray Jardine, 75. So Andrew Magilton is at the moment really in the strongest seat in the house. He's got 70 points amassed for this weekend, and Rogers doesn't really feature in the point score.
Last lap board's gone out. Last lap. Here we go. They can all see it. That means we've got 9, 10, 11 corners. That means 26 position changes, you might as well say, for the first 6 cars. This will be very, very interesting. Rocket Rod. McLeod is second.
So Rocket Rod Rogers out in front of this race has got really no iterations for the championship. It's Andy Magilton who's sitting in P2, or now P3, because McLeod has gone through on him. But that's not going to affect his championship hunt. He's certainly going to, as long as he can stay where he is. And he's not. He's going backwards. In fact, Andrew Magilton has just lost 3 spots exiting turn 2, and he's slowing. On the final lap of the championship season, the guy who's got 186 points and 90 points already today has just disappeared back going through the field. Ray Jardine has now got him.
Certainly is, mate. The car is pinging. The car is pinging. The temp gauge, you can see through the screen there, looks like it's a little bit higher than it should be. It looks like it's done a head gasket. He will still finish this race, but he'll finish backwards. So, no, not for championship points. He's still got enough of a lead because he will finish 5th or 6th. We'll have to wait and see what happens. The fat lady hasn't sung yet. Can I say that? Probably not. No one has sung yet, not even Darren. All right, up over the top. Let's have a look at it. Up past the H-Shed. Lukey Heights. Who can do it? Can Woods come in? Beckers, keep an eye on him. 4th is nothing wrong with 4th. Coming onto the front straight here. We've got, Ryan Woods. Ryan Woods in the 3rd. McLeod is holding up. Woods. He's allowed to do that. He's at the front. But Rocket Rod, the Flying Dutchman, HQ 33. He is the fastest HQ this weekend. And he is coming onto the front straight. The Dallas Cray Memorial, ladies and gentlemen. That's what this race is all about. For your tyre power, Strive Electrical, Dallas Cray Memorial. Congratulations to Rod Rogers.
Andy McLeod gets home in P2 and got a spot up on that last lap. Then it's Ryan Woods, Perry Beckers, Ray Jardine. We're waiting for the ailing Andy Magilton to get the middies entry to the line. He's going to be grabbed just on the line for one more spot back. And that's what happens. The number 14 gets relegated back to a 7th place finish. It'll give him 74 points for the weekend and the championship for the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship.
Yep, certainly will. Coming down into MG, we've still got Michael Ling and also Anderson all the way from Northern Territory. They're fighting for last, ladies and gentlemen. And what's the problem with that? They're still racing. They're out there having fun. Crawford, Lawton gone over the start-finish line. Can Anderson get Ling? Can Ling hold off Anderson? This will be interesting. The checkered flag is out. Here they come onto the front straight. Dallas Cray Memorial, it's all over and finished and won by Rod Rogers. These guys having a go. Well done to 70 and 88. Some great lap times there, very, very close. The first 6 were all in the 204s, but the fastest car for that race was Magilton, but he's done a head gasket.
He has, and wow, what a way for the end of the HQs to end. David Amor, thank you very much for all of the tyre power Strive electrical HQs this weekend. Fantastic to have you back at the racetrack, mate. It's a pretty barren place without your character at it, that's for sure.
No, absolutely fantastic. Michael Holloway, the volunteers, everyone here that's put on this exciting show. Thank you all very, very much from HQRA Victoria. The track is hot. The track is scintillating.
It is.
Michael Holloway's got it there. Thank you, Blendline TV. And let's wait and see. There's trophy presentations for the HQs over there in the shed near the fuel within the hour's time. You're more than welcome to it. The Dallas Cray Memorial has been won by Rod Rogers. But everyone, come over and have a chat with us, talk to us, and be involved.
Thank you very much, Dave Amor. We're going to roll straight into the Porsche 944 race number 3. Jack Atley is warming up off to the side here. And boy, oh boy, Jack is only his 2nd weekend as a commentator to jump in behind the legend of Dave Amor. He is absolutely champing at the bit, sweating out of his whiskers at the moment, trying to work out how he's going to top the legend of HQ Racing there in Dave Amor. Jack Atley, welcome back to the commentary booth here today in the final race for the 944s for the season.
Thanks, Darren. An absolutely very tough act to follow, Dave, so I'll try my best, mate, for sure. Probably slightly more reserved, but moving up to another category, of course, the 944s, which we all love and are very passionate about. They're amazing race cars, very well balanced. It's been a hell of a championship all year. Where else would you rather be than on a beautiful Phillip Island afternoon to watch these guys go round? Jamie Westaway obviously gunning for the championship, but it's still not quite decided. Cameron Bella sitting there in 2nd, Adam Brewer in 3rd. This is going to be a great race. They certainly learned a few lessons from this morning. Had a bit of carnage from a couple of the guys, and we're missing a couple of cars from this morning, but look, it's a great field, and very, very close racing always is in 944s.
It is when you have, like we just said, HQs, and we've got the BMWs and the Porsche 944s always one mate racing, and it certainly does add to the excitement. And right now we have got the 944s making their way around the top end of the track. This is how the grid will look. Jamie Westaway on P1 with Cameron Bella right alongside him on the grid. Then it'll be Adam Brewer to Richard Howe. Tony Westaway next, then it's Mark Torbitz in the black and gold car. Then we go back to 7th is Andrew Jackman. Joey Kellock in the number 77 1800 Lasagna car. The 27 car of Tony Andrzejewski. Great to see Tony inside the 10 there in the number 27. Manny Menezolma in P10 in car 10. 11th is Keith Mariner. Then we go to Fox, Vlad Kennedy, Venoris, Tim Wolf out of WA in the number 66 car. Mark Vadino, Brisbane, Tudor, and Mitchell, who I don't think is playing any further part in this weekend.
Correct. A couple of the boys missing at the back of the pack. Andy Tudor had some damage from race 1 this morning, in fact race 2, so he's missing unfortunately. Look out for Timmy Wolf at the back of the pack. Got a fast car, expected to cut through the field like a hot knife through butter.
I'm watching car number 8 on the second row of the grid, Richard Howe. He is absolutely on song this season, and the last race of the year he will rise to the top. Can he take it to Bella and Westaway? Yes, no, maybe. Adam Brewer can probably do that in the 31 ABI technology entry. But let's see how Richard Howe gets it off the line. He gets it away nicely, walks it away. Well done, as does Mark Torbitz. In fact, Mark Torbitz is going to gazump the line in front of him as they head down into turn number 1. All cars clear of the grid, and it will be Jamie Westaway that leads Cam Bella, who is almost in the silhouette of the Ausfield Oils entry. Adam Brewer, and then it will be Mark Torbitz has put himself into P4. Let's see if Torbitz can start to make hay while the sun shines. Got himself up into P4 early on. There is a bit of a gap already between him and the guys in first, second and third. Midfield, this is where the action generally happens on the first lap or so. Very close together.
Absolutely. You can see Andrew Jackman there on screen, the Pool Master entry. Had a great run in race 2, made up a lot of spots, so he's definitely gunning for at least a top 3, 4, 5 position.
Mark Torbitz, a familiar view out the back, is the number 3 of Tony Westaway. And Tony is filling the mirrors of the number 74. I'm not sure that Mark's even had a look at them yet. He's got his eyes forward and he's eyeing off, trying to look forward in his life and see a podium in his life, projecting the images up on the window in front of him of getting up the field. Have a look at this now, side by side through Hayshed, round behind Richard Howe. Chris Lewis-Williams not playing any further part in racing here this weekend. So that's a shame, but certainly I reckon what we've seen out of Chris over the last 2 rounds in season 2023, he will be right in there.
No doubt about it. And if you look at Adam Brewer, they're really creeping up to stay with these top 2 guys, which is Westaway and Bella, who have been the benchmark for quite some time, but Adam Brewer is really having a fantastic season, currently sitting 3rd in the championship and definitely hanging on to the back of these top 2 guys. Torbitz not far behind.
This is a real last race of the season type of race. The 944s will certainly have other races throughout the rest of the year, but for the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, this is it. This is what it's all about. The next 7 laps will crown our champion, and at the moment Jamie Westaway really has got the 2 hands on the trophy, but Cameron Bella, as you can see, this is almost a role reversal of 2, 3, 4 years ago, isn't it, with these two now, the bronze car leading the aqua car.
Absolutely. They're, I said before, they're closer than the Kardashian sisters, these two. They're never very far away from each other, so that's been like this for a while. Cam relinquished the title to Jamie last year, so yeah, it's very, very close action. They know each other's game plan really well as well, and Cam tends to come into the race as the race comes on. He's very, very good on his tyres. Jamie does like to get out there and lead things from the front, but they're never far away from each other, these two.
Cam's successful game plan of seasons gone by has really been chopped up by Jamie's early pace, isn't it? Cold tyre pace. That was the trademark of Cam Bella's championship.
Absolutely.
Being able to get out in front and cold tyre.
Yeah, smooth as silk. Yeah, he really's got a very smooth driving style. And at Phillip Island, when you've got a really fast but flowing racetrack, that is really the key to get good lap times out of this. You need to constantly be flowing the car, as opposed to lasagna being thrown all over the place there. But you really need to flow it. You get a good drive out of here, up out of Lukey Heights. You're virtually flat from the bridge there right through turn 11. You're coming up to turn 12. And you'll see Andreski coming up on the outside there. Now you'll be pinning the car flat through turn 12 there, because you really want to gain momentum and keep your speed up all the way down this really long straight.
Richard Howe's gone backwards since the start of this race. He started out of P4 and currently gone back another spot now into 9th. Joey Kellogg. I don't think I've ever seen a guy make a debut in 944 racing and make such a name for himself. I think it's probably because he's got a nice dish written on the side of his car, a 1-800 lasagna, as opposed to a nice T-shirt on the side of your car with the Pit Lane Clothing Company.
You're exactly right. No, Joey's driving a new car. That is a newly built car, so it's very, very tight car. It's a beautifully specced out car. Look there at Tim Wolf, who's the West Australian, come up through the field there as well. Had a good run this morning. But, yeah, Joey's had a fantastic opening few races and relatively new to the category, but certainly making an impression and holding his own against some of these veterans like Dickie Howe, who certainly knows this track very well.
Dickie Howe's a hard pass, that's for sure. Manny Mendoza in behind him. Andrew Jackman in the mix here. This is... these guys are fighting it out at the moment for 7, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 on the road. Tony Andreevski just in the back of this pack of cars forming now, coming out of Siberia. Various different lines being used there. The number 20 of Jackman there using a completely different line to the 3 cars behind him at the moment. Matty Mendoza right in the mix there. The 27 of Andreevski driving very well through season 2022. Looking forward to seeing what is in Tony Andreevski's future for 2023 with the 944s.
Absolutely. It's great that they did try a different line through there, through the hay shed. I mean, you're flat again. You're flat through that section. That is a very high-speed section of the racetrack, but if you can get that right, it sets you up for the rest of the lap. You're coming into Lukey Heights, and then now, of course, again, back onto turn 12. Now, here, the real key is the slipstream all the way down the straight. Whoa! Manny's gone. And
Andreevski went off the track too there, but has gained. Gee, that would have been a heart and mouth to the 27. Tony Andreevski, he has rejoined the track. Manny Mendoza has managed to get going again now, and he will certainly have his eyes wide open like dinner plates there.
No doubt about it. That is a very, very quick corner. When you're coming through turn 12, that's one of the fastest parts of the circuit. So the car's just got a bit light on the right-hand rear, and unfortunately got away from him, and he's careful not to collect the wall on the inside left.
Just seeing the right-hand front guard, the rear pinning of the guard there on our race leader's car, Jamie Westaway, flapping around a little bit there. I wonder if there was some contact earlier on in this race on the right-hand side. I can't remember. I think his car is a right-hand drive.
There might have been, some of the cars are right-hand drive, some of the cars are left-hand drive. It depends how they come out, but that is potentially very important. If Jamie Westaway does not finish this race, there is still a chance for Cameron Bella to clinch the championship at the very last race of the season. So really, Jamie Westaway just needs to keep things together, and if he has a solid result, that will do it for the title. But Cam knows that without a doubt. And
Cam needs to win the race, that's for
absolutely.
Sure. Jamie needs to have a pretty bad one. In fact, a catastrophic one. So
yep.
I do like the fact that Jamie is out in front and racing for the race win. That's a true race driver that every time they front up, helmet on, let's win this. But there is also some maths that could play into this, and if Jamie can just bring the car home. And it's very hard to say, it's easy to say in the commentary booth, very hard to say inside the car when you go, we're going for a title hunt, yeah, but hang on, I want to win this race.
They are absolute race car drivers every step of the way, these guys. They're never going to give an inch to each other, but they're very respectful at the same time, and they know each other's game plan so well. They're invariably out in front, the two of them. They're an inch off each other's tyres the whole lap away, but look, they know each other's game plan really, really well, so... yeah, they'll be both gunning to win the race. There's no doubt about it. Pride is absolutely on the line.
Jamie Westaway, I've just had a whisper in my ear by Dan McCarthy, needs 1 point, one solitary point in this race. And like I said, he is going to try and get himself one race win and all the points that he can possibly amass here. Great race going on here with Tony Andrzejewski and the blue Verdino car behind Verdino. Yes, good to see Verdino pointing in the straight direction too. Had a bit of an off earlier on today in the bright blue car.
Exactly. I'm not sure if Tony Andrzejewski there in the number 27, the famous number 27, I'm not sure if he might have collected a bit of damage from that spin with Manny earlier up at turn 12. So Verdino will know that. And
apart from the surprise,
yeah,
going off on driver's right at the top of the straight here at Phillip Island, that will get your attention big time.
It definitely gets your
There's
attention.
not too many that go off and don't end up with any damage. So
no, you're a quick part of the track there.
Yeah. It might be a quick sneak away from the car for a new driving suit at the end of this one. might be looking for a nice fresh pit lane clothing T-shirt to put on.
Could be doing that. Tony Andrzejewski, though, I can tell you, is a very cool customer, so he'll be right. He's a very experienced driver and been around the Porsche fraternity for a long, long time.
Certainly has, knows the product very, very well indeed. And this is, we're racing here now. This is for position 10 and 11 in this race. As we focus back onto another battle, this is the 23 of Vlad Kennedy and Fox in behind there as well. That's Carter Fox.
Yeah, young Carter Fox, new to the category this year, still learning the trade, but fantastic guy, great young kid, and really enthusiastic about the racing series. And good luck to him. I mean, he's learning, he's keeping things together, and he's in a battle there with Vlad Kennedy.
Certainly doing a terrific job. Came onto the scene early this year and was a little bit erratic and certainly hurt any result he was going to get out of round one. The good thing about that is he went away after the round and really analysed it and went, right, we can't just be throwing it away when we're gaining places. We need to be on the black stuff. If you go on to any other colour surface, it's not good.
Not ideal.
Black top is the best.
You're paying for the black stuff, but that's the thing about this category. It is a one-make series, so the cars are not only really, really close, the drivers are experienced as well. Very few of the guys make many mistakes during a race, so it's actually hard to get through the field. And you've got such a close pack of racing and all the cars in a one-make series. I mean, that's the challenge of it. They're all on the same tyres, the same body cars. You can't just throw aero at them, you can't just throw power at them to get round the next competitor. So it's driving ability.
Jack, it is interesting in all amateur forms of motorsport. Often the incidents happen as a result of fitness. You get out there on track and you burn the midnight oil, get the car ready. Yeah. You never actually think about yourself, and you're the one that has to make all the decisions. Normally the car will run like a Swiss watch all weekend long, but if you haven't been watching what you're eating, doing some training, getting good sleep in the couple of weeks leading up to a race meeting, you compromise yourself every time you go out on the racetrack. And when you start to get 7 or 8 laps in and you've been nose to tail with someone and you're doing 230 kilometres an hour down the straight here and the scenery is coming at you, that needs some physical and mental fitness to be able to keep
without a shadow of a doubt, absolutely. They can be quite demanding. You can certainly get out of a race car, out of the 944s and be very mentally drained, but they're certainly definitely physical cars as well. And so you're copping G-forces, you're concentrating very, very hard. It's a real challenge the whole way through the race. And you need to keep your fitness levels up, and also your mental capabilities. You need to keep that up as well. So you need to remain sharp. You're not playing chess.
Certainly, one of the things that is not acknowledged widely for a race driver is the problem solving that you have to do when you're out there on the racetrack. You have a smell. What's that? Is that coolant? Is that my coolant? Is the car in front coolant? Am I leaking coolant? Is that gear oil? Oh, corner, 200 kilometres an hour down through the gearbox. Brake. Oh, there's another car here. There's a car on the right, left, and front. They're everywhere.
Totally.
And all of this stuff you have to keep doing on a minute second basis in a race car.
And again, in a one-make series, it's always going to be very close racing. And of course, remembering you're at one of the fastest racetracks in Australia here in Phillip Island. So you're at pretty high speed for the vast majority of the lap here. You're certainly coming here out of Siberia, and this is going to take you all the way up through Hayshed, where after this kink, you are pretty much flat right up through to Lukey Heights. So, yeah, it's a pretty demanding track, and certainly takes a lot of concentration.
We have got a lap and a half remaining in the 2022 Porsche 944 Challenge, brought to us by 888 Home Loans. and great to have them on board, as well as Porsche Cars Australia, Seat Time Race Solutions, Simulator Hire, Advanced Fitness, Pullmaster, Bayside AVI Technology, Smith's TMP, and the Pit Lane Clothing organisation that make sure all these race teams look spick and span out there on track. We head off on our last lap for season 2022 on the Porsche 944s.
Yeah, and it's the usual protagonist, but what a great, amazing season that Jamie Westaway has had. He's really been very businesslike the whole season. He's just hasn't really put a foot wrong. I mean, he's got a tough competitor against him in Cameron Ballard. Cam knows this championship in these cars very, very well. He's a 4-time champion, so for Jamie to perform all year the way he has is really a credit to him and to the team. And you can only throw your congratulations at who is still a relatively young guy. So he's got many years ahead of him in the season. But, yeah, hats off to Jamie.
And cool, they do it with the family too. There's more than just one Westaway in the race, that's for sure.
Absolutely.
And Tony at the moment is currently sitting in 4th place, so just off the back of this pack is Tony. Just noticed that Carter Fox has gone up a spot, relegating Vlad Kennedy back to 13th. So still making moves throughout the race, as is Keith Mariner. Vlad must be going back down through the field or slowing or something, because they're all starting to catch him. Here they come for the final time in season 2022. The 944s as part of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. We've got a red car parked up on driver's right there as they exit turn 10. And around the top of the circuit for Osfield Oils comes Jamie Westaway, and he will take the 2022 championship, and he's pretty happy about that, celebrating with a big swerve on the line there. Cameron Bella home in P2 and P2 for the title hunt there as well. Ultimately, this weekend, 8 points between those guys. Jamie needed a solitary point in this race, and he's amassed exactly what he needs to do. Cars still streaming to the line. Adam Brewer. I guess Adam Brewer, Jack, will be scratching his head wondering what could have been after Sandown, because he was certainly featuring in those results as the World Championship for the top 10 at the moment is absolutely well and truly alive.
Yeah, look, I'd say full credit to Adam Brewer. I mean, I think he's had a fantastic season, really. I mean, he's really stepped up, but he's now very much on the back, if not right in the mix with Jamie and Cameron Balla, and to be able to say that is quite an achievement. Look, it's been a sensational year all round, and we've had ups and downs, and we've had wet days, and we've had rollovers, and we've had all sorts of incidents throughout the year, but yeah, to finish the championship here at the magnificent Phillip Island, I know the guys will be happy to get through the race and to get through the season, and they're a great bunch of blokes, so yep.
Let's have a look at how they finished the last race. Jamie Westaway to Cameron Bella, Adam Brewer, Tony Westaway home in 4th. Mark Torbert's ultimately in the number 74, got 5th. Joey Kellogg, what a great debut season in number 77, and finished in 6th place. Richard Howe in 7th, Tim Wolfe in 8th, Andrew Jackman in 9th, Tony Andrewski rounding out our 10 to Mark Fedino, Carter Fox, Keith Mariner, John Benoris, Vlad Kennedy, Manny Menazalma, rounding out the finishes in this race. Jack Atley, thank you very much. And, of course, in your awesome-looking pit lane clothing T-shirt there, mate, you're looking $1 million. Thank you for the last couple of rounds of your commentary, marveldom as well. There's a new word I've just put in the dictionary, marveldom.
I like it, mate, thank you.
James Hunt with his marveldom.
No, it's been an absolute pleasure, Darren. Thank you, everyone, for supporting the category. We very much look forward to coming back next year. We've got Island Magic coming up at this magnificent racetrack in the near future, but we'll look forward to seeing you next year.
We'll be back after a quick break. Saloon Cars out on track.
Nash Harris driving this weekend and do a fair bit of stuff behind the scenes for Saloon Cars. Tell us a bit about what makes the category so good, and I guess what your plan is for the weekend.
Okay. What makes the category good is it's a good budget class, really. When you look at a saloon car, they're fairly basic. We've got a controlled rule book. Most of the parts you can get down at your Repcos or your local wrecking yard, to be honest. There's nothing fancy. Good budget class racing. We've got the late model cars, which are the VTAUs. We've also got the EA VNs, which we've got here this weekend. We've also got our own championship for the early model cars, which is a good thing. But yeah, so my goal for the weekend is obviously finish. We've come off a pretty busy schedule. We were at Tailem Bend last weekend. Both my cars, my son races in the AU. We've come off of that, and then obviously this weekend, and this is the end of our championship. So it's looking like we're very close. Young Ashley and myself in the championship in the VNEA. So it's going to come down to the wire, guys. Yeah, look, there's been some awesome racing this year. It's been fantastic. To be honest, I'm a Holden guy, but I'm a bit of a supporter of the old AUs. I've got one AU and a VT in this car, but I think young Jacob, if he can keep his cool, I'm sure that he could take to Sean. But then again, you don't know. There's some we've got Kevin Stoopman's just come into the category in an AU Falcon, which I wish him all the best, and we'll see how he goes. But it'll be interesting, in the VTAUs, but in the VNEAs, it's like I said, it's going to come down to the wire in points. I'd also like to thank the our sponsors for the year. Without these guys, we can't go racing. We've had drive events for this weekend. We've had Aussie Pulls for the Pensioners Cup. We've also had Excalibur Screw Bolts. He was fantastic in coming on board. We've had Build Group. We've had Phillip Island Cottages, Spray Foam Solutions. But no, a big thank you to all them guys. And if anyone is interested in jumping on board with sponsorship next year, we've got rounds open. So, just get in contact with myself and we'll talk and, see what we can do. Thanks, guys.
Saloon cars on track now. Let's have a look at the grid. Comes down Sean Jamieson to Scott Dornan, Adam Lowndes, the next one in line there. Then Daniel Johnson in car number 35. Angels Leoncini, then to Rick Gill, Luca Callahan, Kevin Stoopman inside the 10, Blake Harris, Andrew McSwain, David Lyons, and Vincenzo Ciala to Cooper Capilleri and Mark Sutherland, Peter Tonks, James Jaski, Glenn Campbell, Rob Knight, Jeffy Thomas, Matt Yeager, Ashley Lee, Jacob Prestapino, which I don't think has joined the back of the field in the black and green, Commodore to Brett Tate. Big shout out to Dennis Brown from Excalibur Screw Bolts. Check them all out at www.screwbolt.com.au. And we're about to go racing right alongside me, Dan McCarthy. He's got all the right things for points. And yes, the thumb is up for Jacob Prestapino out of 24. So we're going to be watching the back of the grid.
5 lights and away we go. Dornan with a great start. Jamieson, series winner, has bogged down off the line, so Dornan will lead them into turn number 1. In fact, it's 3 wide for position number 2 as they head down towards turn number 1 for the first time. 3 Commodores, 3 wide, but Jamieson just about holds on around the turn. But Lowndes and Leoncini are side by side, the 2 black Commodores. And it's Lowndes that holds on. Johnson having a bit of a look at Leoncini as they exit Southern Loop. They're side by side and heading towards the legendary Stoner Corner for the first of 8 laps. It was scheduled to be 9 originally, but down to 8 as we see Johnson up the inside, still fighting for position number 4.
The Excalibur Screwbolts car of Jacob Prestapino didn't really get off the line, and it looked where he went past us. He was having a really hard time trying to select himself a gear in that Commodore, so that issue has continued on. And we've got one out wide there. That's the drive events, number 34 car there in contention.
That's McSwain's. He's lost several positions. He's been in a fight with O'Callaghan all weekend long. He's far up the field now. He's lost at least 5 positions there. Of that, I have no doubt. We see Harris and Capilleri going through the hay shed. Good battle for position here. I always make a note of the Capilleri car because it's always presented so nicely. That number 25, as you see, for the lead, a move, not quite. Jamieson shoving it up the inside of Dornan, but couldn't quite make it stick. There might have been a little bit of contact, but good racing between these 2 Commodores as they head into the final turn. Jamieson certainly with the speed. He's shown it so far this weekend with 2 race wins and wrapping up the championship. This is all fun for him in the final encounter. He's dropped 2 wheels off on the grass, though, out wide there. That'll cost him momentum down pit straight.
Gee, I tell you what, if you're wondering if he's trying, right there gives it away, doesn't it? You're going to put 2 wheels out over the back of the ripple strip and indeed off the back of the hard stand. You're going to throw dust up in the air. You are absolutely trying. It's one of the last corners that you ever want to actually experience running wide on, because the net end result is a bit of a sucker punch. You get dragged off the track, and generally you find something hard to lean up against.
Jamieson has taken the lead down there at the Southern Loop, turn number 2, but Dornan already under fire from Lowndes. Lowndes in the nicely presented machine, the black and blue Commodore heading around Stoner. He's going to have a look. He's quick early on in this one. It's good to see Lowndes. He missed around early on, round number 2, so he's not in the title fight. I'll run you through the title. So Jamieson has it wrapped up already today, done that. Leoncini and Johnson are fighting for position number 2 in the championship. Essentially, Leoncini just needs to finish. That's all he needs to do, really, nothing more. We see these two, here they are, line astern. So Johnson is ahead of Leoncini at the moment, but all Leoncini needs to do is basically finish, get a couple of points, and he will seal position number 2 in the championship from the Ford. Daniel Johnson's been the Ford man for a number of years, and that's continued again this year, hasn't it?
He's certainly waving the flag for the FOMO Co in the Victorian Saloon Car Championships, that is for sure. There is Rick Gill in the Rick Gill Motorcycles, number 81 Falcon as well, who's started to rise to the challenge of the Ford contenders this year.
I've just seen Prestopino's just come in the lane, so what a disappointing weekend for him. He was so quick here at the island earlier in the year. We're getting a gesture from Steve DeFreeze gear changes, he reckons.
Yeah, certainly was rattling around with the gear stick inside that car, so that is not nice way to finish a title hunt when you've shown so much great speed and doing a tremendous job as well. So he parks it away knowing that they can get that fixed and will be fast in season 2023.
Absolutely. He's been one of the quick guys this year, but just the reliability and the luck has not been on his side. But he has the pace to be right up there fighting for the title come 2023. Hard to believe we're talking about that already, as we see the battle between O'Callaghan and the number 2 machine heading down into Stoner Corner. So number 2, Stoopman, he's had an up and down weekend. He recovered nicely in the second race after a disappointing race 1, and he's continuing that charge through the field in this third and final encounter.
Dan, talking about season 2023, keep your eyes peeled at www.vsrs.com.au for the release of the 2023 calendar. You'll certainly see it across the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships social media platforms and also on Blendline too. So we're hoping to continue to bring the live streaming to you. Oh, look at this. Saloon Cars, it's not over until it's over, is it? Leoncini and Johnson getting very jiggy with it in the last race of the year.
No, it's actually Lowndes. He made a mistake. Sorry. No, he made a mistake while you were reading that out. Made a mistake at Siberia and allowed Daniel Johnson to draw alongside through the hay shed, and it's the Ford man that's on top, although there was a bit of a lock-up there into MG, so a good little battle pack here. Leoncini's actually lost a place to Gill in the number 81 machine, so that's why the confusion of the black Commodores came from. So as we see them come around the final turn, Jamieson continues to stretch out that lead. He's got a nice, comfortable margin out ahead of Dornan. The margin is 3.3 seconds. Johnson up to 3, Lowndes down to 4, then Gill, Leoncini, Stoopman and O'Callaghan. Great racing early on in this final saloon car encounter for the year.
Kevin Stoopman has got through on Luke O'Callaghan, just happened over the last half a lap or so, and Kevin Stoopman letting his presence felt in this category like he has with many others over the years. Improved production, HQs, various other forms of racing, and Kev Stoopman sending a very clear message from his cockpit of his Falcon that I'm here to have a red hot go at the saloon car title and bring on 2023. Daniel Johnson, right front lock-up, unloads it as he turns into the right-hander. And Scott Dornan has smoke pluming out from underneath the back of his Commodore. The 23. This is not what we wanted to see for Scott. He's only just pushed his way up into a podium finishing spot, and that is not good. That sort of smoke coming out of the back of your car, and that will be like blood in the water to a shark as the contenders behind him see that he is starting to ail. I'm sure they'll have a sympathetic mindset for him, but certainly will try and get through on them.
Some yellow flags down at turn number 1. A car stranded, we can't see from our commentary box, so turn number 1 will not be an overtaking opportunity this time around. As we see, Lowndes is in a Ford sandwich. We were talking about Daniel Johnson doing so well and flying the Ford flag this year. But the car behind Lowndes, and there it is, McSwain. Is that lost a wheel? That looks very low on the left-hand side.
Does on the right-hand side, in fact.
Oh, sorry, yes, his right
side, front wheel. May have departed with that car. That's not a good spot to pull up there, that's for sure. But that would have been pretty scary stuff down there at turn 1, going to the inside like that. So there's the yellow flag that you're just talking about that Steve DeVries brought to our attention. And coming on through the field there is Daniel Lyons, and the 45 also weighing in on it there. That's Blake Harris. Blake Harris and the Harris Racing Falcon. There's the Evolution Crash Repairs car as he comes down through turn number 3.
Smoke, sorry, that smoke still bellowing out the back of Dornan's car. You can see several cars back there driving through smoke. There's an awful lot of smoke, although the gap hasn't decreased too much this lap. Johnson and Lowndes are steadily catching, but it's not as much as you'd think, considering the amount of smoke that is coming out the back of that Commodore.
Yes, certainly. What it is doing is removing any chance of fresh air for Daniel Johnson and Adam Lowndes to get a bit of a breather. So oil-filled smoke haze there, billowing out in front of the car in front of you can grab your attention very, very quickly, because it doesn't smell that great, and it'll fill up your cockpit too, and you start to wonder if you've got an issue. The 24 being driven very, very nicely now. Doing a good job is David Lyons. Keeping it all together. I think I might have called him Daniel before. It's definitely David, and he cranks it sideways, as does Harris behind him. So monkey see, monkey do right there.
Sideways again out the penultimate turn there for Lyons. He's giving it everything, trying to keep the Falcon at bay. Around the final corner, who's going to get the best run? It looks like it's Harris. He's in the tow, he's in the slipstream of the Commodore ahead. Not quite as powerful, the slipstream here, as it is in some of the categories we see, such as Formula V, Formula Ford, but nevertheless he's drawn alongside and he's going to try and go around the outside, and he has. Great move around the outside, swings it round at turn number 1. So Harris moves up into the top 10 with that, into 10th position, and demotes Lyons down to 11th. We've got a car stop. That looks to me like Lee, number 73, on the outside of Siberia. Is that potentially going to require a safety car? Oh, actually, into turn number 4, Honda hairpin. Johnson trying to hold back Lowndes. They're both together trying to catch Dornan, the smoking Commodore ahead, but they're in their own little scrap for 3rd position at this point in time. Johnson's got to think about his championship as well. He's in position number 3 at this point in time. He's just going to try and go out there and take the win and see where Leoncini finishes, see if he can take position 2. It's unlikely at this point in time, and I'm sure that smoke is continuing to get worse and worse.
It will get worse and worse to a point where there's no oil left in whatever it's leaking out
Yes.
of, and then there'll be no smoke at all.
Yes.
Then there'll be just some red-hot componentry that doesn't have the right lubrication going to it.
Can it complete 2 more laps of this historic Phillip Island circuit? That is the question. That margin is coming down quite substantially now. Look at this.
Yeah, it's not a good look, is it?
Not at
It's
all.
not a good look. In fact, I think down in the start-finish line there's some conjecture about what they're doing about that particular car. And
it doesn't look so bad on the straights. It's when it's loaded in the corners. There's almost no smoke there. Oh, well, almost no smoke. There's certainly smoke. But compared to what it is in the corners under heavy load, there's very little. As we see a move for position number 3 down into turn number 1. Oh, he's not quite there side by side. Johnson and Lowndes. Johnson holding it around the outside, trying to hold position. He'll have the defensive inside line into turn number 2. And he holds position. Great racing between these two. Some room left, fair racing, clean racing. As they exit on the dirty stuff out wide. Lowndes losing the rear end. And that temporarily puts a hold to that battle. So Johnson wins the battle, but the war over the 8-lap distance still remains to be seen who will prevail in that one.
Scott Dornan now still pluming smoke out of the back of the car, and that will really start to annoy the cars behind, because all they're doing is getting a face full of oily, smoky air inside their cabin, and they'll be looking forward to a breath of fresh air at the end of this one. The number 2 there that we're watching is Kevin Stoopman, Luke O'Callaghan behind, Mark Sutherland in the lone car from Sean Jamieson to get to this round. great gesture for those two races there that Sean Jamieson hand over his car and the keys to that car to race here this weekend, so that Mark Sutherland could continue on gathering some points in the title hunt. Leoncini now looking to stay out of the clutches of the driver of the 53 there at the moment.
And so Callahan having a look down into MG, but not able to make the move this time. In this instance, I think Leoncini, with just over a lap to go, will probably be thinking second in the championship's all right. You know, I can let him through if I need to, so he won't take any risks, Leoncini, going into the final lap of the race. Really nice presented car, the O'Callaghan machine. That really nice light blue and the orange little panels down the bottom. It's a really nice presented car.
It looks good. In fact, I said the 53. It's actually the 63 of Luke O'Callaghan. And yes, as Dan said, the car does look good. Oh, no. This is a battle down in the back of the field. That's the 25 and the 70. So that is Cooper Capelleri and Matt Yeager. And further up the road, is that the number 93 stop there as well?
Yeah, Lee stopped a couple of laps ago, and the marshals continuing, which is very good of them, to put double wave yellows there and continue under green flag. So there might be a couple of cars down there now. But as we see, the champion, he's taken the title yesterday. And, a change for position, sorry, just off camera there. It is a brilliant team at Blenheim, have picked it up. Johnson making the move on that smoking Commodore of Dornan. So that's position 2 for Johnson, and Lowndes follows through up the inside. I think Dornan's just going to bring it home now if he can.
That'd be starting to make some noises as well as smoking at the back there. So that's a shame. With only half a lap left to go in the championship hunt, could have finished with a second place, but at the moment Daniel Johnson in the number 35 has got claim to that. Here's the number 15, and what a stamp of authority he has put on the Victorian Saloon Car Series this year, and he is leading the field around. Sean Jamieson out of South Australia is going to take the Victorian Championship. He's going to take the trophy home with him.
Taken 13 victories, or he will when he crosses the line. 13 of the 15 wins this year. That's called dominance. That is why he wrapped up the title yesterday and finishes with another emphatic victory here this afternoon under the sunshine at Phillip Island. It is Johnson who finishes in second ahead of Lowndes. Gill managed to get through on Dornan as well in the end, finishing in position number 4. Dornan limps his sick Commodore home in 5th. Stoopman got the better of Leoncini late on to finish in 6th. So Leoncini finishes 7th, and in doing so, he takes 2nd in the championship. Mark Sutherland, who is lending a car from Jamieson this weekend, he finishes in position number 8 ahead of O'Callaghan and Harris rounding out the top 10. This is the incident on the penultimate lap or final lap of the race. Looks like Capelleri, has he got a puncture or something?
He's run
wide there. Yeah, absolutely, a puncture for sure. So that unfortunately escorted the unlucky and innocent victim, the Falcon, on the outside off the road as well. So Capelleri bringing his car around to the finish, but not the way he'd like to have finished his championship. But great race there from the Saloon cars.
Well done to Sean Jamieson taking the title. Well done for hanging in there, Dame. Daniel Johnson, Adam Lowndes, Rick Gill, Scott Dornan. Welcome aboard to Kevin Stoopman, and Angels Leoncini will be wondering what could have been as we see the race continues all the way down the straight. Jamieson first, Johnson second, Lowndes to Gill, Dornan, Stoopman, Leoncini, and the battle continues to the line now between Rob Knight and Yeager, and they get to the line. So Stoopman home in 6th, Leoncini 7th, Mark Sutherland did a personal best lap there and got home there as well. For the meeting, it will be Sean Jamieson over Daniel Johnson and Adam Lowndes. What a great season it's been for the Saloon cars. Can't wait to see them in season 2023. Keep your eyes peeled at www.bsrs.com.au for announcements around the calendar. We'll take a quick break because we've got Formula V's making their way out on track, and they will be quickly followed by the improved production cars. We'll be back with V's in just a moment.
Looking for your daily motorsports fix? Say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. Looking for your daily motorsports fix? Say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Facebook isn't the only place that you can support Australian grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV. To see more real race cars, more live events, and more of the racing you love, subscribe to the Blendline TV YouTube channel, sign up to our mailing list, or bookmark and subscribe to our website at blendline.tv. Thanks for continuing to support grassroots motorsport with Blendline TV.
Welcome back to the Victorian State Race Series, final race of Formula V's. They've put on a great show so far this weekend, 2 cracking races. I have no doubt this will be much the same. We've got a title on the line, fight for first, and also a very tight fight for third position in the championship. The Formula V man himself, the media man of Formula V, Steve de Vries, is alongside me for this one. This is one we've been waiting for, the title decider.
Yeah, well, coming into the weekend, it wasn't the closest of all the Victorian State Race Series titles, but it is now officially the closest with one race left to go. Just 3 points left in it between Reith McCarthy and Heath Collinson. So they're going to be starting on 2 different rows. McCarthy will be on pole for this one, and then Collinson will be out of 4th. It looks like there has been a little bit of change in between races 2 and 3. I can see that Daniel Reynolds, who actually was meant to start off the pole, he did win race 2 earlier this morning, is registering on our screens here as starting out of 9th place. So that's a late change that I wasn't expecting to see. There may have been a bit of a decision made with maybe a protest filed or something downstairs. I'm not quite sure. I don't have the answer on that one just yet. But regardless, that moves a very, very fast driver down the order a little bit out of position 9, where I would imagine he's been given, say, like a 5 or a 10-second post-race penalty. Given the closeness of the field, I'd say it's probably likely to be around that mark. It wouldn't be any more than 10 seconds. I'm just trying to remember how far apart everybody was in that first race this morning. But you can see your order on the left-hand side of your screen there is how they are going to line up for this one. So Reith McCarthy and Jake Rowe will be off the front row. And then Andre Curran and Heath Collinson out of positions 3 and 4. Isaac Woodhouse, Nick Jones, Ash Clifford, Adam Nicholson, then Daniel Reynolds, and then Brandon Taylor. That's your top 10. And working a bit further afield, we've got William Pym and Samuk Rudrapatna, who had a ripping drive from the rear of the grid in race 2 this morning. He was actually disqualified yesterday from race 1 for being 3 kilograms underweight, so he didn't meet the 500 kilo minimum weight requirement for car and driver at the end of the race for the 1600 class cars. So he did really well to recover into a good, strong position for this race. And you got Rob Vile and Braden Sturr, who have been in close company throughout the whole entire weekend's proceedings. Phil Gardner and Josh Munro. Claudia Lennox, who herself has had a pretty good recovery from the back of the field after battling some mechanical gremlins this weekend, with Nick Grigg on his return to the category following his big shunt at Sandown earlier in the year. So it's great to have Nick back aboard and a full stable of JRD cars as a result of that as well. And you've got Mick Fisher, Stephen Butcher, the first of the 1200 class cars, and he was the man that lost his nose cone earlier this morning down at turn 1 out of 20th. Malachi Windsor. Wayne Hamilton is one of the visiting crew from New South Wales, and it's actually Wayne's last competitive hit out in Formula V. He has sold that car to a driver in Queensland, so we wish Wayne well in his final full-time Formula V hit out. He might do a race here or there, he might lease the car, but unfortunately for him, he has decided, it's about time I gave that car away, and sort of had a bit of a more relaxing drive through things from Greg Johnston, Darren Power, and Brian Buttigieg are the last of the runners. And then you've got John Casamati off the back, who was carrying the onboard camera in race 2 this morning, and then we saw him peel off into the pit lane, and we weren't quite sure why. The engine didn't want to play ball. So hoping he is going to be able to take a start to this one. We'll just see if he's coming around the back of the grid. Yep, there he is. He is the second last car in the queue there. And then you've got just ahead of him the number 14 of Charlie Richardson, who was at this very corner earlier in the day. Went off and dropped a fair bit of oil on the circuit, and may have caught a couple of people out just in the latter stages of race 2.
Yeah, it certainly was an interesting encounter race too, wasn't it? Things going on up and down the field. You said about Reynolds being docked a few places clearly in that last race. Fortunately for us, that doesn't change the maths. It's still a 3-point margin, which means it is very much all to play for still between McCarthy and Collinson. Collinson at the moment is the series leader, but his lead has been whittled away. There's also a fight for third in the championship between Curran and Nicholson. Curran is starting out of position number 3 in the beautifully prepared machine number 32, and he will start. Nicholson will start down in position number 8. It's been a difficult start to the weekend for him. He'll be looking to finish off the weekend with a bang. It's 8-point margin between the pair of those. So again, all very much to play for. So yeah, 2 battles to look out for in this one.
For your Andre Curran, you can't afford a single misstep at the moment. You've got to make sure you finish ahead of Nicholson here, or if not ahead, maybe just 1 or 2 spots behind. You can't afford to give too much away. And for Heath Collinson, the equation is pretty simple in this one. The safest place for him to be is ahead of his title rival in Reef McCarthy, because the point structure is a little bit different. There's a 4-point gap from first to second and second to third. Then it goes down in steps of 3 for a couple of positions as well. So you do the math. It's not going to be enough just finishing behind Reef McCarthy. He needs to finish ahead. It's plain and simple for Heath Collinson.
The little twist as well is if they're equal on points, it's actually McCarthy that'll take the title.
Correct.
He's won a lot more races. Collinson's there through consistency, finishing very nicely. He's got the 1 win. Reef McCarthy has many more than that, and he is on pole position alongside Jake Rowe. Rowe would also be in title contention had he not missed around earlier in the year. They're all lined up, and we do have a green flag at the back. It's silence on the grid at this point in time, but the lights are off and away we go.
I just noticed as well there was actually a rose gap between about Brandon Taylor and Daniel Reynolds and a few drivers behind, so a couple of people not pulling all the way forward in their box, and that sort of upset everybody else behind. Nonetheless, the race start is underway, and it's 2 by 2 into turn number 1 for the top 2 rows, and pretty much as they started, they have now continued up into turn 2. Isaac Woodhouse looks like he's sort of tucked in there behind his stablemate in Keith Collinson. And the fast-starting Ash Clifford from this morning's race has done a pretty good job. Looks like he's picked up a spot on Nick Jones.
Reef McCarthy is exactly where he wanted to be. He's second in the title, we said. It's all to play for. He's out front early. He'll be very, very happy with that. But he's under pressure already from his long-time rival, Jake Rowe. But Rowe himself is under pressure from Curran. It's good battles early on in this one. As we've seen, it's not just been a 3 or 4 car fight in the first few races. It's been a 6 or 7 car fight.
Yeah, it's been a big pack sort of mentality there as well. As soon as Ash Clifford sort of snatched that position away from Nick Jones, he's lost it. Jones has got back through, and here comes the man who's fighting for third overall in Adam Nicholson in the number 95 Acura Motorsport Prepared Stinger. One of the probably one of the surprise packets, I think, from this year, along with a number of the rookies, with Andre Kieran. Oh, and a little bit of contact, very incidental contact there between Jones and Nicholson. Looks like it was left rear wheel to front right, very, very briefly. Thankfully, nothing too serious.
See the rest of the cars stream over Lukey Heights and down into MG, one of the most famous bits of road in Australian motorsport, and you can see why coming over the crest and down the hill into MG as the cars file around the final corner. These two are still battling. We saw them make contact a couple of turns ago.
Got to run.
He has got a run, so Nicholson trying to return serve on pit straight. As we see up front, the fight is well and truly on. Rowe up the inside of McCarthy. Here comes Collinson up the inside of Curran as well. So he's now one position behind his title rival, but it might not stay that way into turn number 2. Curran has the inside on the green and black machine, the series leader, and he holds position. So just the one change of position there for the lead. Now it's Rowe out front.
No team orders at JRD. It looks like Collinson went for the inside at 1. He was on the wrong side for 2, and Curran had the position back in a heartbeat. Here comes Reynolds out of position 9. What can he do to mix up the championship order? Not a championship factor today, but he does have the potential to pull a few points when the title contenders need them most.
Absolutely. Oh, it's a stock car number 16.
Claudia Lennox. So that looks like it might be down at turn 2, I believe, on the driver's left. That's where one of the marshal posts is there. And she's had a bit of a horror run earlier in the weekend with some mechanical gremlins with throttle cable linkages and throttle pedals, and looked like they'd put those to bed after the result this morning. And unfortunately, something else has let go on the Sabre 01 coming into turn 2.
McCarthy back in front over the crest at MG, so that happened off camera while we were looking at the stationary car. There's a double wave yellows I can see down at turn number 1, so that'll affect overtaking into turn number 2. So you've got to make your move before you get to the apex of the first turn, so that could very much play a factor, not only in this race, but the championship come the final lap of this 8-lap encounter.
Yeah, if you want to get a slingshot move done, you've got to probably get it done about 3/4 of the way down the front straight before you hit the yellow flag zone. Otherwise, it's going to be trouble. Look, there's 4 wide across the stripe. How many times have we seen that before here at Phillip Island? How are they going to sort themselves out now? There's the flag, so someone's got to bail. Does anybody want to bail? I don't know if anybody does.
I think it was McCarthy that had to bail the most. He crossed the line only 200ths behind the race leader, but he has to slot in position number 3. So it's a bit of a reset there. So Reynolds now leads, and he's got a little bit of a margin there, but in Formula B, as we've seen, you know, that margin can very, very easily and very, very quickly be caught. But it is Reynolds that now leads, coming from 9th on the grid. And here comes McCarthy. He's having a look back up the inside of Curran into Honda hairpin.
What was pretty clear to me was that Reynolds, he's got it on the ripple strip on the outside, got a little bit too greedy, trying to open up turn 4. Just had a moment where he had to catch the 78 machine before it went around on him. Very, very nice save. A little bit of heart and mouth stuff for the race leader. And what was pretty clear is he had the lead before the yellow flag zone. What wasn't quite so clear is those behind. Well, hopefully they'll let them play on.
You watched Reynolds having a bit of a moment. I was looking behind with McCarthy up the inside of row. He had a lock-up himself. He was lucky to get it stopped. He might have seen the little mistake by Reynolds and it might have put him off, made him apply a bit too much, a bit more brake. So a little bit of a lock-up there by McCarthy, but he got the move, he made it stick, and Curins followed him through early on this third lap of 8. So Rowe shuffled back early on this lap, now down to position number 4 with championship leader Collinson. There he is, the green and black machine in position number 5, and as it was, or as it has been all weekend, it's a good half dozen cars fighting for the lead, just what we like in Formula V and what we're accustomed to seeing here at Phillip Island.
Absolutely. So the top sort of half a dozen have kicked away here. Woodhouse, the last of the cars in the top 6. Then there's a little pair of cars with Ash Clifford and Adam Nicholson, and the good thing for Andre Kieran is Nicholson is being kept busy by Ash Clifford at the moment, so that's good for third place overall in the Victorian State Race Series point standings for the first-year rookie in the number 32 IntelliTrack and boat sales entry there, the blue and what you should call it highlighter orange coloured machine sitting in third place at the moment, and he's had a stellar year along with Isaac Woodhouse. They've really acquitted themselves well in along with a number of drivers that are new into the Formula V fold in 2022. For the moment, though, Collinson is just quite content just to sit back here and not really focus on what's going on in front. He is picking the line that's sort of keeping him out of trouble at the moment, staying well away from what's going on out in front. He's happy to sit there behind Jake Rowe, Isaac Woodhouse in behind him. So for the moment, it's just sort of a sitting and playing and waiting game. That's what we're all sort of worrying about now. We're sort of looking a bit further forward from, to 3 laps from now when it is the last lap. And that's where the moves will start to be made. But I'll tell you what, if you're a super cheap auto person or you're a Revolution race gear person at the moment, you're definitely getting your money's worth in Formula V this weekend. The racing has been spectacular.
Absolutely. As you said earlier on in the race earlier today, at this stage of the race, it's almost a 200-kilometre-an-hour chess game. You've got to place your car in the right places and come the final lap, be in contention and in the fight for that race victory.
That's right. So for the moment, Reynolds is looks like he's back to back to second place here. McCarthy wants to try and get away, and we've seen McCarthy do this time and time again at places like Phillip Island. He's been able to run on his own, and once he breaks the toe, sometimes he's able to get away. This weekend it hasn't been the case. He seems to be pretty well pegged back to the whole group of cars that are battling over the podium positions. And now, even though Ash Clifford was starting to keep Nicholson busy, they were actually quicker last time around. Clifford with a 52.89 was the quickest lap of the race on the 4th tour, and Nicholson was only 0.2 of a second slower than him. They actually caught up about 3 or 4 tenths to the group in front. So don't rule them out of being a bit of a disruptive influence just yet.
Absolutely. The top 8, in fact, now with Nicholson at the tail of the field, or this group, sorry, I should say, separated by just 2.2 seconds. In fact, Nicholson's just dropped back, I can see. So
I think he's had a bit of a moment out of the second corner. He was definitely right with Ash Clifford going into turn 1, but it looks like he may have struggled to have a bit of an exit of turn 2, and that sort of just allowed him just to lose the toe. Like, that's enough of a margin there right now visually to be out of the toe and the slipstream range going down the front straight. So you'd like to hope that Reynolds at the head of this field checks the field up just for a couple of seconds so he can latch back onto the group.
Saw McCarthy and Reynolds having a battle around Honda hairpin in the first half of this lap, and McCarthy is certainly wanting to get that race lead. He's going defensive though into MG with Curran just behind. At the moment, McCarthy position number 2, Collinson position number 5. It would actually be enough for McCarthy to steal the championship away, but there's still so much to play out. 3 laps in Formula V, so much can happen. It's almost like, a whole stint worth of action in Formula 1.
It absolutely is, and I'm just noticing, even though they're not getting much air coverage back there, you've got Brandon Taylor and Nick Jones in pretty close proximity for the last 2 positions inside the top 10. And a few other drivers that were starting in the mid-pack really haven't been able to make much progress from where they started. And essentially they've lost a lot of ground relative to the top. Anyway, 3 wide for a brief moment going into 1. Rowe assumes the ascendancy and surges to the lead on the inside at the beginning of the 7th lap. Here comes Collinson. He's thinking about a move on his stablemate down the inside at turn 2. There's no space there, and he has to be content with filing in behind.
Race control have determined the drivers have all seen that stopped car at turn 2, so turn 1 is now an overtaking opportunity with the yellow flags removed. As we see McCarthy back up at the head of the field, Rowe moving up to position number 2 with Reynolds demoted to 3rd.
We're staying with the leaders right through to the checkered flag, because this is where the interest is. This is in the title scrap. You can just see a couple of cars flashing through the shot as we were looking at the leading group from turn number 4. That's the group that contains Nick Jones, Brandon Taylor, and I believe as well it's William Pym that's in there as well. So he's fighting over a spot in the top 10 with 2 of the more accomplished veterans of Victorian Formula V racing. But this is where we want to be. They've got some lap traffic to negotiate. Greg Johnston in the 1200 class car does a fairly good effort to get out of the way. Ash Clifford was getting fistfuls of opposite lock coming down the hill into MG as he tried to stay with the number 12 of Isaac Woodhouse.
A bit of a lock-up as well there for Reynolds as he sides up to the back of Jake Rowe. Front 3.
What's happened here? This is not great. There's been a bit of a mistake for Collinson, maybe coming out of MG corner. He's lost a little bit of real estate relative to the leaders. They're starting to clear off. He needs to get a wriggle on in a hurry if he wants to try and salvage this State Series race.
Where that back marker was, it didn't allow him the full width of the road. He had to take a compromise line into MG, and that is the difference in momentum that has allowed these front 3 to skip ahead ever so slightly.
Yeah, look at the lap times as well. Collinson was about 0.2 of a second slower last time around, but they are checking themselves up at the head of the field, so he has been able to latch back onto Reef McCarthy here. So McCarthy in 3rd, Collinson in 4th. Right now, the title is going to go Reef McCarthy's way, and it's going to go his way by about 2 or 3 points, give or take. He's set to take home 32 from this race, whereas then Collinson would only take home 29. So it would swing the other way. It actually would be McCarthy by virtue of race wins.
Yes, it would be equal points. McCarthy on race wins, as you say, absolutely. So that's how tight and how much of a fascinating finale we have in front of our eyes. The front 2 at the moment are not in title contention. They've got nothing to worry about at all. So the orange machine of Reynolds and Rowe in position number 2. They've got no concerns. They're just going for this race victory. It's the 2 behind that have points to think about. And McCarthy, I know he at this point will take the title, virtue of having more race wins, but that's not really how he'd want to do it. He'd want to do it a bit more comfortably. Here we go.
It's on 7th lap. Collinson makes his move on lap 7, but he's wide over the ripple strip. Oh, so lucky just to come on ahead of Reef McCarthy, who probably was a bit well aware to see that one coming. That's allowed Andre Curran to have a run right round the outside of Collinson. It's allowed the number 17, Ash Clifford, in Starres entry to go right around the outside as well. This is going to be risky coming onto the front straight, but he leaves plenty of room as the white flag and the last lap board is shown. It's on for the Victorian Formula V State Series title. Out in front, Rowe applying the blowtorch to the back of Daniel Reynolds. So the GR Motorsport Electrics number 66 versus the 78 Sabre 02 for the race win. That's where we believe it is. And look at this. Collinson's got a little bit of an insurance policy here as well. He's got Curran in between him and McCarthy.
I was going to call it a buffer, but as you say, an insurance policy, yes, he's got a car in between him and his title rival. That's exactly what he wants. That's perfect. And he's got his head down. He's trying to gap them. He's trying to pull away so they cannot slipstream him on the pit straight. Come the end of the race, as the car stopped on the inside of Stoner Corner as they head into Honda Hairpin. Collinson forced to go defensive. McCarthy is now right back behind him. He's got Curran. He's now to position number 4. It's back on. This is for the title. This is for the title. Collinson, position number 3. If he stays where he is, he takes the title. If McCarthy gets him, he takes the title.
A little bit wide for Reynolds off of Siberia. Kicked up a little bit of dust as he decided to drop the right-hand side tyres into the gravel, or the little bit of the rut behind the curbs as he powered out of turn 6 to head up the back high-speed section. Is McCarthy going to pull the same trick on Collinson that Collinson did to him on the previous tour? Collinson thought about taking the defensive line, and he stayed right for as long as he possibly could to just discourage McCarthy for a little bit, just for enough time to hold position. But now he's in the catbird seat, McCarthy. He's got the position you want to be in. He wants to be behind Collinson to get that toe down the front straight. So a little bit further ahead, we've got Reynolds and Rowe that are going to fight it out to the line. And looks like Reynolds is going to hang on to it. But what happens behind? It's going to be a finish at the stripe. Collinson, McCarthy. It's Collinson's. Collinson's got it by 0.0134 of a second. Incredible finish to the final race of Formula V in 2022. And the State Series title goes to Heath Collinson again.
That's incredible. 100th of a second. And if it was the other way around, McCarthy would be champion. The title decided
Have a look
by
at this.
100th. Here we go.
Three-way finish to the line. Look what we've got coming. You've got Braden Sturr, you've got Samukra Drapatna, and you've got Rob Vile in a three-wide finish to the line. I think it was Vile that prevailed at the end of that one. So some fantastic racing further down the field. And then a bit further down, you've got the rookie Malachi Winsup out of the Acura stable, and you've got Wayne Hamilton, who we mentioned a few moments earlier in the race. His final hit out here, pinch brake, little bit unfortunate there, coming down the hill. He's had a couple of gremlins with the tyre pressures and that, so a few little tweaks and a few little changes. Hasn't really netted a performance gain, but nonetheless bringing the car home straight in his final hit out in Formula V here in Australia. I'm curious to see who the car was that was off the road down there at turn number 3. I'm wondering if it might be Stephen Butcher, I think, potentially, that's off the road down there at the moment. It's one of the blue cars. He's the only one that's left remaining, and they all get across the line. But, wow, what a finish. What a fitting finish to such a close championship, right down to the last race, to the last lap, to the checkered finish stripe.
Exactly. It made Formula One's Abu Dhabi finish look a bit tame, actually,
it does,
didn't it?
Actually, it's Mick Fisher who's over there. I do apologise to Stephen Butcher. It's Mick Fisher who is the car that is off on the inside there at turn number 3. I'm going to catch my breath after that one.
Incredible.
What a finish.
I mean, we said all weekend it was such a close title fight. Little did we know it could go down to 100th of a second. Quite remarkable.
And only 3 points is what Keith Collinson needed to get that one done. So he takes the title overall by 6 points from Reeve McCarthy. And shout out to Andre Curran as well. A 5th place finish for him, more than enough to take home 3rd overall in the Victorian State Race Series points for 2022, and on debut in the series. Next up, it's the Prestige Hino and Yokohama Tyres improved production cars, and we're going to have a short break while they make their way onto circuit.
Jared Tonks leading the IPRA Victorian State Race Championship. What's the plan for the weekend?
Got a nice little lead at the moment, but just trying to maintain that lead through the weekend. So just trying to finish every race, whether that be second, third, first. So everything's going well. We've just had one practice this morning, so it's just trying to find some clear track in practice. But otherwise, the car's going well. Yep. I'd just like to thank Ravage, who have been looking after the car all year, and they do all the prep before we get here, and also help out over the weekend. And just with sponsors, Rod and Gun as well, for sponsoring the whole year too.
Well, I think we've all caught our breath up here after that Formula V race, and another one of the titles that has been decided here at the 5th round of the 2022 Victorian State Race Series. You can see they've just got one car from Mick Fisher to pull in there. And then from one title deciding race to another, albeit this one is a little bit further apart compared to what the Formula V one was. It was 30 points coming into the weekend for the Vic State Race Series between Jared Tonks in first and Adam Poole in second. The points margin is narrowed by 7 points, so it's still very much in the hands of the man you can see on screen there, the number 91 Rod and Gun Commodore. So all he needs to do is just finish respectably and the title will be his. David Cox, we've had a fantastic year of improved production racing with thanks to Prestige Hino and Yokohama tyres, and of course the guys down here at Traction Tyre Centre have done a fantastic job supplying the field, which in times has swelled to nearly 40 cars this year.
Yes, they certainly have. It's a great privilege to have Andrew and the team looking after us with the Yokohama A050 tyre. It's probably one of the better tyres, I believe, that are out there, and that's why most categories are now on them as far as an R spec rated. I believe Adam only has to finish 4th if Jared wins to win the title.
Oh, for the state point, for the club points, you're right.
Yep.
So, two different factors in play here. We've got the club points, which is a little bit, they've got the club points, which is a little bit different because the points are weighted slightly differently. For a long time, the Vic State Race Series and the Victorian Improved Production standings, they followed the same sort of points moniker, but that's changed in recent years. So there are two bits in play here. Victorian State, it's in favour of Tonks, and in the Victorian Club Championship, it's in favour of Adam Poole. Now, we have just got a bit of word coming through from downstairs that to catch up with some of the time delays that we've had through various ailments and things, they're going to 15-minute timed races. So this is a little bit of a new thing that we haven't had before in Vic State racing. I hope that the drivers are probably aware that it's a 15-minute time thing. But it's probably going to cut it short, maybe by a lap or two. We're not quite sure just yet. I would say it's probably going to be about one lap.
I believe the drivers have been informed by the race receivers on their warm-up lap, that, just before the warm-up lap, that was about to happen. And it's really good to see that the guys have actually done a really quick formation lap, and we're already waiting for a green flag, which is fantastic. So the green flag is now being waved. So here we go. 5 seconds to the final race of the Improved Production 2022 series, and here we go. Adam Poole leaves a lovely big licorice strip and gets a great start. Tonks has actually got a little bit better starting off. He's gone. And down into turn 1, you'll find it's Jared Tonks in front of Adam Poole. Oh, and it's now side by side.
Well, on top of that, it's the third time in as many races this weekend that Tonks has beaten Poole off the line and into turn 1. But the real question is, for how long? And at this stage, it doesn't look like very much because Poole's looking very racy around the outside of Southern Loop, but has decided discretion's a better part of valor and to pull back in. But the one thing that Adam Poole is very good is under brakes. And right here, if he's close enough, he'll have a little bit of a nibble.
I think Jared's a bit smarter than that. He's put the car right in the middle, so there's no way known that Adam was going to be able to get round there. And we also got Luke Gumbo and Kay Lehman just hanging off, just a little bit behind, and then Danny Timewell's just a bit back as well. But Jared's still got the lead coming out of Siberia and heading up towards the hay shed with Luke and Kay just behind. It looks like we've got Paul Javot, who's probably in 7th place for an under 2 litre car. It's fantastic to see him up there.
He might have moved down 1 or 2 spots. I did see a very fast starting Richard Opie just grab Paul Javot on the run down the start-finish straight, who of course...
Here we go, Adam Poole down the inside, down into MG, and yes, he's got the job done. Great move there by Adam. But Jared's not finished with his back up the inside. Pooley's just got a little bit too much for him and starts to put the power of the 6 litre down and just starts to drag away. Luke's hanging on really quite well, and so is Kate at this stage. And David Bone is right up behind Danny Timewell as they're coming onto the straight. And let's see how the little turbo car goes against the big 6 litre Chevy.
Yeah, I was about to say, it is a Chevy. That's where we're going to nowadays with the in the supercar world. No, David Bone's been doing a really good job trying to hang on to Timewell this lap.
And what about Richard Opie? Look at Richard go.
He's actually started off the rear of grid in race 2 this morning, had a spin after making up about 10 spots, and then managed to come from the back of the grid again to be in where he is, and actually had a really good starting position, grabbed Paul Javot off the line, and going to set his sights on the back of David Bone in the little Datsun. Bone and Javot had a fantastic scrap in race 2 earlier today, and they were fighting a little bit of oil that was left from one of the Formula Vs on a couple of spots on the track. That's what slowed them up a bit and kept their battle really, really tight.
It certainly did. We're looking back down through the field now, and it looks like Matt Lestrange. Is Matt Lestrange in the top 10?
No, that's the VH Commodore, Scott Schlink you're looking at there. There's Matt Lestrange going through the shot right there. He's about 500 or 600 metres behind. It's got Wayne Decker for company at the moment as they're coming into turn 4.
Okay, that was a bit
it's
of a...
It's hard with 2 plain white cars, you're right.
In the whole field, the 2 plain white cars, and I got the wrong one.
And you got the wrong one.
We'll keep going.
Here's the time well spent, machine number 11 with the Prestige Hino logos emblazoned aboard the bonnet of that car. Great to hear some good news coming through from the paddock at the barbecue this afternoon that Prestige Hino will be continuing on as the title sponsor for the 2023 season. So we thank Danny and all the team down there at Prestige Hino. I actually went past the building the other day. It's got they've got Ivecos out the front there now as well. So they've transformed the dealership into selling both the Hino and the Iveco brand. I think that's also with the demise of the Melbourne Truck Centre out at Hull, and they've combined those places together.
Adam Poole has just dropped into the 1 minute 40s, 1 minute 40.9. So he's got a couple of second lead there now against Jared Tonks and Luke Retchgumbo and Cade Lehman.
There is the man you were getting mistaken with on screen at the moment, Scott Schlink. Done a fairly handy job with the VH Commodore for a car that he bought through a seller on Gumtree, and they've built that up over about 10 or 11 years and finally managed to get it out and onto the track. He's done a fairly handy job for his debut round at a pretty daunting fast track.
He's doing 55s this morning. He's now doing it in the 52, so he's getting quicker and quicker with every out.
And he was in 57s in qualifying yesterday morning.
Exactly.
So progression absolutely astounding. So he's done a really good job.
As we have a look back further up near the front, Adam Poole's just got probably a half to 3/4 of a second lead over Jaron Tonks now. But just like race 2 this morning, Cade Lehman is sneaking up on the back of Luke Retchgumbo.
He is, and all those little changes that have been getting made gets that Commodore closer and closer and closer to the Senator. Actually, on the topic of Jared Tonks as well, we did get word through that he had a delaminating tyre toward the end of race number 2, so that's why his lap time ballooned in that final lap, and he was actually able to bring it home in second place. Thankfully, he could hear it going, but he knew he just needed to bring it home and not risk the car, and that's why he was going super slowly on the final tour and on the in-lap as well.
See how Cade goes getting a run onto the straight, because he's only a couple of car lengths behind Luke now as they come through turn 12 and onto the straight. So we'll see how much more power Luke's got than Cade, and see what sort of run Cade gets onto the straight. The thing looks really quite loose coming onto the straight there.
And a bit further back in the field, we got the under 2 litre battle here as well. So Michael Hopp actually having a bit of a hard time being afforded to him now by Scott Appledore. They've had some brake dramas throughout both the XL races and IP. They, of course, do double duty, himself and Michael Sinclair. And he's giving Michael Hopp a really difficult time at the moment.
He certainly is. He's come right up beside him as they go through the hay shed, and he's actually got through. Well done, Scott.
And that's despite there's a massive power disadvantage between the XL and the Suzuki as well. There's not a lot they can do to the XL with all the regs that they have to comply for both series, so they're very limited in what they can do. But I'm wondering whether or not Hoppy's probably just managing some sort of internal dilemma there in car 255 at the moment, because that normally is not supposed to happen.
I think Scott's doing an exceptional job to keep that XL proven car in front of the Suzuki 3E car, so it's a really good effort.
So here's Wayne Decker, and we said before he was tacked onto the back of Matt Lestrange. He's now in front of Matt Lestrange in the 111 BMW E30 as they head into Southern Loop for the 4th time.
Now it's Adam out the front now. It's just started to stretch away a little bit. He's probably got at least a second over Jared Tonks with Luke Retchgumbo, and Cade is still hanging on his bumper bar rather grimly at the moment. So we've got a 3.2 second lap lead for Adam Poole as he screams across the line. The engine's held together really well after they've been pulling filters off it after every race just to check to see how it's going. So after they had a belt failure on Friday, that engine's held together remarkably well. So fantastic engine builder, managed to keep that thing alive over the weekend, and the guys at Ravage have been giving Adam a hand as well. So that's a big shout out to those blokes who've done a great job.
And they've got their hands full every weekend too down at Ravage. Not only have they got the Monaro, they've got Jared Tonks' Commodore 2, they've got 2 sports sedans that they're looking after this weekend with Greg Lynch and Francois Habib as well. So it is a pretty full stable down there.
So Ravage could have a pretty good party, and Dean will have to put his hand in his pocket tonight, because I reckon there might be some beers flowing for the boys, because they're going to get first and second in the championship, whichever way it goes.
That's right. So you'd be pretty proud down there to be representing some of the IP guys in the field, and a number of the work that they've done as well with the State Race at 4 Hour. And they've had a fairly hectic couple of weeks down there at Ravage. Here is that battle for 3rd place on the road. Lehman still maintaining just touching distance. He can see it, he can grab it, he can almost reach out and grab onto that rear wing of the GC Electrical number 25 Senator and the number 26 Bendigo Door Centre VE Commodore is catching in the corners just a little bit. I think he's just got a little bit more something in the corners. In the straight lines, Luke's there, but in the corners, Lehman's just got something a little bit extra at the moment. That's where the differences are right now.
And Adam Poole's just catching up to a few of the back markers now, coming on to turn 12, so that might just slow his process just a little bit. He's got the headlights blazing, and that's good work for the guys just to get out of the way there and keep them going. So here comes Jared Thompson, clear second position there.
Well, 2 minutes 20 is what remains in the time left for this race. So they're we're going to get this lap 6, and one more. So a prediction of going to a 7-lap race was almost spot on, with the time 15-minute change for all remaining races from this point moving forwards. So still pick up this battle for third place. You can see here, Senators mumboed away a little bit from Lehman in a straight line. But then just something in the, as I said, just something in the corners, that's all it is. That's where the differences are. But he hasn't quite got enough, I think, Lehman, at the moment, just to try and really unsettle the veteran.
Luke just seems to have a little bit more straight line handling, and he's putting that to good use and just keeping Lehman at bay as they get past Brad Ross there, and that's good. He's just moved out of the way just to not interfere with the boys up the front, trying to keep their race going. So that's good stuff there by Brad. Everyone's had really good running this weekend. It's been a really good effort by everybody, considering that they're all going, the top three are at least going for a championship, and then Luke's just had a massive sideways.
That was a massive change of direction, I think, as well, because he had the XL of Michael Sinclair, and then you've got Shane and Malcolm Smith. He's trying to negotiate here as well. That change of direction out of Siberia, right, it looked like a sideways slide, but it was such an aggressive yank on the steering wheel to the left, just realising he had so much more speed coming off that turn that he had to change direction quickly. Could have gone wrong, but for him, lucky he was able to get around the Suzuki and the XLs pretty quickly.
It had helped Cade quite a lot, that little tussle there, because he's managed to get back on the back of Luke again. And
the last lap board is out here officially, so this will be a 7-lap race. The leader's already taken the white flag, as it is metaphorically speaking, and there goes positions 3 and 4. They've seen the board now as well. Shouldn't be any lap traffic between them and the end of this race. As where's our race leader? He's coming round the third turn through Stoner Corner and into Honda Hairpin now. So
the final lap of a 2022 Improved Production Racing Championship. It's at this stage, it looks like Adam Poole may have that all sewn up, unless something untoward happens. Jared Tonks will be second, and Luke will come in the third position. But it's been a fantastic season so far.
It has indeed, and despite the fact that it is a very, very small field compared to what we're usually used to seeing here in Victoria, it's still a testament to the amount of work that Yokohama and Traction Tyre Centre do with all the competitors here. We know that nationally for Yokohama, there's been upwards of 200 regular competitors every year right around the country. We know there's up to 400 registered cars around the country that quite a number of them don't see the light of day. So it's a testament to all the work that all the clubs do for the competitors that keep coming out week after week after week, and we'd love to see more of those cars out and competing, not only in Victoria but around the country as well. But Adam Poole around the final corner for the last time. It's a perfect weekend for him. Pole and the 3 race wins.
Congratulations, what a ripper of an effort. That's a really good effort.
So for him, the Victorian Club Championship goes his way, but about 5 or 6 or 7 seconds down the road, there's Jared Tonks.
And look at coming onto the straight, Cade Lehman's right up behind Luke Retchcumbo, but I don't think he's going to have enough. No, Luke's got the lights flashing. He knows he's got enough power. Well done, guys. Great result for the weekend.
So for Luke Retchcumbo, that'll not only be just third in the club, it'll be third in the Victorian State titles as well. So Jared Tonks home in second, 8.2 seconds in arrear of Poole. That's enough for him to be the Victorian State
The XL's just got enough to keep Hop behind him coming down across the line. That's a great result for the XLs there as well. And here comes Danny Timewell. Well done, Danny.
Suzuki's across the line as well. All 3 of them home. Then you've got Michael Sinclair in the XL as well. Brad Ross home in the EA Falcon. Here comes David Bone in the number 7 Datsun. He gets home for 6th place, so great result for him. He sadly lost touch with Danny Timewell throughout that one. Richard Opie home in 7th, so a good run for him, picked up a spot there. And we look down to Scott Schlink, picked up a couple of spots there ahead of Paul Javots. He is the first of the under 2 litre cars home. He's the second last car home on the lead lap. The last one we're looking for is Stewie Dearden. He's just coming out of the last couple of turns now.
Yep. Okay, so then we've got waiting for...
Just waiting for Stuart Dearden, the last man to get across the line to close out the final race of improved production for 2022.
We'd sincerely like to thank everyone at Prestige Hino for their support this year. Yokohama, Traction Tyres, Andrew and the team. They've been an absolute pleasure to deal with over many years. And it was like also we've got Ian McClellan, Pro Cut Tree Services, David at DLL Photography and Design, and Cameron McKinnon for 888 Home Loads, signing off for this year. And we hope to see everyone at Island Magic. And I'd just like to wish everybody who's going up to the Yokohama Improved Production Nationals in Morgan Park next weekend all the best, safe travels for everyone. I hope to see everyone at Island Magic.
Absolutely. Give them hell, Victoria, up there in Queensland. And we'll have a quick break with the E30s about to take over the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit.
I'd just like to thank Steve DeBreeze for his work this year at commentating our category.
Looking for your daily motorsports fix? Say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport.
Bosch Motorsport provides technology for racing. Worldwide experience from all major categories of motorsport is in your race car when you use Bosch Motorsport components, ignition system, sensors, fuel delivery and high-end electronics. Bosch Motorsport brings race-proven quality and performance to your motorsport machine. Search for Bosch Motorsport Australia or find us at boschmotorsport.com.au. There's good, there's better, and then there's Bosch. Bosch Motorsport, when quality and performance matter.
Welcome back trackside. The E30s, the Garagistic Liquimoly E30s on track now, being led around by our safety car. All races for this afternoon have been declared as 15-minute affairs as the cars leave pit exit by the look of things, because the clock is already running on the E30s as they make their way around to the main grid. I've got Donovan Mollenhagen right alongside me. Donovan, a couple of housekeeping issues with some scrutineering issues after the first race this morning.
Yeah, we had a couple of cars underweight at the end of that last race. So Brian Burke, number 27, and Rod Martin will be starting out of rear of grid for this particular race. So the difference between 2 and 3 kilos there. So it will be fun to watch Brian come through the pack. I saw him before coming up here, and he said that he was very much looking forward to having some fun carving up through the pack for this last race of this last round of Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship. So here they come onto the grid to line up into their positions. We've got Jesse Bryant there out of pole with Alex Jury right next to him. Simon Schiff coming out of third with Ashley Rogers, or Goose, in fourth. Simon Leach in fifth with Jeff Bowles next to him. Ryan Carter out of seventh, and Jess Bell sitting next to him. Tristan Blumenfeld, followed by Rory Plant, Elwyn Lim, Shannon Cooper, Paul Schiff, Darryl O'Neill, and Jesse Payne. Mr. Payne isn't here, and then Brian Burke and Rod Martin off the rear of grid. So here we go, and we're off.
Alex Jory gets left behind on the line again by Jesse Bryant, and logs in behind him, and there's a big charge from the back of the field as we expected. Brian Burke gone to the grass in the green car. There remains 2 wheels on the grass. It's working for him at this point in time. There will be a point where the acceleration out on the grass won't match the pace around him, but he's got himself 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cars by turn 1. So brave pills at the start line there for Brian Burke, but right out in front. Now we're just watching out in front of this field, Jesse Bryan and Alex Jory. Then the battle is with Simon Schiff, Ash Rogers, Jeff Bowles. And there's Jeff Bowles in the number 24, pushed into P3 already.
Yep, he's done well off the line there with Simon Schiff quite close behind, maybe looking to look up the inside into Honda for the first time. But no, not going to. Ashley Rogers there coming around the outside with Simon Schiff on his inside through Honda. A great little braking zone for this track. And it looks like Ashley's going to hold the inside there through Siberia, keeping Simon Leach wide, the other of the Simons. But Simon's going to hang it out there all the way around the outside. And he might have the inside coming through Hayshed. So nice little battle there.
Ashley Rogers has just been pushed back a little bit from his starting spot there. At the moment, the big mover is that car there, Jeffrey Bowles. The 50 right in behind now, so Ash Rogers has gone back a couple of spots there. And keep an eye on the 55, those definitely got pace.
Did I see Brian Burke there in 7th already?
Looks like it, yes. Right in behind is it Jess Bell. Battling it out there for, inside the top 10, already gone through on Jess Bell. And in fact, starting through now on, there he is, right through, gone on through on Leach. And starting to work right up the
Ashley
front.
off there in the grass.
That's not where you want to be.
That is not
either.
a good place to be, no, not indeed. And here's Brian on the back of Jeff Bowles already, so that puts him into 4th already, is that right? 5th.
5th. I tell you what, though, have a look at our two leaders, Jesse Bryan and Alex Jory, working in a different stratosphere in the final race of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships for E30s. Absolutely working in a different sphere.
There's Brian trying to round Jeff Bowles up on the outside here through Southern Loop. It looks like he's going to take a very wide line there, but he's going to hang it out around the outside. And there he goes. He's taken Jeff on the outside through Southern Loop and probably going to set sail and see if he can catch, I think, Simon Schiff up ahead of him.
Might have to get the sign riders out to add a little bit more to the side of Brian's car. It says Team Rock. It should probably say Team Rock and Roll. And he is doing that at the moment up into P4 on 1.5 laps off the rear of the grid.
He might have to start off the rear more often, I think, if he's going to be driving like that.
It's kind of like what we saw Graham Bell do at the last round, a last-minute ring in, and he started off the back of the grid and pushed all the way through the field. I'm actually surprised he hasn't made a triumphant return here this weekend.
One of our two drivers of the round, last round at Sandown, so that was well done from Graham to do a little cameo and stand in for one of our drivers who had to go home. So there we go. There we got Brian there coming through Hayshed, followed by Ashley Rogers and Jeff Bowles, with Simon Leach quite close behind. So, but you're right, Jesse, Brian and Alex Jory have set sail. They're almost 4 seconds ahead of the next car, being Simon Schiff. Speaking of Simon Leach up the inside of Jeff Bowles down into MG. Some nice tight racing again, side by side through the corner. Some really great close racing this weekend. So it's been some really good, close, safe, gentlemanly, but not too gentlemanly racing this weekend. It's been fantastic to watch.
I tell you what, if it turns into something other than gentlemanly, have a look at his ranging in the background there. It's Jess Bell. She is watching these two right in front of her at the moment, going, righto, you gents want to fight it out. I'll just pull up as close as I possibly can to you, and if either of you get it wrong, I'll be there to capitalise on it.
Split them and up the middle.
She's just been off the back of this top 6 or 7 all this weekend, hasn't she? Just trying to break into that top 6 or 7.
Yeah, there were wheel alignments going on between races today. There were a couple of cars I saw up on jacks with the toe plates out. People trying to get that last 1/10 of a second for the last race here in the last round of the Vic State Series.
Well, you're at the track. You've got the gear.
Might as well use
you may as well try and get it right. Make sure you may have done something, may have hit something you can't remember during the race and knocked your alignment out just a little bit. Nothing wrong with getting the string line out and just making sure everything's pointing in the right direction, that's for sure.
Absolutely not. And here we've got Simon again and Jeff side by side through Honda. This is a great little battle that's been going on for a couple of laps now. Simon going to try the outside of Siberia perhaps. Last time he tried that, he went a little bit wide. No, that was Jeff, sorry. Jeff was on the grass in race 1 yesterday. So
Simon Leach, this Rainbow Warrior, looks fantastic out on track. The Fabworks signage on the side. I like the white wheels and the white paint. Looks really good. Sets it off very, very nicely indeed.
good to see. It's good to have Simon Leach back on the track again this weekend. We've missed him out there. So, and as I said in the first race today,
look at the hands at work there inside the number 51 there.
He's a bit busy.
Yeah, the white gloves really gives you a good, it offsets off the black dashboard. You can really see the wheel work going on in there. I guess a driver coach would say, hey, pick your line and hold on to it. Stop soaring away at the wheel. You just, overcook your tyres. You're scrubbing tyres off and losing time there. So pick your line, set it, adjust it if you have to. But, wow, that was a fair bit of soaring away at the wheel there on the 51.
Looks like Alex Jory might have been up alongside Jesse there coming into one. So that'll be interesting to see when they come out of Southern Loop.
Very lively between these two.
Alex is keeping Jesse very busy there at the front.
We don't see in this sort of racing any panel-to-panel type of damage, but I reckon this weekend in the next 7 minutes or 6 or 7 minutes or so, we keep an eye on these two because this is really lively stuff at the front. Have a look at this, Alex Jory up the inside. It puts him on the outside under brakes at turn 4. He needs to sort of start tipping in now, giving each other plenty of room. Hold on, Alex, because you've got the inside running, but it's a long way around there.
Yeah,
Jesse Bryan just releases the wheel a little bit there too and gives him a bit of a shove. Well, not a shove, but runs him out of real estate.
Gives him some room on the inside of Siberia. Some great side-by-side. This is a couple of battles now, side-by-side action for 2, 3, 4 corners. It's fantastic to see. The guys having a lot of fun racing, giving each other room, showing some respect, but coming out the other side with big grins on their face, no doubt. This will be interesting up over Lukey Heights here.
Alex Jory holds the position he wants.
It's not fun going around the outside over Lukey, and I think Jesse has made the right decision there.
He'll look to the inside, though, down at him. Covered off nicely by the 22. Absolutely allowed to do that. But what he does is he gives Jesse Bryan the ascension coming out of here. He'll carry more speed. And that will wind up, if we'll see down the end of the straight here, if Jesse Bryan's got some more velocity on board, that will be because he's come out of that corner in better shape. But I tell you what, Alex Jory's doing a brilliant job now that he's got out in the lead of this race.
It's fantastic to see these two coming here. We've got a replay over the top of Luca here. We've got Shannon Cooper. Oh, nice catch there. Can he keep it out of the? Keeps it out of the kitty litter. Well done. And on he goes to continue racing and having more fun. So here we go through turn 1 with Alex and Jesse, not letting him get away this time. So it's Jesse's turn to harry Alex a little bit and see if he can put him off his game and maybe run him a little bit wide while he's watching him in the mirrors.
I don't like Jesse Bryan's chances here. I reckon Alex Jory's there, grabbed the mirror and thrown it in the back seat, or where the back seat used to be.
That's where it belongs.
And just said, you know what, I'm not interested.
Absolutely.
I got the 22 back in the lead of this race, and he's certainly been the fastest car here all this weekend. A 53.89 is what we're seeing out of him. Jesse Bryan's best is a 53.98, so 1/10 of a second difference in the fastest lap time, which is negligible in those terms of things, but there's 9/100ths of a second between each of those positions there that he needs to make up.
It only has to be 1,000th really.
It does. You're exactly right.
Across that line, but it looked like Bryan might have been catching Simon Schiff there coming into Honda. So
and even then we have the photo technology. It doesn't even have to be 1,000th of a second. It has to be the judge of facts call.
Indeed.
Rory Plant, the number 7, he would dearly like to be further up the field in the upflow beer entry, non-alcoholic beer entry. And Rory works very hard in the background, making sure that the category has sponsors. And
he does a fantastic job as our marketing manager, and we're very grateful for all the work that he does to bring the sponsors on. As we said, Garagistic, Liquimoli, Yokohama, BMW Drivers Club of Melbourne. All of those small sponsors and larger sponsors coming on to help grassroots motorsport here in Australia to be able to have fun.
I've got to say, I don't want to take anything away from the guys at the front of this race, but these three that we've got on screen now, Tristan Blomfelber, Daryl O'Neill, Alwyn Lim, and Shannon Cooper, have given us so much entertainment in the World Championship for 13th.
They have indeed. It doesn't matter where you are on the grid. If you're battling with another person, it makes it so much fun, both for yourselves and for us watching the race. And looks, Shannon's going to try and put it up the inside of Daryl, but doesn't quite get there. Nice attempt there. So we're there.
Got to hand it to Shannon. Uses some tricky lines. He doesn't leave things left wondering, does he? He's like, no, I did try it. I gave it a go. We are on the last lap for the BMW E30 Series for the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship right now. And there he is, Shannon Cooper, the guy that will try any possible line on track if he thinks he can make an advantage, and that's the kind of thinking you need to do. The number 30, Jess Bell, on screen now, chasing down the Rainbow Warrior of number 51 of Simon Leach, and that gap has remained at about 3 car lengths for the last 3 laps. And our race leader, we look for, who are on their last journey around, Alex Jory leading at Jesse Bryant. Number 30, the sbm-shop.au entry in the Garagistic. Liquamolly BMW E30s is Jess Bell. Just on that bubble of the top sort of 7 or 8 this weekend. She knows what it's like inside the top 5, but hasn't been able to engineer that ultimate result here this weekend. This guy has, though. Very impressive, the number 22.
Alex has done well from potentially not starting race 2 this morning. They had trouble getting a wheel bearing out to not having a great start and fighting his way back to second place, and now starting out of second and winning the final race of the weekend for BMW Garagistic E30 Racing.
And takes the win. The last race of the year for the BMWs in the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship goes to the champion. Came into this round with 359 points. He adds a further 96 just to rub it in to everyone behind him. Jeff Bowles really couldn't take it up to him here this weekend. And then we have in behind them was Brian Burke in the championship hunt with the number 27 there as well.
Brian's done well from rear of grid to be 0.6 of a second off third place. So that was a great drive, and I'm sure he had a lot of fun.
So cars coming around. That's the number 21. Fighting it out here. This is the one we were talking about. They're going to go line astern with each other. In fact, they're going to go side by side with each other to the line. Shannon Cooper, I told you, he likes to explore the
Ellen
line.
might get a
less
run on
traveled.
them here. No. Look at this. This is great. This is great to see these guys. Doesn't matter, as I said, where you are in the pack, you're having fun with somebody else.
Darryl O'Neill gets it, and he gets it over Shannon Cooper and Elwyn Lim ultimately at the end of that race. Fantastic season, and unfolded very, very nicely indeed for the Garagistic Liquamolly Traction Tyre Centre E30 racing crew. Donovan, thank you very much for all of your assistance right throughout the season, and I'm sure we'll see you in 2023.
Just hopefully not up here in the commentary.
Someone
that would
from
be
BMW E30 Racing.
Somebody,
will be up
that's
here.
right. So I'd like to thank the Vic State Series guys for organising this for us. To yourself, Darren, obviously the Blendline guys whose fantastic coverage makes it possible for all of our families and other people interested to see the grassroots motorsport that goes on here. So thank you to everybody who helps organise that for us who get to go out there and enjoy our passion.
We'll have a quick break because we've now got Formula Fords fighting it out for a title on track. Back in a moment.
Sydney, second in the championship, still with a chance this week. What's the plan?
I guess finish all races really. Try and do the best we can do. Hopefully finish up the front somewhere and just find the luck within our team, and hopefully we can put it all together and come out with a good result at the end of the weekend. I mean, we just came in for our first session just then. It actually felt pretty good, so I think our pace is there, so I think we're in for a good weekend. We've got a good group of guys here that are pretty switched on with that stuff, so I mean, we've never gone too bad in the rain, so I'm sort of got my fingers crossed hoping that there is rain, so I mean, it is what it is. We'll race rain, dry, or whatever it is, so yeah, hopefully it just puts on a couple of good races over the weekend, and yeah.
Ken, anyone you want to thank?
I mean, just all my sponsors, the boys at Ball and Racing, and yeah.
Welcome back to the final day of Vic State action this year, and we have the final Formula Ford race of the year on board with Kobe Williams there. Great onboard camera provided to us by Blendline TV. That's great to see. He won the opening race of the weekend, had a bit of an excursion in the last race, so it'll be interesting to see what he can do coming from 5th position in this one. Alongside me, well-known Formula Ford competitor and category aficionado, Mr. Paul Ziddy. How are you? Looking forward to this one, I am sure.
Dan, absolutely, and yeah, really looking forward to seeing the onboard shots from Kobe. I mean, the racing we've had this weekend has been nothing short of spectacular, so getting to feel like you're in the driver's seat, and there's a magnificent vision coming to us right now. seeing that when he's in those battle packs at 230 odd kilometres an hour approaching turn 1 is going to be quite exhilarating, I'm sure, for the fans at home and for us up here in the central commentary position. And we see the cars coming down to the grid now. They're completing their formation and warm-up lap, and will hopefully soon be underway for another belter of a race.
Absolutely. So 15 minutes in this one. Time's already started ticking on this warm-up lap, so 15 minutes for the rest of the day, just because of a few delays early on in proceedings. We'll quickly talk you through the grid before they line up. So it was Bezic in car number 30 who took his first race win of the season, just his second round as well.
Absolutely stunning result for him. Great driving and a good race. Matthew Hillier, our champion-elect, having a typically competitive but showing some composure this weekend and driving a championship-type weekend. He's been in the thick of the battle. Out of 3, Jordan Sinney, alongside him, Joe Fawcett. Row 3, you've got our cameraman in Kobe Williams and Matthew Holmes, his teammate, starting alongside.
It's a title fight as well in the Kent class further back between Richard Davison and Brendan Williams. We'll come on to that later on.
The 5-second board has been shown to the drivers. Lights on, lights out, and we are racing. Good start from both drivers on the front row, but once again Matthew Hillier making his typically strong starts, and a belter from Jordan Sinney as well, who will leapfrog into second. So we've got Hillier leads Sinney through turn 1, and we've got Bezic has a cemented third place. A good start from Joe Fawcett holding on to fourth, and our Matthew Holmes has leapt up into fifth with his teammate and the camera car hot on his heels.
I thought I might have heard a bit of gravel there in turn number 2, so I'm not sure if there's been an incident in Kent class or anything. I definitely thought I heard gravel sounds through my headphones. I may be wrong as we fire into Honda for the first time this race. Sinney up the inside, but he's run really wide, so they've both lost out there. So battle between Hillier and Sinney. We got a car around.
Looks like Bailey Collins has gone around. Hopefully he can get that refired, and the lights, the light looks like it's gone out, but we can get him back on board. Here's those photos I was talking about. How good are these images?
Fantastic. He has a little bit of a look into Hayshed, but it's very, very hard to make a move there up over Lukey Heights. So yeah, a bit of reshuffling in the pack. Bezic's lost out a couple of positions early on in the lap, but he's recovered nicely to now sit at the front of the field from Hillier. So it's almost as it was on the front row, but the initial good start to Sinney has now dropped down after the mistake at the Honda hairpin.
And that is just what reinforces what a fantastic category this is for young drivers to develop their skills. Smallest mistake punishes you, really teaches these young drivers to hone their skills. Look at them trying to break that toe.
Yeah, it certainly does treat some great racecraft, and we're seeing great racecraft here. 3 wide into turn 1, all wide. That was the blue machine of Holmes. He was forced out wide because it was 3 wide. The guys on the inside weren't aware he was there, and he was forced onto the grass. 2 wheels, lucky to keep it in a straight line, but he has lost positions. As we see Hillier now with the title wrapped up, he can just go all out attack, and he's taken the race lead.
And that's, once again, you saw that draft that we've spoken about in the first 2 races really comes into play. Oh, and young Kobe Williams is right in the thick of this as well. And here again, you see Edison is held out onto the side, yet maintains that position, had the line through into Siberia. Great driving, again, fantastic to see the drivers giving each other room, showing themselves respect, and making the most of those Yokohama control tyres that they run on. This is an R-Spec road tyre, so we use it in all weather conditions, wet, dry. It's been stunningly dry down here this weekend, but it's the same tyre they use the whole time around, and quite a good consistent tyre, so it's been fantastic for the producers. This awesome racing that we're seeing.
It's been Yokohama and Formula Ford have been partnered with each other for many, many years.
Absolutely, and they've been a marvellous supporter, provided us with a fantastic quality, awesome service around the country. Yokohama's here in Melbourne, we get them from Traction Tyres and more, and they've got a great deal of network around the country wherever we go. how close is this racing? You can't get, there is not a cigarette paper between them.
I think there may even be some bump drafting going down the main straight, NASCAR-esque down towards turn number 1. We were on board with Kobe as he was nudging Bezic down the straight. He didn't feel it was worth the risk of a move at turn number 1, and he's all over the back of Bezic, who looks very loose. He's already had 2 or 3 slides this lap, but he holds on to position number 2 around Southern Loop. These front 3 are really giving it their all as we see Bezic swinging to the inside. Oh, there's no room there. He slides out sideways. He's going for the move anyway. No room at the end there. This forces number 94 Williams, Kobe Williams, around the outside instead. And number 23, Fawcett, is watching, enjoying this also. There we go, Williams, great. On-board camera up the inside, lovely, smooth, clean move up the inside around Siberia.
Showing how to get the job done. You'd swear he's a veteran of 20 years experience, but as I've said before, looks about 11 when you see him with the helmet off, but put the helmet on and in the car and he just shows all the skill and experience way beyond his years. Doing a marvellous job.
Yeah, these guys at the front of the field are all youngsters, very much so, but further back in the Kent class we've got a couple of Formula Ford stalwarts. Oh, just before we come on to that, car number 71 is in the kitty litter. That's Summers. That's a shame. That's a disappointing way to end his weekend. Where is that? Is that Lukey Heights, potentially? I see a bit of dust up there.
Yep, it is Lukey Heights. Now, hopefully they can just control that with localised yellows and we can have this marvellous racing continuing that we're seeing. Another drafting duel. And as they sweep through one, I think that Kobe will take the lead. This will look good from the onboard if we can get that.
Absolutely, yes. Swung it around the outside sideways and took the lead authoritatively, which is what we like to see. Yeah, going back to my previous point in the Kent class, so Richard Davison was very close in points with Brendan Williams coming into the weekend, just 2 points separating them, but he's got had a couple of good race results, 2 wins in the class, so he really just needs to finish in this one to take the title this afternoon. And what a rich history the Davisons have in this category, as we see another car spun.
Yeah, no, that looks like Joe Fawcett has gone around there. I didn't see what happened, just saw once again, we just picked up the pictures as he was already around, so whether he's just nipped up the rear tyres under brakes and done that himself, or whether he's had assistance, we don't quite know at this point in time.
What we do know is it's allowed the front 3 to break away because Fawcett was in position number 4, so there's a bit of a gap back to that yellow and black machine of Cine, and we see as well who is number 41 Holmes battling with Farrell as well. Oh, this is tight down into MG.
It's a good move. This is a couple of young guys. You've got Harrison Sellers up from Tasmania, and that's Kyle Evans in the green car, and Harrison Blanchard on the back. So 2 Harrisons in the 3. Yeah, that was quite good racing there. We got a replay coming of what happened at the hairpin, and it looks like may have just locked up a brake there, squeezed himself onto trying to make the turn. You're off the racing line, a little bit of dirt. And we talked about how good these Yokohama tyres are, but there's only so many grips that you've got available to you. You can ask those grips to stop you, or you can ask those grips to turn you. It's a bit difficult to ask him to do both.
Absolutely, yeah. We saw him go for a move on the inside and just sort of understeered and slid wide into the number, I think it was the 30 machine, this point last lap, and we see again them go side by side around here. This is good racing between these guys. We saw at number 2 Southern Loop, Hillier making a little bit of a mistake, and it's allowed Williams back up the front. So we're just hearing reports 2 laps to go.
So. Two laps to go. So to all the crews that are listening to our commentary here live at the track, if you're not getting that over your radios, we have 2 laps to go.
Yellow flags up at Southern Loop.
Takes away that opportunity to pass there.
Sorry, Southern Loop. Sorry, Lukey Heights.
Lukey Heights. Yes, has some of the same letters in it. It's at the same circuit, so we'll call that a pass.
Out of MG, see, I got that one.
Look at you get that one right and into the first of the 2 copses, rather than just calling them turns 11 and 12, as we tend to here in Australia. Our Antipodean friends in Europe give their corners all sorts of wonderful names. We just stick with 1, 2, etc.
Indeed, as we roar down pit straight then, as we said, 2 to go, so 2 wide going down there. Who prevails? Look at the onboard imagery provided to us by Blendline. We can see Hillier take the lead from Bezic, and poor Kobe Williams has to drop back from the lead to position number 3. That's not what he wanted. Look at Bezic slide out the turn. It forces Kobe Williams to run a little bit wide and almost balk his momentum as well as we head down into the legendary Stoner corner. Bezic's having another look. He's forcing Hillier to defend, and defend Hillier does down into Honda hairpin. Oh, there's almost contact there. Bezic had to turn out of it, and that's allowed cameraman Kobe Williams to get a good cutback out of Honda and down towards Siberia. It's not really an overtaking opportunity on the outside, but if he can hold it there, he might have the inside for the hay shed, but no grip out there.
No, look, and again, good racing. Knew when to concede the corner and tuck back in and just carry that momentum, and it then sets him up very nicely for these last, this will be coming around to start the last lap, I should imagine.
Yes.
So it's not a bad place to position yourself. Again, you know, the draft around here, the slipstream is worth so much. We are just being told they have got
just a couple of corners to go, so we've just seen the last lap board removed and the checker flag is being prepared.
This is
so
desperately
this is
unfortunate for these guys. They would have been setting themselves up, and last lap has come out a lap early, which would have messed with the plans that they were working on, thinking they had the 2 to go. But another fantastic close finish with the top 4 across there in no time.
How close was that between Bezic and Williams? The answer for you, 0.02 of a second. And Cini we didn't see from the onboard camera, but he was right there as well. He was only 0.09 behind Williams. So Hillier finishes his title-winning season with a bang. A good 40 points to finish. Thoroughly deserved. Great championship, great season for him.
In the Formula Ford 1600, we see Richard Davison sweeping around the last corner to take a well-deserved championship win. They will be elated down there at Ellery Motorsport. Richard will be very pleased to have done the title, to taken it in the car that his sons have raced. And Brendan Jones has come back. Oh,
that
did he get
mighty
second?
Close.
That was so close at the end of that race in the Formula Ford 1600s. And it looks like Craig has pipped him by 0.012 of a second on the line, ladies and gentlemen. But that will be enough. Third place in that race will be enough for Brendan Jones to be second in the championship this year. It's been a wonderful year. Fantastic to see 5 full rounds of Victorian State Championship racing after the interrupted 2020 and 2021 seasons. Congratulations to the 4 promoting clubs, the Victorian Mini Club here this weekend, the Sports Sedan Association, the MG Car Club, and of course PIARC. So thank you to those 4 clubs for the amazing work they do putting this on. Thank you to Darren Smith and of course your good self, and to the good folk at Blendline. It's been wonderful being up here, seeing the images on television and commentating with you pros.
No, thank you very much, Paul Ziddy. You commentated alongside Callum the last few rounds, but he's off reporting for Geelong. Some footy match was on yesterday or something, so I stepped in for the last round. But no, thank you very much for joining us and giving your wise words to everyone watching the broadcast and around the racetrack as well, as we see Kobe Williams come to a stop in the weighing area. Great insight into the Phillip Island circuit there. Up next, we have the legendary, the historic Sports Sedans, their final race of the season that will be coming up very, very shortly.
Looking for your daily motorsports fix? Say hello to Blendline TV Premium, the new way to watch and support grassroots motorsport. For just $8 a month, you'll get access to more thrilling races, comprehensive live broadcasts, and real racing stories. Subscribe today and support Aussie grassroots racing with Blendline TV Premium, your home of grassroots motorsport.
Sports Sedans on track now for the QP Lubes Victorian Sports Sedan Association Championship. Of course, that will play its final round at Island Magic at the end of the year. Of course, the Sports Sedans will also be playing part in historic Sandown in November as well. I think the first weekend in November and then the last weekend in November the Sports Sedans will be on. But this is for the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship Sports Sedan title. And we are really looking forward to seeing how the QP Lubes, we stick to what's important, Sports Sedan Championship pans out. Let's have a look at how they line up. Stuart Eustace in the number 90 Mazda 3 Mark car, right alongside Tony Groves in the number 80 Mark car Mazda 3 out of Mornington Mazda. Then we have Francois Habib to Gregory Lynch. John Ippolito in the number 97 out of position number 5, who is leading the championship. It's all pretty much still pretty loose, isn't it, Dan, as far as the title is concerned?
Absolutely. So John Ippolito is coming out of position number 5 in this one. Essentially just needs to finish to secure the title, but for second position it's very much all up for grabs. So coming into this final race, in the last one, Groves, by finishing second, overtook Habib. It's a 1 point margin coming into this race, so whoever finishes higher out of Groves and Habib will finish second in the championship. And as I say, if anything happens to Ippolito, all he needs to do is finish, but if he retires, then either of those two can win. So it's very much all to play for in this one. One thing is for sure though, Eustace, after missing the first round of the season, he's not a title contender. He's just out for the win, the pole sitter earlier on.
The 97 has not got a record of not finishing, so John Ippolito will be just ticking the boxes to make sure he gets through to this, a massive moment for that race driver. Stephen Backer in the number 91 will be right alongside him out of position 6. Ben McLeod in the much-watched number 72. Rand McGlurkin, the old man in the Aston Martin. Then it is the Nissan of Rand McGlurkin. Graham Gilliland, Chas Talbot, and away we go. And it's Backer again who brains them off the line. No Chas Talbot on the grid, and Graham Gilliland left standing on the grid there as well. He gets a gear and chases down after Rand McGlurkin Jr., but it will be the number 80 of Tony Groves that leads the field down into turn number 1. Greg Lynch wants to get on with it. There's Francois Habib. He's got title aspirations here, or at least second spot in the title, and he has to really get a hurry on right now.
Oh, he squeezed out a little there. He thought he had the momentum and could go around the outside Nissan, but no, Nissan was looking straight ahead and perfectly entitled to do so around Southern Loop there. But here comes Habib after getting lots of wheel spin off the start, dropping back. He's already recovered nicely to third, and Lynch has followed him through. So that Nissan Skyline dropping a couple of positions early, and just behind him is the champion-elect, the man looking to take that Victorian title. Oh, something up there with Nissan locked up, I think. Just a simple lock-up running wide. What a costly couple of corners. He was in third position a few corners ago.
Certainly was. Now Ben McLeod has eaten up the back at Nissan, the number 91 there. Looks to get into the inside, and now he's just getting out on the touch on the grass there, and that will not get you through that corner. That's a very high load, high speed corner. You want to be keeping all 4 wheels on the black stuff. Francois Habib looks down the inside now. He's leaving no stone unturned in trying to secure his spot on the podium for the championship, and indeed a result in the final race of the year. We've got 9 minutes and 30 seconds remaining in this race, and at the moment it is Tony Groves in the Mornington Mazda Valvoline entry who is absolutely streeting the field. In fact, he's just about disappeared over the hump before Francois Habib and Stu Eustace come onto the straight that time around. So Tony Groves gets away in lap number 1 to a 7.47 second lead.
Yeah, superb first lap. He's bolted. Eustace, who won the race earlier today, couldn't match his Mark car brand mate, and now fallen behind Habib as well. But Groves and Habib have other thoughts on their mind. They're thinking championship. They want position 2 at least. And if something goes wrong for Ippolito, that could even become first in the championship as we see the cars continue to fly around. But yeah, what a first lap by Groves. Just put the hammer down and pulled away.
Ben McLeod now wanting to get on with it too. He's got rid of Steve Backer. He's actually got iterations onto Pilato there. Rand McGlurkin in the Aston, the number 56. He's got all sorts of issues.
Nissan spun on the exit there. He is on the inside of Honda, so his bad lap really that started down here at Honda, where he's shuffled back a few places, has continued. So a lap from hell almost there.
Sharing a sponsor with that beautiful Aston Martin that we see running in the Precision International National Sports Sedans there, the Duggan family homes car that Andre Heimgartner drives, and emblazoned across the front window of that Nissan there for Backer.
It's been good to see in recent years the likes of Tom Randall, obviously now in supercars, but we saw him drive in national sports sedans over a couple of years and several rounds, as you say. Andre Heimgartner as well. It's good to see some big names of Australian motorsport come back to sports sedans, a category that has been littered throughout, such a well-known and well-loved category in Australia.
Dan, I'll tell you something for nothing, mate. If you want to catch up with two of the biggest legends in sports sedans, Napa Auto Parts Grassroots Racing Podcast. We've got Tony Ricciardello was the first guest, and Darren Hossack very much recently on board there as well. So check that out. Two of the biggest legends in sports sedans.
I've seen as well that you don't just talk to, the legends that have been, but you're also talking to the current drivers. Luke King, I believe, is your recent subject?
Yes, Luke King was on just before the TCR round at Sandown last week, so that was good to see. Alan Heafy was a ripper. In fact, I think Alan Heafy had the most listeners tuning in. So some of those race drivers probably want to pull their engineering boots on and get a good listen. But certainly the Grassroots Racing Podcast is going along very nicely indeed. Myself and my great mate, Gary O'Brien, and if you look very closely at Mount Panorama, it says Gary's Mount Panorama.
Gary was there.
Gary definitely was there. Hashtag. So there it is. Watch more Grassroots Racing at www.blendline.tv as we start to, I guess, ring the bell on the 2022 season. And this sports sedan race for QP Lubes, we stick to what matters, is absolutely setting it alight. And what it is doing is showing that Tony Groves at any given moment is an absolute class of the pack. Has been running some Precision International National Series races throughout this year as well. And of recent times, young Kelly, Todd Kelly's young fella, has been driving the car that is currently sitting in P3, the Stewie Eustace Mark car as well. Francois Habib comes to the line. The fastest lap of this race belongs to Tony Grover, 1:34.18. And that is a big push of dust up there. Was that Ben McLeod?
It was.
He's pushing hard. He's got championship winner-elect in front of him at the moment. And I think he's given himself a bit of a scare because he's just lost some ground to Ippolito and who was in front of him? Greg Lynch.
It's been great to see McLeod, though, chipping away and getting quicker and quicker as the rounds have gone on, and this weekend as well. It's been really, really good to see. And as you say, he's on the back of the man who's leading the championship.
These cars are not easy. They are definitely not easy to prepare. That car looks like an ex-HRT car. It isn't. It's a tribute livery on it. It's a bespoke build to run in initially it was to run in the HSV Club series, and now runs in obviously the QP Lubes Victorian Sports Sedans.
Although that looks like a replica HRT car, we can assure you that Francois Habib's Dodo sponsored Tasman Commodore is not a replica. That is the very thing that Jamie Whincup drove well back in the day, 2005 I believe it was, for he joined 888 Racing.
It's good to see that Francois uses it too. I think some of these supercars that, it was a Whincup car, but use them, get them out there, sitting in museums, who cares? Get out there and use them. More credit to those that have those cars these days and get out there and do laps in them, whether it be in full-on competition like it is here today, or in the national sports sedans, or in historic, where some of the touring car categories get a bit of a run these days. It's great to see the cars actually out on track.
Speaking of, he's coming under pressure from Eustace as we come down pit straight. We're looking at the battle low between the championship leader and Lynch. Come around the final turn, just a few hundred metres behind. And look at the run that McLeod's got here. He's got a great run out of there. So there's three Commodores, all from different eras, all from different models.
It's interesting. You could be vastly mistaken that you're looking at three ex-supercars. It's actually not. There's not one a supercar amongst them. These are actual sports sedans, and running in a sports sedan trim.
Oh, that's the championship leader. He's just been tapped. Can he keep it running? He's going to certainly try. I was just about to say as they went into the corner that this is not the situation he wants. The car in front and behind, and as they've gone into Southern Loop, McLeod's gone up the inside. Ipolotto has not seen him, and they've made contact. Fortunately, he's got that refired. Can he get it off the grass? All he needs to do is finish. That's all he needs to do to wrap it up. So he's just making sure not to rejoin dangerously, waiting for the cars to go. You can see the dent in the door, the left-hand side there. He's gone onto the grass on the other side. Come on, keep it out of there. Let's get it through. You can see the wheels spinning. He has got it back on track. That's good to see. He's dropped right to the back of the field. But fortunately, he is still moving at this point in time anyway.
Ipolotto continues now, just gathering his thoughts, getting back into this. There was an unfortunate incident there with Ben McLeod. I'm going to say Ben certainly had the racetrack there and he could put the car in that position. And I'm going to say that John Ipolotto just didn't see the advances of the red Commodore up beside him.
I agree. You can see by the dent in the door how far up the inside he was. It's the front door. It's not even the back door. So he's certainly entitled to some racing room, I believe, there. I think that's just a misjudgment and not aware of where McLeod was there for the series leader, who I think has a bit of, I reckon that car is crabbing. He's just going to limp it to the line. He knows the situation. He knows what he needs to do with 2 laps to go. Just needs to bring it home. Look at that. That is crabbing really badly.
Not the ideal result. Keep it out there. Keep going around, John. Just keep trickling to the line.
Importantly, though, he needs to be within a certain lap time of his own.
75%. Here we go. Greg Lynch got the spot. Ipolotto started to turn in, was very wide, very, very wide. Ben McLeod rightfully put the car in the position there. And look, Dan, for all intents and purposes, I'm going to blow the whistle and say play on.
Absolutely. Completely agree with that. Yep. I think, he left the door open and he wasn't aware he was there and he's turned down on him, and the mark on that door proves that for me anyway.
He certainly saw that Greg Lynch had filled the gap in between 1 and 2, and then Ben McLeod was rightfully so putting his car in a position to take that spot as well. Here is Francois Habib, and have a look at Disco Stewie Eustace looking for a way through here. He's looking left, he's looking right, putting the power down. Had to get out of it there. Francois Habib, a little bit of wheel spin coming off the turn number 9 as the field now being shown the last lap board. Coming around down the straight. This time around, there is Ipolotto just cruising, just having to do it. Has to finish 75% race distance. Shouldn't be a problem. Shouldn't be an issue.
What about his lap time? Don't you have to be within a certain pace of your lap time?
In qualifying, yes, but he's going around there and he can wage the argument that he was trying to make repairs to the car on the run, and you can fiddle around with maps and different sort of things to say that you were trying to do that. So this is certainly drama of the highest accord in the final race for the QP Lubes Victorian Sports Sedan Championship here this afternoon. Tony Groves streeting the field, 28.84 second lead over the field now as the Mornington Mazda racer. And here is P2 on the road, albeit 28.8 seconds behind P2, P3. And Francois Habib appears to have a bit of a handful. Lock up there on the left-hand rear of the Eustace Mazda 3 as Graham Gilliland comes to the strike, gets the last lap board. And right at the top of the straight now is our race leader. There he is, flashing his Le Mans lights. The Motor 1, Valvoline, Mornington Mazda, Tony Groves entry takes the last win of the season in the QP Lubes. We stick to what's important. Sports Sedan Championship here in Victoria. This is for second place in this race, and we have to say that at the moment John Ipolotto is continuing around to circulate and will have the championship for the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship for Sports Sedans sealed up. And onto the straight now. Have a look at this. Francois Habib drawing alongside is Stewie Eustace. Can't get there. The ex-Tasman Motorsports supercar drag races to the line, and they've had a ripping battle. Ben McLeod now right into the back of Greg Lynch. This is a big run at the 72. Greg Lynch won a race here in May, earlier on this year, his first win in the Sports Sedans. And onto the straight they come, line astern of each other in the QP Lubes Victorian Sports Sedans. And boom, across the line they go. And that rounds out our top 5. Here's the replay at turn 3. There's the series leader, car number 97. Out wide, very wide indeed. On the brakes, turns in. Ben McLeod's put his car there, rightfully so. And there was contact.
The contact in the door was actually a second hit, so the first contact was actually on the B pillar, so I'll leave the stewards to decide that one. I wasn't so sure looking at it from that angle whether he was far enough up the inside, so we'll leave that with the stewards, but we believe this man has just
provisionally, we believe.
Very much provisionally. Yes, if you want the official results, tune into the Victorian State Circuit Racing website this afternoon or early tomorrow morning to get it officially confirmed, but provisionally Ipolotto has taken the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship Sports Sedan Series in 2022.
Well, as far as the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship is concerned, we bid adieu to the sports sedans, but that's not the end of sports sedan racing here in Victoria for the year. The sports sedans will be seen on track at the historic Sandown event, and of course at Island Magic down here at the end of the year. And the whispers are that the 50k plate will actually be a 50k race over 13 laps. So keep your eyes peeled on the PIARC social medias for confirmation of all those bits and pieces as we just see the final few sports sedans making their way in. Rand McLaughlin, Stephen Backer and Graham Gilliland rounding out the field of sports sedans. Can't wait to see Graham Gilliland at Sandown, and also back here at the 50k plate, and that number 21, beautiful. Here's that heartbeat, the rotary heartbeat as it goes through. Heads off the track now. Right in behind, we're going to roll straight into historic touring cars, and they are out on track. Our second last race for the season, and it is a really small field of cars here. 6 cars are going to front up. In fact, I don't think it's even going to be 6 because Jeff Monday is there in the red Camaro on the tail end of this field. So, historic touring cars for just cars are out on track. Looking forward to seeing how these magnificent beasts of the past can make their way around Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. And we have got some magnificent bits of kit.
Importantly, after an issue in the last race, Darren Collins, championship leader, is not on the racetrack. That leaves the door wide open for Lewin to potentially steal it. Depends very much on where he finishes this race. The margin, 33 points, if my maths are correct. 40 for a win, 36 for second. So he's got to finish top 2 if he wants to steal it right at the end. That's something to look out for. There's also a 3-way fight for third in the championship between Talbot, Miles and Lane. It's actually Miles that leads that 146, Talbot on 144 and Lane on 141. Lane has been the quick man so far this weekend, second in the first race and the win earlier on today, as we see them come around to the grid.
So just getting confirmation on where the points do lie. The 89 Mustang brings the field around and will be on the position number 2. Trevor Talbot, the 76, will take pole position for race number 3. A little bit out of order on the roll-around lap here. The race has technically started as far as the time is concerned. We're down to 11 minutes and 50 seconds, so they're just very slowly taking up their spots. And the 89 takes up the pole position. And in fact, that is not the grid sheet that I've got in front of me. There must have been another issue of grid sheets. But we will roll with it. Trevor Talbot off the second row of the grid, and away we go. And Andrew Lane disappears into his wheel spin. 76 gets through. That is Trevor Talbot. And also we look for Peter Muellerman in the pony Mustang as well. Goes through on the fastback. No, he doesn't. The fastback gets going again, but it's the Chrysler Charger out in front. The Aussie-built muscle car, the inline 6 4.3 litres quad carbies will keep that beast fueled. sounds like that Camaro in second place is just idling through turn 2 that time round.
Yes, something didn't sound right anyway, so that has allowed Miles to pull quite a substantial lead in the first couple of corners, as we see 76 of Talbot stream around Stoner Corner and down into Honda Hairpin. He's going defensive early from Lane. Lane lost ground from pole position, just burst into wheel spin and allowed both the yellow machines to fly by.
Holden there in the 23 looking very, very strong. 43 looking very strong throughout this weekend. Hasn't been able to really convert it yet because this Camaro and this Mustang out in front certainly doing the work. Great information across the bottom of the screen for those watching on the Blendline YouTube live stream or via the vsrs.com.au for more information about the series for going into season 2023 for dates, etc. Keep your eyes peeled at vsrs.com.au. Also check it out on Vic State Racer on the social media platforms as well.
We see Monday overtake Ward around the outside there at Luke Harris. We actually saw Ward sort of point out the window saying, come on through. He knows he's not fighting him in this race. So just to reiterate, the championship situation. Darren Collins, the series leader, had an issue in the race earlier today. He is not out there. It's left the door wide open for Maluman to take the title. The interesting thing, though, is Maluman has to finish in the top 2 to do that. Currently, he's in 4th, so 43 will be one to watch. He needs to get in and amongst these top 3, which have pulled away early on lap number 1.
At the moment, they are just driving away from him at the moment, so Mullerman is not being able to take the task up. So we'll see what Peter Mullerman has got to take it up to these faster cars out in front. At the moment, it's a terrific drive by Miles out in front. Glenn Miles started off the front row of the grid, and we believe that the creative parrot entry of Jervis Ward has got some issues as well in the white Falcon, so we'll keep our eyes out for the stricken Falcon. No, he's accelerating out of turn 2, so looks to have got it all gathered up again, albeit a substantial way away from our leaders. Have a look at this now, the Charger really starting to be hassled by those 5.7 litre beasts behind him. He's packing a punch of 4.340, and the cars behind him, he's giving near enough to 2 litres of capacity away and driving this brilliantly. This number 16 car is driving like it's on rails, so good on Glenn Miles. He's doing a brilliant job with 2 very experienced protagonists in this sort of equipment right behind him.
How good is this, though? Charger, Chevrolet and Mustang, they may be only small in numbers, but there's a bit of difference in makes and models and manufacturers. These 3 been battling all weekend long, and now it's for the race victory. So, as we say, Miles leads at this point from Talbot and Lane, but it's very early stages of this one. There's still 8 minutes on the clock, of course, time certain in this final race due to a few stoppages and safety cars earlier on today. 15 minutes this final race as we see Talbot draw alongside as we head down on the main straight. He's got the momentum and he's already got the position before they even get to turn number 1. So new race leader Talbot out in front.
One of the oldest saying in the book, isn't it? They have more. You want to get more results, get more cubic inches underneath the bonnet when you're doing historic touring cars. But won't take anything away from Glenn Miles. He drives this car brilliantly. The guy that dances on the pedals and uses his fingertips to drive this Chrysler, and probably not using fingertips either. He's probably got a good fist hold of the steering wheel as Andrew Lane now looks to the inside. He's got the inside running in the Chrysler up to turn 4, but under brakes, the fastback just has to give racing room to the number 16 orange Charger there. Andrew Lane definitely showing his nose and letting Glenn Miles know that he is absolutely ready for the challenge.
Interesting, there the difference in cars. Miles, a right-hand drive car, whereas the Mustang Fastback is a left-hand drive, and we see them on opposite sides of the car there as they were heading into Honda Hairpin. Interestingly, with Talbot now in the lead, that will allow him to overtake Miles for third in the championship if it stays the way it is at this point in time. But lane's also a factor, and he'll have something to say about that. So he wants to quickly get past Miles, and he wants to have a crack at the race lead himself. But he slides out of MG both to the left and to the right, and as a result runs very, very wide around the penultimate turn. And it won't just affect that turn, it'll affect all the momentum around the final turn and down pit straight. Is there a bit of smoke coming out the back of that machine? I think there is.
It's a bit of a haze, isn't it, coming out of the back of that car. We're down to 5 minutes and 45 seconds left in this race, so you'd have to say 3, maybe 4 laps left to go. The Mustang now gathers it all up, gets through, and that's a really strong run there because he didn't have the momentum coming onto the straight there, so ducked in behind the number 16. The Charger would have a reasonably large hole in the air behind him to haul it in from 4 or 5 car lengths back, and doing a tremendous job. Just listening there as well to the cars backing off mid-corner there so they can get the car tipped in for the final part of turn 2 there as the camber of the corner starts to roll off, but it does make it difficult. The cars tend to move around a lot. Exiting there, it's a tricky old corner, Southern Loop. It sucks you in with the camber into the corner. Mid-corner, it all starts to roll away from you. You've really got to hang on to the car as you exit the corner and head down into turn 3. And not that we've had it this weekend, but if there's a wind coming off Bass Strait, understeer now for the 89. Seeing a lot of lock on there and not a lot of steering response. So seeing the best part of the use of the tyres on that fastback Mustang for this weekend.
These guys are all close enough, these 3 in the championship, that whoever finishes this race in the lead or wins this race will finish third for the title. Whoever finishes second in the race will finish fourth in the title, and whoever finishes third in this battle will finish fifth for the title. So very much all to play for as we see them head down to MG. A little lot break there, I think that was for Lane that we heard, but he's got it in there okay. And around, no dramas as we see Talbot out front. He's pulled away once he took that lead, blasting past on pit straight. He's been able to continue to chip away, and that margin has increased once again this lap. We'll see the margin as he comes across the line. In fact, Lane, I'm just looking at more smoke than ever coming out the back of that car, and it's just still a bit of an incentive for Miles, who is still in with the shout as well. As we look at the fastest laps, Talbot fastest lap of the race, 1:51.6, Lane 1:52.2, so 6/10 slower fastest lap, and on the last lap he was 9/10 slower than Talbot. So although he's into second, it's going to be incredibly hard for him to catch Talbot, who's out front and continually pulling away. Further back, Maluman in position number 4. He's 15.8 seconds back from the race lead, and more importantly, he is 13 seconds behind that all-important second position. There he is on screen now. Number 43 needs P2 to take the title. Oh, he's locked up there as well. Oh dear, that's handling a bit like a boat around there.
I don't think he is leaving any stone unturned in this event. He is doing the very best he can with the equipment underneath him at this time, and I tell you what, I don't mind coming behind these 3 because they have driven and prepared some just beautiful race cars. These things are very difficult to prepare and to keep going on the racetrack, so it's a testament to these guys. Look at that lock up there in the 89, massive amounts of understeer there. So the fastback Mustang really struggling to turn in to these corners. These old American muscle cars weren't the best of handling machines anyway.
Yes.
And when you've got a dying set of tyres and you've got some sort of oil leak underneath the car as well, and making it all very, very challenging indeed.
For me, nothing says a Mustang quite like the Alan Moffat Coke liveried Mustang. That to me is one of the best liveries of all time. Just simple, and it just.
I agree.
Fantastic.
Also, one of the ones as a kid was John Mann's pony car as well, with the red and blue stripe over it, which just won so many Group N races. It wasn't funny, but these guys keep the dream alive, and it's often as a little boy you go, gee, I just love these cars, and then one day when you've got enough money, you go down and you search through all the car clubs newsletters and you find the best possible one that you can go racing with, and generally when you get them, they need a full resto. So there's another 3 or 4 years involved in recurring all those works and then going racing. I really hand it to these race drivers and these car owners for getting out and racing them. No one sees them in a garage, tucked away in your backyard. Putting them out on track and racing is a testament to all these race drivers. Trevor Talbot is doing a tremendous job at the moment, and just looking down at the start-finish line, the officials getting prepared with the checkered flag as smoke just blooming out of that Mustang now. And poor old Glenn Miles will be getting a face full of smoke. Really slow on the entry to Lukey Heights. Look at that, the Charger just draws right up behind. Back down through the gearbox, a lock on the number 76. Trevor Talbot, Group NC on the car. And that's all you're allowed to put on the cars back in the day was your name, your number, and the category that you raced in. Special dispensation to run the Just Cars window banner across the front there. And commercial involvement is just a reality for all forms of motorsport these days. There's the checkered flag. And Trevor Talbot for Just Cars, historic Touring Cars Victorian Championship, gets to the line. Andrew Lane brings home Glenn Miles. And then we look to the top of the track now for Peter Milliman and Jeff Munday returning to in this race as well, getting himself all intents and purposes a P5 at this stage.
With Maluman in position number 4, it looks like he is just about going to hold on, or is he going to be pipped? Oh, that's mighty close, but he does hold on by 0.05 of a second. So there we go. Yeah, held on by the skin of his teeth. Nevertheless, P4 for Maluman is not enough to take the title. So despite not taking part in the final race, Darren Collins has taken the 2022 historic touring car title here in Victoria this year. So an exciting way to finish, not the way Darren Collins would like to have finished it, but he has secured it nevertheless. Quick turnaround here. We're off with the historic touring cars. They finished in spectacular fashion, and we are on with the Hyundai XLs. There's also a change in commentary. Darren Smith has subbed out, and for the final race of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship this year, I am joined by Steve DeFries. Here we are, Hyundai XLs. This should be a cracker to finish.
Should indeed, and there you go. It's another 15-minute race for the Hyundai XLs, so it'll be final 15-minute race of the 2022 championship, with thanks this time to 888 Home Loans. They've done a fantastic job this year, 888 Home Loans. Not only have they come up and put their name against the Hyundai XLs, they've also got a logo emblazoned across the Porsche 944s and in the improved production field as well when it comes to club sponsor stuff. So they've really upped their game, and by all accounts, talking to Cam McKinnon and the crew down there, they are doing a really, really good job and getting through a massive backlog at the moment of people that want to switch their mortgages over with all the interest rate hikes and things that are going on at the moment. So if you are looking for a great deal, please go and see the 888 crew, and let's support the grassroots businesses that support us here in the grassroots racing environment.
Absolutely. Just to run you through the grid, James off pole position from Simpson. Simpson wrapping up the title earlier today, so he can just enjoy himself in this one. Out of position number 2, we have William Seal out of 3rd in the 995 machine, alongside the Tickford sponsored and logoed machine driven by Nash there in 4th. Waghorn in position 5 ahead of Twining. And further back, Colin Breiter, who was involved in quite a spectacular incident. He managed to keep it on the track, though. He had contact late on in the second race, but he managed to keep it on the track, kept those front wheels spinning, and managed to continue. And he did manage to bring the car home in a reasonable position. He starts ahead of Phillips. Phillips had the in-car camera in the last race. He blasted through the field from the last position to position number 8, and he'll certainly be a contender in this one.
Certainly is. And then you've got the 46 of Jeremy Bennett, position 9. Jackson Griffith in 10th. You've got Jet Bloomerus, Gareth Hodgkiss on the 6th row of the grid. William Sala and Lachlan Harvey Carly Fleming and Belinda East. And then on Michael Sinclair and Joseph Austin Crow. Getting a couple of bits of word through. There's a couple of rear of grids being applied here. We've got Jason Kay and Scott Appledore being sent to rear of grid, and Donovan Mernjavac was a non-finisher in that first race earlier this afternoon, so he's going to be off the rear of the grid as well. A little bit of a tardy form up here as well. The lead 4 or 5 cars were very quick on the formation lap to get around and get into position, because the timer is counting down, so it counts from the minute they leave the pit lane, and they want to get on with it. They want to have a race.
Twining was the one that left a bit of margin in the number 72 car on the third row, that maroon-looking machine, so he wasn't so keen to get the race started. But we are all formed up now. We're a green flag at the back, and the lights are about to come on for the final time.
So the last race of the 2022 Victorian State Racing Series. We are away. Very, very even start from the front two pair as they set sail towards Bass Strait. Into the beautiful sunshine. We've had beautiful conditions here on Sunday at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, and we're going to go Noah's Ark style 2x2 into turn number 1.
Absolutely. Hugo Simpson up the inside, started from P2 alongside the pole sitter, and he has overtaken the pole sitter into turn number 2. Looking at the championship.
Oh, Waghorn sideways and gone. He's out of business, Toby Waghorn. He had a massive tank slapper through turn 2, and he has gone for a wild ride. I can see the gravel dust being kicked up at turn 2 here. Has he managed to keep it going, and has he managed to keep it out of the fence?
Oh, he's trying to get it onto the grass on the outside, and he has just about done that. So now he's got to work his way through the mud all the way around the outside there, a long way off the track, and he will try and get it back on circuit, but he's lost a lot of ground to cars ahead. There's a Hyundai in the lane that never made it out.
Yeah, that'll be Jason Kay. I can actually see from here the number 99 machine was actually meant to be rear of grid, has not made it to the starting grid for this final race. But Waghorn was one of the ones we were looking at thinking he's got a bit of a point to prove, because he had that incident over the top of Lukey Heights about 2 or so hours ago, and we were thinking, you know what, he's going to try and work his way back through and possibly try and salvage a race win for his troubles this weekend. That's now mounted to naught. And I don't know if that was his own fault or something there, but he was very wide. The car just sort of got a little bit loose, and then on the overcorrection, spat him out.
Yeah, he was the race 1 winner, and as we say, he was in contention. He was running P2 when he, with a back marker getting in the way and a bit of contact, he got spat out wide over Lukey Heights, and finished well down the order, or not well down the order, but well outside the top 5. Anyway, as we see these two fight it out, scrapping for position. Nash has lost a few positions on the opening lap. He was
gone back 2 positions, and Colin Breed has gone up at least 2, I think, here as well. Yep, so Colin Breed has actually got up 3 spots. I do apologise, and Nash has gone back 1. There's been a little bit of changing in the order with the Waghorns, number 84, being spat out at turn number 2. It looks like he's managed to keep going, but he's actually, he's a full half a lap behind the field at the moment as Seal heads the queue now into turn 2. Important to note as well, we need to be paying attention to the overall round honours for this one as well, because it is quite tight at the top of the standings. It's Bradley James with 94 points, who at the moment is the front runner based on their current positions in the field, and it's a tie for second overall between William Seal and Hugo Simpson. Waghorn, unfortunately for him, falling out of this battle, that actually takes him out of the fight. He was right in it. He was only a couple of points adrift of the round honours coming into the third and final race.
He certainly was, as you say, he was very much in contention as he crosses the line, I believe.
There's a flag, there's a black flag being shown as a breach of safety car procedure. We're being told it's to do with weaving after the final corner, so weaving on the front straights. That's a no-no. That's William Twining, the man in position number 5 there, the red machine, just ahead of the hard-charging Ryan Phillips, who's found another spot on this lap, so that moves him up into effective P6, and can he do any more damage from there?
You were talking about the round honours. I was looking at the championship coming into this one. Effectively, all the major positions have been decided. So it's basically a bit of fun, bit of a nice, light-hearted way to finish the season, although a lot of these guys won't see it that way. They're there for the victory and only the race victory.
Yeah, well, I think the top two are definitely decided in Hugo Simpson and Ethan Grigg-Gault. The one that I was looking at just there was the gap between Harry Tompkins and Ryan Phillips, 3rd and 4th, because Tompkins is not here this weekend.
Correct.
Ryan Phillips at the moment is sitting on 36 points. So, yeah, that's not going to be enough to move forward because, of course, he had that retirement in the Saturday race yesterday afternoon. And that was one of the really weird incidents I think we've seen here in many, many years. And what did you call it? It was like 300 metres or something. But we'll come back to that in just a few moments because Colin Breeder has gone back to the head of this queue.
Yeah, 3 wide there, almost 4 wide going down into turn number 1. That could have ended very badly, but racing room given by all of these. All of these 4 cars, I think they're the best looking in the field. They look fantastic. And even Ryan Phillips and Nash behind. All of these Hyundais, yes, you can look at them and go, they're only Hyundai XLs, but they are all presented magnificently.
They absolutely are. I just noticed as well, James Lodge, who is on the tail of Charlie Nash at the moment as well. Remember, he was excluded from the previous race, so he didn't partake, so he's had to drive this thing from the back of the grid. I actually wasn't expecting him to be off the back of the grid because I saw the other car that was excluded in the pit paddock of Ethan Grigg-Gault still on the trailer. I thought they were both done for the whole entire Sunday, but no, for some reason or another, he is back out there and he is very much locked on to the back of the number 8 machine of Phillips and the 155 of Nash. And I say locked on, I mean, I'm not referring to a whole FA-18 Hornet style, missile lock on here. He's just locked on. Target fixation. Got my eyes forward, and that's what I want.
There was a car locked onto the other yesterday. You were trying to allude to it before, out of the final corner. It was a bizarre incident where a car was pushed along sideways for almost 300 metres.
Ironically, it was the two of these guys that are in 6th and 7th place at the moment, Lodge and Phillips, that came together in about 2 corners' time on Saturday. Nick, you caught it, what'd you say, it was about 300 metres?
I reckon.
Well, I actually got a correction from overnight. We actually got the Blendline crew out with that silly little wheel thing that they go and measure how long it was.
Yes.
It's 290 metres.
Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry to disappoint you. 10 metres, that's not bad.
That's not a bad estimate from being up here in the comm box, I'll tell you what.
As we see them cross the line one more time, there is 4 minutes 50 seconds, so 5 minutes to go as they blast down to turn number 1. We'll call the action 4 wide here. Oh, that was mighty close.
Seal down the inside of James, got that done, let it happen as well. Bradley James, good smart heads up driving, knew there was no point fighting that one. With just over 4.5 minutes left to go in this race, odds are we'll get this lap and 2 more if the math is correct. Hopefully they don't need to throw the checkered flag any time sooner than that because this is a fantastic scrap out in front for line honours. And any one of those top sort of 7 or 8 cars can win it. You can see 5 on shot there, now 6 and then 7. That's where the winner's going to come from, that group of 7.
Seal, I'm not sure if he's trying to make a move or defending from James there, but he certainly poked his nose up the inside and compromised the race leader's turn in. Hugo Simpson there, so yeah, Simpson leads from Seal, and then it's James at the moment, the current round leader. If things stay the way it is, but it's certainly all to play for. Columbrita is in 4th position, then it's Phillips just behind. So here they come once again over Lukey Heights. Seal looks pretty close here. I think he might have a go at MG. If he doesn't, he's going to be looking for the run out of the corner and down the main straight.
Check out the wheel work. Here comes the contact, and it's the number 8 of Ryan Phillips into Bradley James. Was there a third car he managed to strike in that one as well? He got that braking horribly wrong coming down the hill. Getting word that the last lap board is going out this time around, so it'll be just 1 more lap. That will mean it's a 5-lap affair, and the pack's now been split apart.
We were just talking about James, who was looking good for the round, but I think he's got steering damage from that contact when he was hit. Anyway, he's not going to be winning the round if things stay the way they are now. Let's have a look as they cross the line. Who's going to have the most points? It changes on the screen in front of us. Live round points, 88, Seal.
Seal over Simpson by 4 points at the moment, so The way that it was as Simpson crossed the line and Seal in second, that's enough to give him round honours by 4 points. Check out the wheel work and all the hands furiously soaring away at the wheel in both of the cars at the lead duo. They are really fighting it here. Here's the replay of what happened over Lukey Heights. Looking for the move. It looks like Colin Breeder just sort of moved over just to discourage it, and then it just maybe sent Phillips just a little bit wider than he would have liked. Caught a little bit of grass, and that was the end of that.
I'm looking at live pictures, and here they are right now. So Seal is having a look at Simpson, but he decides to slot in behind and not go for the move at Honda. It made Colin Preeter have a look at the Honda hairpin, but he also has no luck there. I think they're keeping their powder dry, myself, until at least the final couple of corners down at MG. They don't want to make their move too early and compromise their momentum into the next sequence of corners.
Defensive line or attacking line or normal line? Which line do you want to pick? If you're Hugo Simpson, I would say it's the defensive line. You want to hold your opponent onto the normal line and then take the line away from him at the bottom of the hill. And that's precisely what he does. He moves it all the way over to the extreme right side, just enough so he can then get the apex of the corner at turn 10. And then a little bit of fighting and arguing going on here. That's Colin Breeder sticking his nose on the inside of William Seal at turn 11. And it looks like he might have done just enough to hold the 995 out wide. Will Nash have enough to go with him? I'm not quite sure, but that might be the straw that breaks the camel's back for the win for Hugo Simpson. He should get to the line comfortably here. It's going to be a 3-wide finish. There's going to be a sandwich in the middle here for the minor placings. It's Nash who gets bump drafted to the win to the second place position by Lodge, with Colin Breeder third, just ahead of William Seal. What a ripping finish across the line, 3 wide, getting extremely close for comfort.
Seal losing those couple of positions, that cost him the round, so that eventually the round has gone to Hugo Simpson, the champion.
And
just
Nash to second.
Yes, absolutely. So Seal demoted to third on 81 points. How mighty close was that? So let's have a look. 5 tenths to Nash, and from there 400, 100, 300, so 1/10 of a second separating 4 cars. How close do you like it?
Yeah, how close do we like it? We've seen so many of those close finishes this weekend. Formula V, we've seen it in XLs. There's Waghorn. Where did he eventually recover to? He recovered to 18th, so he was almost the last of the classified runs. I think there might be, there's one more car to finish, which is the 143 of Joseph Austin Crowe. He's actually, I think, must be a fairly new entrant to the series this year, coming around the last couple of corners as we speak. And then there was the few drivers that did not take part in this one. And the black flag that got levied against William Twining in the 72, he actually just came in off the pit return road at turn 4 and took no further part.
Just looking, Lodge from the back of the grid, fastest lap of the race, the only man in the 159s, a 159.7. He recovered from the back to finish 5th. That's a great way to finish his season. Yes, he didn't take part in this morning's race, but you've got to be happy from the back to finish 5th.
That's exactly right. And with that one, we are all over and done with for this particular championship in 2022. What a way, Darren Smith, to finish the 2022 season on a high. We had a chance to get through it in 2020. Unfortunately, COVID struck. We had the same thing in 2021, and then finally we get through the full entire 5 rounds of 2022.
I tell you what, Steve, Dan, everybody watching, it's been a very emotional weekend and a way to finish this year's championship. So full credit to everybody involved. And I've actually got a list of people that really do make this whole series tick. Of course, at the top of the tree is Motorsport Australia, the governing body of motorsport in this country, and we thank them for their efforts. The Melbourne University Car Club in timing, particularly from the crew at Blendline TV. That's very much a hand-in-glove relationship to put motorsport on air with the timing crew, because that is the information that is all important. Here at Phillip Island operations at the Grand Prix circuit, Ambulance Victoria, the stewards panel, Team Medical Australia, Waverley Towing, the competitors and their crews all around the state that we go racing with. Of course, the Victorian Flag Marshalling Team, all of our flaggies, the Victorian Fire and Rescue Team, Fire Marshals, the Mini Club of the Victorian Mini Club for this weekend, and supply of officials right throughout the year. The Victorian Scrutineering Panel, and of course the Victorian State Race Series board members for their courage and persistence, for what Steve just touched on over the last seasons of still up until Thursday night of a race meeting, and then the Premier shutting the state down, the race meetings were going to go ahead. So over the last couple of years, a terrific effort to get that job done. Blendline TV, what a core of great people that take grassroots motorsport around the world, not just to this country, around the world. We know they're tuning in right around the world. So a big congratulations to Dan and Shane and Travis and all of the crew right throughout the year that have made up all of our coverage, all of the cameramen, of course, Liz as well. How could we forget Dot as well when she makes her way to the track as well. All the clubs, I guess the commercial acumen that make this series run with the MG Car Club, the Mini Club of Victoria, the Australian Sports and Association of Victoria and the Phillip Island Auto Racing Club. The track operators, this beautiful venue. We also go to Sandown and Winton. And, of course, from me personally up here in the commentary booth, Callum Brannigan, who started out this year, didn't want to go on camera, now can't stop looking at himself in the lens of a camera. It's great to have Callum on board and hosting our shows right throughout the year. We didn't miss him this weekend, so he may have to reapply for his job next year. Dan McCarthy over my left shoulder, Steve DeVries as well over my left shoulder, and some great ring-ins. I'll call them ring-ins. They're better than that. Category experts, commentators in their own right. Paul Ziddy, Donovan Mollerhagen, Jack Atley, Heath McAlpine, who also had a small foray into it as well. So from here at Phillip Island Grand Prix Circuit, keep your interest up. Check it out at vsrs.com.au for all of the calendar for season 2023. And we'll see you at a racetrack very soon. Catch up.